Hello, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we doing today? All right. Oh, Everett's already here. Everybody's already set. Let me get my life together right now, then, I guess. Why is this not showing up? Why? Hold on, guys.
Judge, before moving the two principal instructions, applicant one, Mr. Evans raised a good point.
Please hold.
Give me 1 moment.
Good. I need a moment, too. All right. Hold on, guys. How is everybody doing today? Is that? Nope, that's not it. There we go. There we are.
The principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count 2. We would suggest that it be changed to this instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Hello, everyone. Aviator, Elfie Travels, TLN, Betsy, Graham, Heavenly Pause, Rainbow Bright, Jessica, Stargazer, Be Kind Rewind, Matt Mello, Gila, and Devo. Aw, it's good to see you in the morning, Devo. Okie Nanny, Allie 90211.
Once again, so this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor. And given that principle applies to count 3.
And the good Donna, good morning.
Request to move principle after
And
count
Paperback Writer, good morning to you. Oh, I need to look at my membership for you, so Paperback Writer.
Principle applies to count 3.
And good morning to
Positioning
Roger
of
and
the instructions
Amy
will be after
and
it
Frog
will be
and Maria
count,
and
introduction
Becky
to
and
homicide,
Ani.
count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir. And I see you have
Good
added
morning,
10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes. Right. As to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness, after reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold, as that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those 2 items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach
demonstrative, though, is not evidence.
No, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, so the document itself is admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
Sorry, guys. Paperback writer emailed me yesterday and said I was a member for like a day and I'm gone, and I don't know what happened. Because I do remember him popping up when JKC gifted all those memberships the other day. Can you say good morning?
Good morning.
Say Donna's guilty.
Donna Adelson.
Hooray!
Donna
Oh, Milky's right now. Give me a second, Juicy. Hey. Look. Do you want to see yourself? Stop. Don't expose me to the camera. Hold on. Juicy, no. Funny, you little gremlin. You little milk mongrel. Good morning, Zenjen and Carol and Dorito and Yaklov
Calendar.
and Fury E.
One was the one with the,
Yeah, I don't even care about
tab number.
Harvey.
I don't see that here, Your Honor.
I don't either. And good morning, Wendy Adelson's Big Tears. I saw, yeah, and Paperback Writer. I don't know why you're not on my members list. Because I most definitely saw you come up on there. So
Exhibit 142.
I don't know why YouTube is trying to play games with our heart.
This is on the Friday,
I would
June
say
13th.
quit playing games with our heart.
Pretty much in the middle of the page.
All right, I'm gonna put the member link in here because I know that people have problems finding it on when you have iPhones and such. Okay, and let me go ahead and try to pin that. I can never pin it
As
from
to
my
this
computer.
particular page, making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. How are the other separate pages, which are separate writings,
Hi,
in
Wendy
any way
Burns,
connected to this as completeness?
the good Wendy.
Your Honor, it's all about the birthday party.
Oh, Georgia looks lovely.
Using admission of that page alone creates a misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same.
Red
For
because
the item
she's
that
got
has
the
been
blood.
admitted, you can make all
John Smith, that was
arguments
so
that can be
funny.
reasonably inferred from this admitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Donna, change your mind, please.
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry about.
Mr. Evans,
Let me
I
turn up the
discussed
audio, guys.
count
My
2
apologies.
To conform to the indictment.
Sorry, here it comes. Here
We
it
would ask
comes.
that the count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And additionally, the conforming
Better?
word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment.
Hi, Mickey B. Thank you. That was so fun. Judy is so sweet. She's got such a great vibe. I had a really good time. Red is the color of confidence.
So you wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
We shall see today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, Crystal. Thank you. Yeah, I barely even know what I'm doing, and the software I have it gives me the capability to go ahead and boost the audio, thankfully. Thank you, Jessica. Yes, it was super duper fun. I ended up watching it back at like 3 in the morning because I couldn't sleep. I'm like, oh. It's so funny because I get so nervous. And then when you feel like you're like searching for a word forever and it feels like an hour and a half in your mind, I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it wasn't that long. Yes, little Juicy Baby was speaking. By the time she was 6 months old, she could say like a dozen words. She was.
I believe that stays with the evidence.
I just had to put my face away so little Juicy Bean could have some milkies. Hi, Home Office, and hi, Cornbread. I know that's probably what my problem was too, Jessica.
Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Thank you, Betsy. No, Judy was.
Your Honor, I
Such
just
a
want to make sure
great
you
host. So sweet.
Under subsection where it says the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit, you did add first degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count one. We, the jury, find as follows as to count one of the indictment. First degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count one. Count two. We, the jury, find as follows as to count two of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count two. Count three, we the jury find as follows as to count three of the, change that to indictment, not information.
DYGT. Yeah, she does look like she was crying.
Count three of the indictment.
She knows
the defendant is guilty of
done.
solicitation to commit first degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count three.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No, sir.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments, as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all three counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. Our investigator was able to, an investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible, and that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
That's the witness that they just decided to call yesterday. Good morning, Marcus, and good morning, hey you, and Charlie's Chicken Nuggets. All right. Thank you. Cornbread. Yeah, Donna does not look well this morning. Here, can I see these for a second? I got it. Here, want to put them on your ears?
Yeah.
There's nothing to hear right now because they're on a little break. Oh, look at this fabulous woman with the lovely glasses and the little cheetah print shirt in the back. I love it. One of those little bow shirts. I couldn't love that anymore. This guy looks like he did not have a gourmet dinner last night. Charlie's little gourmet friend. Who's this guy? Who are you, guy? Who are you? Who's that guy? Who is that guy? Oh, she's always going to be smug. She is a freaking awful person. So I spent some time this morning recording a song. As one does. And at 8 in the morning when you've had 3 hours of sleep. I know. I don't know who that is. Oh, look at Donna's headphones.
And the headphones right there?
Yeah, she's crazy. Even you know how to wear headphones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yours.
Yeah, they're mine. I
And
wonder
you're big.
I wonder if Fulford was able to
Mama,
find 2
Mama.
matching earrings this morning. Hold on, we'll go downstairs and get you stuff in just a second. I know. All right. Little Juicy Baby wants ice cream. So
I made my bunny
So,
and my mouth.
I'll be right back.
Bunny and my
I'm going to
mouth.
get her ice cream and we'll get
Bunny
a few minutes
and
of
my mouth.
silencio. I'll be right back.
And my mouth.
You do have a bunny in your mouth. You want to show everybody your bunny in your mouth?
What?
Hold on.
My bunny in my mouth. Here.
Here, show them. They love them. Her hair. Why is Donna up there? Donna, you shouldn't be allowed to do sidebar. Zelman is like still trying to keep his Okay, I think is that Jack Campbell?
Her
I
paws
shouldn't.
on the mouse.
Your paw, the paws on the mouse?
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Now you put the paw on the bunny. The mouse put on the bunny.
Apparently, there's a football player also. Nope, that's not him.
They're hugging them. They're hugging them.
That might be the what?
They're hugging them.
They're hugging each other.
Yeah, what?
Aw, they're so nice. They're sweet.
And they have weird toes and foot
Donna.
toes.
I hope Donna's enjoying her last moments of freedom.
1, 2, wait.
Yeah. I can't put too much blame on the defense attorneys. They literally have nothing. Zellman's asking if they can start the case over.
Wow.
I just read his lips.
You this.
Can we have a do-over? Yeah, we
And
weren't
you didn't.
really prepared, so
Why they're kissing you?
because we're tiny ear canals, she can't hear.
Mama.
What?
I'm naughty.
And paperback writer, I don't know why your membership is not showing up.
Milky.
I'm gonna get you some ice cream, which is made out of Milkies. Let's go get you ice cream. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, they're back anyway. No, she is allowed to change her mind up until closing.
Before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures, you're not to make any facial movements, you're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta get Juicy Baby ice cream, and then we'll talk. Okie dokie. I am back. I don't think it's gonna take till 5 o'clock tomorrow to get a verdict. All right. I don't think it's gonna take 5 to 6 hours. So I was asking Judy last night basically how long she thought it was going to take for everything. And she says basically when they get in there, they'll do, a quick poll to see, what everybody thinks. Like, what is everybody going to think? I mean, I'm trying to be as unbiased as I can be because obviously like we have more insight on this than, the jury does. But I've been paying attention to the trial. I feel like, yeah, the defense is going to try to delay this as long as they can. They're like, listen, Donna, the only thing that we can do is try to just give you as much time today to be, free. To be free before you're locked up forever. Good morning, Jules McCool. I love the little bun on your profile picture. We're not age discriminatory. But yes, the jury apparently is pretty young. Thank you, Victoria in Miami. Yes, it was so much fun. In case you didn't see it, I was on Judy's channel, which is AA Legal Focus last night. She was so sweet, and I had a really great time. I swear to God, guys, the minute that we're done streaming this trial, I will never see another fly in here because there were none before I started the live, and they all just want to be famous. Yes, Donna's just a normal Jewish grandmother. And don't all know normal Jewish grandmothers like to dress up the little kids as Nazis? That's just a normal Jewish thing to do. I know if I was Jewish, I would be Hitler every single year for Halloween. Sometimes just not even. Sorry to whoever is new and just walked into the chat at that very moment. Like, what the hell is wrong with this girl? Click out. Report. Yeah, she is so funny with the the Donna song. She was so sweet for entertaining that. Yeah, so Zellman was pretty ticked last night, blaming the jury or blaming the gallery. He called them the peanut gallery, which is like rude, but somewhat appropriate. It's like, you guys are the one conducting this circus. You are the ringleader of this whole thing. Like, what do you expect? Sorry, Juicy Baby. I'm like, is she crying or laughing? What do you expect? What do you expect the peanut gallery to think? Like, you guys you're literally conducting a 3-ring circus without contortionists. Like, where's Wendy? Good morning, Brian. Where is Wendy? Didn't she say she was a contortionist? I don't know. I have not seen yet the original source from that. Yes, Rob. The defense strategy is incompetency. The defense had no strategy because the defense has nothing to defend. Aw, thank you, Charlie's Chicken Nuggets. Will the police interrupt Wendy Jill's whole delicious lunch tomorrow afternoon, or will the verdict make her vomit an entire delicious dinner? She vomited before the dinner. That's why she vomited, because she hadn't even been out. It was the first time she had left the house in 2 months, and I was scared. I was scared, so scared. That's why I moved closer to where the hitmen were, because I was scared. I'm sorry. I just cannot. Yeah, so if you guys want to close the chat out for a quick second and go give the video a like, that would be fun for everybody. I'm so bad about that when I'm watching lives, because it's like you're watching lives and you're engaging with the chat, and so I always have to remind myself too. What was I talking about? I should back up my thing on my live. What was I just talking about? Oh, the contortion. I 25. Did some, I don't know if anybody even understood this reference. I'm like, the amount of time that I put in for something that's like on the screen for 2 seconds is like, whatever. That's what makes me who I am. I'm so extra. I've literally been this way my whole life. Like, I'm the person who would just do every single group project myself, because I didn't trust anybody to do it up to my standards. What, baby?
I'm gonna be here.
What? I know Ava's coming today. My daughter is, she got in town last night. She stayed at some friends' houses because she got in kind of late, but she's my 19-year-old who is in the Army now. And so she's going to be here on leave, so maybe she'll come into the live with me later. All right, now I've got to figure out where this is. It's like a 2-second visual, so I love that puppy dog. So yeah, thank you for everybody who joined the live last night. And oh, I love that puppy. And if you didn't, you can catch it on replay. I love that pupper. Hold on, let me just figure out where this is in this video, so I can spend 45 minutes finding the half-a-second clip to show everybody.
Mom, what?
I see that puppy.
What?
I see it. You need to go get some clothes on.
Where are we going?
You just need to get dressed so nobody sees your booty.
No.
She's in her naked phase of life. I can't help it, guys. Yeah, Judy is so sweet. Actually, she texted me. She says, I rushed here and got a seat. She's sitting next to Patty's playhouse.
Playhouse. That's funny one.
All right, it's 42 seconds in. Patty's playhouse.
No, not Patty's playhouse.
Not Patty's playhouse. I didn't realize it was that. Is that funny?
Money. For money. Funny.
Funny money. All right, so here's my Wendy as a contortionist. Thanks.
Yeah, so I work on the facilities, and that's it.
Money.
Yeah. So they said, yeah, they came down and said, how flexible? Well, the owners were a little flexible. I mean, he's already come down 5,000. I said, yeah, you have an unusable down payment.
Silly. Wendy's like that.
Yeah.
Guys.
Flexible.
Yeah, tell me, Dad.
I mean, he's already come down 5,000.
Dad and Dad for Dad.
I know. She's upside down and inside out like a pretzel, huh?
Yeah. Play the picture.
At the very least, this is what makes my videos rewatchable because, okay, we'll watch Papi Chulo.
Dad, it's pretty so over there.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
It's
What I be for me, so?
so Yeah, you can go outside.
I was talking about just
We put yellow.
Oh, let me turn this down, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay. You know, I have normal volume and the core is so low. Okay.
What?
Let's see. Poppy Chulo.
Camera down. It's here. Move on. Down or down. Up to down.
Charlie is such
Mama.
a... What, baby?
What are you doing?
Huh? I'm trying to find a part in this video to play.
Oh, no, not that one.
Not this one? Okay.
I don't know. She's coming over tonight.
Daddy.
She's coming over.
No.
I ended up getting back on the boat too late, but she's gonna come over like 7 o'clock at night. Dude, literally, Darren, I fucked the shit out of this girl, and like 5 minutes later, she's like 3 minutes later, she's like, okay. I'm like, she's like, come on, let's do it again. I'm like, what? Like, I'm fucking drunk and high, and she's like 3 minutes later, she wants to be fucked again. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that. Poppy Chulo goes to sleep now. like 3 minutes later, there, she was trying to fucking kill me.
She's 19.
3 minutes though. Like, I'm like, fuck
You make her come.
Dude, she is a fucking animal. Like, literally. And you know what the thing is? She just picked herself up and left. And I hear the door close. I go running out of the bedroom. I'm like, where are you going? She's like, you fell asleep. I'm like, no hug goodbye, no, like...
She's not your girlfriend. She's
Nah,
coming over to get fucked.
She just comes, it's just a 19-year-old that comes over and gets fucked and leaves.
Nice.
It's horrible.
What happened with...
So I'm like, June, I feel so bad. Her mom is younger than I am. Which is true. Her mom's 37. I'm like, June, what do you want? I'm like, we're not married. I saw the mom at the consult. Mom wasn't bad. But this girl's going to, I mean, she runs. She was on cross country, but her legs are not that skinny. I mean, she'll be a big girl after she pops out a kid. She doesn't have an Asian gene, you know? Some of these Latin girls, man, they become 3 feet wide.
Yep.
I don't know how it happens, but like it does every fucking time. So I mean, I'll fuck her a few more times, but we made fucking those agave margaritas on the boat, and spoke to Jordan, drove out to Shooters, got drunk at Shooters, came back, spoke to Jordan on the way back.
So here's another 19-year-old that Charlie has found to exploit. First of all, even though this is another absolutely abhorrent conversation, I personally find it absolutely hilarious, the lack of self-awareness that Charlie has. So I don't know who needs to hear this, but if 3 minutes after you finish, your girl wants to go again, and you think it's because she's an animal, and because
You make her come.
you are sorely mistaken. Because if you did, she would be like this. So if she's ready again immediately and then walking out the door the instant you fall asleep,
Sorry, Charlie.
Poppy Chulo did not get it done.
Drunk and high, and she's like 3 minutes later she wants to be fucked again. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that. Poppy Chulo goes to sleep now.
Shriveled little short dick man. That has got to be the smallest dick I have ever seen in my whole life. Get the fuck out of here.
She just picked herself up and left. And I hear the door close. I go running out of the bedroom. I'm like, where are you going? She's like, you fell asleep. I'm like, no hug goodbye.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey.
Okay, so somebody says that he's probably not great in bed. I have another clip that we'll listen to. And good morning, Posy Vibes, and good morning, Tab 31 and G Left. And who else snuck in here? Just me. I don't remember if I said good morning to you or not. Jared, I don't remember if I said good morning to you or not. Good morning, everybody. Okay, so there's another video, or there's another phone call that's pretty funny. There's a phone call where he's telling Donna how hot he thinks Wendy is, which is grody to the max. All right. Let's see. Where is that? I'll have to find it. Okay, so I do think that they have lesser charges included on. Hi, just me. Thank you. Yay, I'm glad you caught the live. It was so fun. Hi, Tracy Spain. I hope Tracy in Vegas is doing well this morning. Exactly, Harry E. You know, they should have Googled that before they decided to do this because, you know, Charlie really thought that, you know, uh, that's what you had to do, that they had to pull the trigger, that somebody had to see you there and they had to have your, you know, your DNA on the gun. Good morning, Mrs. Pisces. Okay, hold on. All right. I'm trying to find that one part of this. This is like such a long video. I can't remember. Yeah, there's this terrible part in this. I feel like it was after this. Oh, yeah, when he's talking about he wants Janice to throw away all of his sex toys. And then I really can't with how tone deaf this entire family is. I don't know. It's in here somewhere. I'll find it. But basically, the girl is like, we actually don't have like that great of chemistry. She's like, maybe it's at the very end. I don't know. I'll find it. I'll find it on a break. But he's talking to, I think it's, I don't know who it is. I don't know who it is, to be honest. But he's like trying to get her. He's like, have my babies. And he's dating June at the time. He's like, I don't want my kids to be dumb. It's like, first of all, June is not dumb. You're an asshole. Like, don't you dare talk about my sweet baby June like that. And secondly, you are disgusting, like completely disgusting. So, yes, Philip Brooker, she is guilty. Yeah, she's been guilty. Good morning, PTS Strong 3. But yeah, she's like, actually, like, our chemistry is not great. Yeah, you just kind of like get on top and just go at it and talk about yourself. And it's the funniest thing that I've ever heard. Poor June. I stand for June so hard. It's just such a quick little clip that I can't even remember where exactly it is. We'll listen to his his sex toy things. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Covered Charlie's sexual depravity, but there's one more conversation I want to listen to.
Ask you a small favor. You know the sex toys that I had at the house?
Yeah.
You throw them away so my parents can all my stuff. They don't find them.
Yeah.
I want
So,
them to be mortified
what
when
do you-
they see them.
Oh my
And
god,
I think
honey.
there was stuff in the, I think there was stuff in the end table also that we was sex toys. Just throw all that shit out.
I will.
Like, put
I
it in
will.
the garbage bag and throw it out. You
I
keep
got
whatever
it.
you want for yourself and then throw all that shit out.
All right, so wait. Why are we throwing all your shit out? Like,
No, the sex toys. Like,
okay.
But I just hopefully one day, like my parents are gonna say, like, my dad was 80 years old. This is gonna fucking kill him. My
Babe,
parents
wait.
are doing this.
I know. Hold on a second. Like, this is moving way too fast right now. I'm still in shock. So I will throw all that away, but then now what? Do you want me to leave? Like, are you guys selling
No,
this house?
No, I haven't even discussed the house. I don't even know what the plan is. It's not gonna be. It's not like we're doing something this week or next week. It's not like I'm not calling to tell you like, hey, you gotta get out by Thursday. We haven't got so much other shit going on. Not like that at all. But I was just saying, like, I'm letting you know I'm not ever coming home. Like, I'm done. So I have. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I didn't want my parents to think it's for sex toys. Give it a heart attack.
I'll throw those away. That's fine.
But yeah, that's no worries. So I just don't want them to see that stuff. Not that it's a big deal.
Honey, you know you're 47 years old.
Yeah, I know, but like, can you imagine your parents have a heart attack and open up the thing with sex toys and they say no, and it's like
You are so
sex toys later.
silly.
No,
Oh
but
my God.
they take what you want and just throw that away. As far as I don't know if what you've already done with my clothes and stuff like that.
It's all folded nicely. I haven't even touched the closet like that. I just added my stuff in there like it was before. Like, it's
Yeah,
nothing.
I know my parents are gonna have a hard time because it's like you're doing someone's eyes, pretty much. Like,
Huh?
it's kind of like what you're doing, like you're doing somebody's eyes. You know, you got to go through all this stuff without them.
Your parents knowing you have sex toys.
No!
Your parents knowing you're a murderer. So obviously it's gross to have to analyze Charlie and his sex toys, and I don't want to go in too deep. No pun intended. But I have questions. And as we've learned, Charlie's not really a one-woman kind of guy.
Cause I ain't your Mr. Nice Guy. More like the meet you, take you home and fuck you twice guy.
Multiple partners, sometimes on the same day, a pig. So it's not like I'm surprised to hear that he has a collection of toys. With the number of women in his life, it skeeves me out, to say the least. And it's not just the number of women, but the amount of people that he just meets and brings straight home to do the nasty. And I'm sorry to have to be talking about this, but Charlie doesn't strike me as the type to use protection. We hear him straight up ask the one girl if she's on the pill. And it's not like he told Janice to throw away the sex toys and his condoms. So is he running these through the dishwasher? Tossing them in the wash with the sheets? Does he just have like a big jar of Barbicide sitting on the nightstand? Because I can't see him hand washing these. And personally,
Okay. I did a search for the weirdest sex toys you could find. Oh, the rabbit hole that could have taken me on. I found this. I've got this recorded. This is on my list of things to make into a short. And I'm like, I'm trying
So
to
is he
hold
running
on.
these through the dishwasher, tossing them in the wash with the sheets? Does he just have like a big jar of barbicide sitting on the...
I'm sorry for how inappropriate this is. But I'm running through of like how far do I want to go with the visuals on this short? So I'm trying to find my limits because I have the court is on a break, heavenly pause. Court is on a break. They are, God only knows what they're doing. Are you okay? No, you're flying like a bird.
And under the TV.
What? You want me to teach you how to fly like a bird? How about you fly down the slide like a bird? Get a little towel and you can go zooming fast. I know. See, my sense of humor has basically no boundaries. So I always have to kind of check myself before I wreck myself. All right, good morning, Posy Vibes, and Tracy Blakely, if I did say good morning to you, and Nick, and Stephen Krim. All right, I don't know. What shade of green are those pickles? I won't say what I'm thinking. Charlie's butthole green. Okay, cool.
These. And personally, I don't think there would be any method someone could do to make me feel comfortable reusing something like that. My apologies if you were like eating something during that. But he's talking about how horrible this is going to be for his parents if they find them.
And the actual audacity, I know. I was like, before I got on Judy's live, I'm like, I hope I don't accidentally swear because you guys know me. And then she spelled out whore, and it was so, she's so endearing. She's so cute. She's like, he's gonna kick his ass. Like, thank God I wasn't like, what the fuck is going on, everybody? Good morning, Cheryl's World. And good morning, Sabrosa. Speaking of Sabrosa, can you even believe do you remember when the FBI, the undercover, the bump guy, got up on the stand and Jackie, fake accent Fulford, gets up there and he says like, Sigfredo Garcia or whatever, and she's like, that's a really interesting accent. You have a very interesting accent. And he's like, yeah. She's like, are you Spanish or something? I don't know what she said. But she's just like, what, baby? What? You hurt your booty. Come here, let me give you a hug.
Were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food, and so I use that account to buy food. But
okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Or more, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items are you buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and
substitute meals, if you will?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this chicken what I have, or is this fish? I know it's tuna, but it says chicken by the sea. So stupid. What? Why is it called chicken by the sea or in the sea?
Chicken of the Sea is the brand.
Oh.
You know, because a lot of people eat tuna, it's like a lot of people eat chicken, so it's like the chicken of the sea.
Okay, I understand now. I read it wrong.
Is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
Yeah, okay. I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody on the outside to place the order.
Okay. And these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
$40 and then $10 for packaging or shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay.
Okay, I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
Help me.
Okay, and are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right, and you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that
20
right?
minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come out?
Not at all.
Okay, during your hour 3 days a week and your 20 minutes 2 days a week, is that when you are given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the ends of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other
There have been other
situations?
times, like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, "What did you want?" And she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you, just go back to your room." I said, "Okay." So I turned around and went back.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, her life has changed so much. The do not go near Donna sign. Good morning, cornbread. And I don't know if I said hello to you, commissary tuna. And who else? I feel like somebody else snuck in here. Sorry if I skip you, and sorry if I say good morning to you twice. I have ADD, and I should probably be writing things down, but whatever. Guys, I was really hoping that Donna would change her mind about testifying this morning. Okay, I have thoughts about that, Uncle Roger. It wasn't because the paparazzi was tracking her down. She didn't want to be at her house because she knew by her own text message to Wendy, she knew she was next. She didn't want to go. This was my happy thoughts. I mean, she still can. So technically, Donna is allowed to change her mind up until they start to close. I don't know. I mean, okay, yes, she's scared of Georgia. Okay. Georgia was fired up yesterday, and I, for one, was living for it. I love Georgia so much. And the way that she went after, what the hell was her name? Something Bailey. I always want to call her Linda Blair for some reason. Always, like I've known her forever. But she saw what happened to that lady. And she's like, I mean, Georgia was just getting she was just doing her warm up. She was just getting ready to come after Donna. I thought for sure that Donna was going to testify. I just didn't see, the chat is on top of my head. Why is it on the top of my head? Because it's supposed to be on the bottom of the screen. It's on the bottom of the screen on mine. Oh, you know what? Yeah, do you have the chat overlaid on the thing? I would love a tea party. Thank you. Yes, go get tea. Ask Hunter and he can get your teapot out because it's downstairs in the bath. I Thank you, Tina. Thank you. That is so sweet. I had so much fun with Judy last night. She's just so sweet. She's such a real person. um, yeah, she was so scared, PLN. She was so scared. I thought for sure. I thought for sure that she was going to go up and testify. But after Georgia went out there like all riled up with that woman, which she should have been, the opening question from Georgia was exactly what I wanted her to ask. Why were you brought here exactly? Oh, you want tea? Yeah. Are you going to pour it?
Yeah.
Just be very careful. Why are you here? It's basically what she asked her. She's like, what are you doing here? Good morning, Brandy Sherpa. That's okay. Just pour it really slow. Hold it with 2 hands. There, perfect. Perfect. That's full. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's too full. Uh-oh. It's okay. Why don't we get a towel? Can you grab a towel real quick?
Yeah. Let me make my pen away.
There's a towel right in your room, okay? Yeah, let's grab a towel real quick and get that up. Yeah.
I need tea.
Yes, let's clean up the tea though. Go get the, look at, there's a little towel right there. Do you see it? Look at over there, the blue and white checkered one. Go grab that. Or there's a towel that you folded that's over there by the door in the hall. Heavenly pause. There's a chance. Thank you. Okay. Here, let's open it up.
Open it?
Yep. And let's put it right here on the spot that got tea on it, okay? Right here. Good. And you want to step on it and soak up the tea? No, you haven't missed anything. Yeah, you can move forward to real time. We're just... Thank you. Yep, step on the towel so you can clean up the tea. It's mostly just Juicy Baby talking at this point. Yeah, somebody said it was like the scream mask. Yep, good idea. Careful. Yeah, so Georgia gets up and she's like, "Why are you here?" And she's like, "Well, they brought me in to show that this wasn't a contentious divorce."
Mama, there's a tea.
Yay. And Georgia says, "What? How are you an expert in that again?" Thank you. You are so kind. Delicious tea. Thank you. She's like, "How are you an expert?" She's like, basically, I'm not. Oh, thank you, Roxana. Welcome to the membership. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And Georgia's like, "Well, wouldn't you, basically, don't you have a bias or like not a actual opinion, based on the fact that you are a lawyer and you do this?" Oh, yes, A Obsidian. So it's ST period Germain deep dive true crime at Gmail. No, I still have these 2 cups. Thank you. And if you go to my channel and go to the About section, you should be able to copy and paste it from there. Okay, here. But she's like, so doesn't the fact that you have tried a lot of cases kind of bias you? Thank you. Okay. Kind of bias you from it? And the lady's like, no, like this wasn't a contentious divorce. She says, okay, let me give you an example. So say I think my garbage is stinky, but maybe the garbage man doesn't think so. Does that make sense to you? And the lady's like, no. Yes, it does make sense to you, you absolute idiot. Good morning, Steph Doyle. Thank you. Okay. Here, why don't you have one of these ones here? But then she asks her, has she ever had anybody who was murdered or who was unalived themselves? And she says, yeah, actually, I had a Middle Eastern person, which I don't know why she needed to throw that in. She said, I had a
I want more tea.
spilling the tea.
I want more
Here,
tea.
here, you can drink this one too. Look at this one's full. Yeah. Oops, careful, careful. Juicy spilling the tea all over the place. But yeah, she's like, okay, so do you think divorce? Okay, we'll clean it up better with the vacuum in a second. But she's like, do you think this is a reason? Like, the kitty wants to see that?
No, take it.
Caitlin? Okay. You're sad?
No.
It's okay. We can. Caitlin will be sad. We'll make sure we clean it up. But she says, "Do you think divorce is a reason to unalive yourself?" And the lady's like, "No." And George is like, "Exactly. That's my point." Oh, good idea. Why don't you go play with the boys and see if you can keep it off the floor, because the floor is lava with the balloon. Okay. See if you guys can keep it in the air. And yeah, she's like, so would you consider $80,000 a lot of money? And the lady's like, no. And George is like, depends on who you ask, right? And the lady says, yeah. And George is like, this is my point, lady. Like, welcome to the chat. I'm glad you finally come online because you are a mess. Okay, thank you, AM City. I always like to get the original source from everything because, I mean, as much as I like stories, I always like to see exactly like where specifically it came from. Oh my God, Black Eyed Sue, and hello to MM. That was so funny. I actually have that recorded because I'm literally working on like a dozen videos. I'm really sorry. I should probably finish one before I start a new one, but I'll forget if I don't at least get it into my editing software. But yeah, so relatable. So relatable. I mean, like 80 grand isn't a lot of money. 80 grand could buy you a house in many places. What is wrong with this woman? But yes, when Zelman is like, so the judge is literally like, Donna, what are you gonna do? And she's like, I don't know. And he's like, okay, we're gonna give you 5 minutes. You'll get 5 minutes. 30 minutes later, he says, Donna Sue Adelson, what would you like to do? Are you gonna testify or not? And she gets up and she's like, I don't know if I want to testify. I can't make that decision right now. What do you need? Another year? You were supposed to go on trial last September. You chose Rashbaum because you wanted a super quick and speedy trial to be able to get out of jail as fast as you can because you live in a land of delusion and make-believe. And good morning, American Psycho. And now you're not ready. Now you're not ready. And the judge is like, okay, I'll give you another 5 minutes. But seriously, like you are on my very last nerve. He says, this is no different than what every other criminal defendant, like Donna, you are not special. That was my favorite part, probably. He's like, this is what everybody has to decide. Every single criminal like yourself has to decide whether they're going to testify or not, and stop being such an entitled elitist bitch. I wish that's what he would say. So then he gives her literally, and I looked at it on my phone, the timestamp, he gives her exactly 5 minutes. And he's like, Donna, are you ready? Are you ready to tell Daddy Everett what you're going to do? And she's just like stands there. And she's like, as of now, I don't want to testify. It's like, you do want to testify. You just don't want to be crossed, okay? Let's go ahead and say it. Let's just call it what it is. You want to testify. Is there any way that I can testify? And then Georgia, the mean lady, doesn't have to cross me because I don't know if I can handle that. I'm 75 years old. Charlie can barely get out of the airport. I can't handle being yelled at. I can't handle it. Oh, you're welcome, Roxana. Yeah. See, things pop up differently. Like even just refreshing YouTube sometimes will like fix it. Because I was on Patty's Playhouse. I was watching her live the other night, and I wanted to send her a super chat, and the little what the hell is it? The little money sign like next to the little smiley face on the bottom of the chat wasn't there. And so I closed the chat down and pulled it back up, and then it, populated. Well, what are they doing? I know. What are they doing? And just to let everybody know, they are still on a break. I'm making sure this is still live. I've got it on my phone though too. Yes, I know. He threatened to put him in contempt. God, it's about time. They should have probably been in contempt freaking over and over and over. All right, this is the craft that I made yesterday. Well, the second that, first of all, does it surprise anybody that Wendy had a divorce party? She's asking everybody to bring her TVs to her divorce party. Please, please bring me a TV to my divorce party, please, because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman, guys. Or I'm surprised you didn't start a GoFundMe page to pay for the hitman, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, as soon as I told my 10-year-old that Donna was trying to go to Vietnam, because he's so cute. I tell him everything about the case. He knows more about the case than the defense team does. But I was telling him that, Donna tried to say that, oh, I just went to Vietnam so I could get back faster because, as one does, as Donna was so ready to turn herself in. And Rashbaum even says that. Hold on, I've got that in the video. Rashbaum literally tries to say that she offered to turn herself in. When was that exactly? And I don't know if I even finished this thought, but when it was Ron Gutterson, which, God, what a name. Ron Gutterson was like, we let her stay at our house in Naples in our gated community. It's a second house. She can stay there. She wanted to watch a trial there because the paparazzi was harassing her. Wrong. No, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Do not pass trust Scott. Wrong. That is not why you were there. You were there because you didn't want to be at your place in Miami because that's where the cops knew that you lived, and you were afraid that you were going to be picked up as soon as Charlie got convicted. Liza Minnelli lies. Yes, but Rashbaum says, because Joel interviewed him, which I don't know why Rashbaum decided that would be a good idea to go on a frickin' podcast. But Rashbaum's like, Donna offered to turn herself in. I know this because I'm her lawyer. I'm her lawyer or something. It just makes no sense. He makes no sense. But let me tell you guys, this defense team is making Rashbaum look like peak professional. If you would have told me during Charlie's trial, listen, you think Rashbaum's bad, you're going to see worse, I would have told you to get the hell out of here. Get out of here. You say it isn't so. That cannot be real.
What I said or didn't say because it's
All
privileged.
right, hold on.
What I can't talk about what I said.
Okay, because he asks specifically.
I can't talk about what I said or didn't say because it's privileged. What I can say is that at the time Donna Adelson went to the airport, she was a free woman. What I can say is there was no indictment to anyone's knowledge. We know now there wasn't one. There was no grand jury that we knew was convened. We know now it wasn't convened till after. And there was no arrest warrant that was known of. In fact, we know the arrest warrant, I think, was just obtained hours before the flight.
So the next place is what? The warrant? What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say the next place was?
Well, see, what happened is the warrant that they have from you is from out of Leon County.
When did they issue a warrant?
So what happened is we have to take you to our warrant bureau for that information to get entered, and then after that gets entered, before we can take you to the jail, to the local jail.
Okay, because I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that?
Well, we wouldn't have been able to take you if there wasn't something in place.
So aren't they supposed to inform? Aren't they supposed to inform me?
Donna, are you in the back of a cop car? That is that's your professional formal invitation to your warrant. That's how you know you have a warrant, is when the cops pick you up and they say, you're under arrest for the murder of Dan Markel, and you say, this is insane. This is insane. Can't my husband go with me? He's almost 80 years old. My favorite part of that, she's saying, can't my husband go with me? He's almost 80 years old. And the cop goes, to jail? Oh, she's thinking that she's just, like, what? These people, okay, so let me explain something. Let me explain something about Donna Adelson. Donna Sue Adelson, if you're not familiar with who she is. This woman has never met a problem that she could not pay her way out of. She has never met an issue that she couldn't throw money at until it went away, okay? She has never had to be held accountable for anything that she has done. And this is the problem. When you get away with enough shit over and over and over, you start to think that you're untouchable. Good morning, Germain. You start to think that you're untouchable. And guess what? This little lady did just that. And so did our little baby Wendy Pooh until this very trial. Because this time, Wendy realizes, oh shit, the walls are closing in around me. I'm probably going down. Her face when she had to look at her mom. Good morning, Jennifer Spees, and good morning, Italian Mama. Her face when George is like, can you point out your mom, by the way? And she's like, I can't see what she's wearing, but she's right across. She's right across from me. That's the closest to seeing Wendy cry that we've ever seen. Her little chin was quivering. She was really, I know. Oh, Cheryl's World, tell them that you have court today and you can't come in. They're back.
Live again.
Well, I thought they were coming back. Psych. Okay. They did say something, but then they went away again. Yeah. Wendy realizes the walls are closing in. She, not only that, but they are bringing out new little tidbits of evidence right there on the stand, So she realizes, finally, that maybe the state will arrest me. I fucking hate that bitch. Okay, let's continue watching this because, yes, the walk of jazz. The state, no, they should have, because she would have just turned herself in, guys. You don't know Donna. Don't try to pretend like you know Donna. She is her ethics and morals are peak.
There was a warrant?
There's your invitation.
Well, I don't know the details.
I don't either.
They had a warrant, and the gentleman that you met earlier in the plainclothes?
Yes.
Right.
She's
under arrest. They were...
He says, remember the man that you met earlier? In the plain clothes? Remember the guy that arrested you? That was showing you about the warrant. They were telling you about the warrant.
They were supposed to inform you of whatever, and then because it's a county warrant, that's how we became involved.
Okay. Again, she had offered to surrender at any point in time from 2016 on. I know that because I had made that offer. She did nothing wrong by going to the airport. Okay.
I can't wait to see Wendy arrested. But I don't know what will top Donna's fever dream perp walk through the airport, which is like, I know it probably only lasts a few minutes. It feels like it's an hour and a half. They have to walk her through the terminal, out to the parking garage, and all the while, up I think horseback, all the while, this light jazz is playing in the background. So meanwhile, Donna's like this, going through, I mean, just the walk of shame, because you know she cares so much about how people view her and everything. And then Kenny G is in the background like, it would have been more impressive if Baker Street was playing by Jerry Rafferty and we could just change it to Baker Act Street. And if you don't know that song, play it, and I'm sure you actually will know it. Because the saxophone part in that song is like the best. I just got a subwoofer put in my car. I have like this little, I have like a little fun car that I've had forever, a little like 2004 T-Bird. And I got a subwoofer put in it because I'm trying to fix the speakers. I didn't know what was wrong with that. I didn't know what a subwoofer even did. But hearing a subwoofer... Hold on.
Before we get started with the instruction...
Hearing bass play through like the yacht rock that I'm usually playing in my car is like hilarious. And that song sounds amazing.
Instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys.
Donna
looks
looks
stipulation to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case. Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markell was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markell is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markell. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanois or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markell occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime, or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence, like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1, you must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2, this case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3, this case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4, remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Number 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6, whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7, your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged, or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court. Counsel. Good morning. Well, this is Dan Markell. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markell. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markell was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was. And he was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markell was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markell's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markell's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right. You got it right. With everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markell. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markell without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markell is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed, and this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. And this horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, Who had a motive to want him dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family, refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce, and relocation specifically, wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanoa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law. And on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, "Things to discuss at your mediation to make sure you have in writing for a settlement," in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, "If he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning." A warning that her friend, Miss Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son Rob described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, "We will help you in any way possible for you to come here." In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, "Here it is, let's edit." And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. "It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives, mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's, will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although sometimes Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important? But somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, "I'm too angry to write anymore." And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email. And it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest, in fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is, how'd they get that information? Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't going to happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final, and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months of case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase, at the moment. Jibbers had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email, anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits Wendy to put on the performance of her life because Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie. But she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we? That's giving up. Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed Mom and Dad. And there's a few that are signed Mom and Dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go-with-the-flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler Youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, while playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel, "Grandma says you're stupid." And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take Grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation, as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, "Oh, that wasn't going to work." Well, he didn't think so. "Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career." Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with Grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true. He threatened it. And those are fighting words. Going to terminate your parental rights? Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose. That's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, "I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what Grandma wants." If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel is killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, "Wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you?" So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder, and the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendy threatening to file motions exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. "Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous." Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, "depoting Wendy to death." But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information, or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light And don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise. But why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie. Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbanoa mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys. and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But, as it turns out, Jibbers still had not beaten the Adelson family because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine Magbanua about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbanua said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine Magbanua that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came. Well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. Magbanua drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then Magbanua calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with Magbanua. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to Dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to Dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. The paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now, this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanowa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanowa. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacoste. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanowa to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanowa were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanowa. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanowa understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect. Appears like it went to voicemail. And we would later learn from Magbanowa that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanowa dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying basically Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday Evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The Evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the Evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the Evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the Evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered, not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up coming to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. But obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacasse meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacasse impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia travel to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia follow Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman? And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, "This is so sweet." We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was celebrated or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, "Okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming." But of course the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanoa. They want their money. Where is Magbanoa getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45, so while the killers are calling Magbanoa and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, "Are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house." She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, "My parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else." This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother is someone who is very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're going to find out what that means, but I guess it's not going to be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're gonna find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes and meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanua's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida. 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markell is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him that the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanua that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did. She says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markell was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markell. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. (9/12 of 14). The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17 of 14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment? If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business,
rule, members of the jury, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives. She ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markell and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markell, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh. I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. His picture's on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence, I know y'all like that, some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A,
Does it involve me or?
Well,
What's that?
probably the two of them. They're only confidential,
does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because he can't stand it. And he asks his mother, will you send me a picture of the bumped flyer?
Yeah, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me a second?
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not? Call C, Charlie calls back to say, don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it? How do you ask when they ask for?
The TV is probably about 5.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV, and look what he says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder. An appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claims she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magbanowa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanua, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There are several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is, normally you're not going to have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not going to have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not going to inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanua was just a victim of the hitmen too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitmen, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanua. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanua the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanua then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitmen for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding. He agreed. He opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanua on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014, but he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high-rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine Magbanua at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine Magbanua, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot, and he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, Maybe Charlie was involved. Maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McVanois, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's a ridiculous story. It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She's stuck with it.
Please approach. We'll take you to the jury room.
Yeah, leave everything right there on the chairs, please.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Oh my God, what are they
Comments
doing?
being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this.
Then don't answer it.
It's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Sorry, I didn't mean to turn it on me.
Mr. Kappelman, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I have heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining.
Take down a peeps and poops. We all know she's got to go. I mean, whatever. This is desperation. How many minutes did he say we were going to get? 25? Oh my, what? What's going on with the camera? Yes, cheap shot. Cheap shot. 100%. You know what? You could take a whole week and a half between the beginning of George's argument and the end of it, and the jury is still going to vote the same way. Jackie is a judge, was a judge, disgraced judge. Okay, so there's been some talk, or there's been some questions about what did Jackie do? Okay, I had the deets. First of all, she puts in she's got a cardboard cutout of the sheriff in her, hold on, let me find it. In her stupid chambers as a judge. So when you walk into her chambers, aka her little judgy office, right there is a life-sized cardboard. Can you imagine? Can you imagine even if and I'm not anybody to anybody. I am nobody. I don't have any authority over anybody. Can you even imagine if I had like a cardboard cutout of like Joel from STS? I have a life-size cardboard cutout of Joel and Carm right there. I mean, come on. Or Tim Jansen or literally anybody. How weird would that be? Just a life-size cardboard cutout of Charlie licking his little gross fingers after eating his nuggets. Hello, beach chillin'. Yes. Yes, the adoptive omissions argument and the consciousness of guilt. Oh, I'll keep going. What are they doing to the camera? Who is kicking the camera? Donna's trying to disconnect the feed. Was she a judge, though? Mike Petty. Okay, she was forced to resign. I have all the tea on Jackie. Too bad we're out of tea now. But I will spill it all for you. Okay. So, do you know that I thought Xena Warrior Princess was freaking China from the WWE this whole time, and I just found out that she wasn't? Okay. All right. So not only do we have the adoptive admissions part of it, we also have her consciousness of guilt, which is talking about going to the airport. Okay, hold on. GC has to go pee. Give me a sec. All right, she changed her mind. She doesn't have to go anymore. Okay. So, yeah, she talks about we're going to either, commit toaster bathtub and just off with ourselves. I've had a good life. We're old. We've had a good marriage. We've been happy. I'm good. Now, am I, the word that freaking YouTube will be like, you can't say that because we're not all adults here. Am I suicidal or do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. We could do it together, Javi. It's not painful. We'll just take a pill and we'll go night-night. Go night-night forever. So, that, and then she's like, oh, and another thing my daughter can help me out, which we've been trying to find, and it changes all the time, is extradition. I don't know if we're going to a country that has non-extradition. We could go to China or Korea, but I don't know. We want to go to some place that doesn't have extradition. Why? Because you don't want to be caught. And if you are caught, you don't want to be shipped back to the U.S. Her BS about, oh, we're just doing this because, we just needed a vacation. Vacation's all I ever wanted. No, you don't want to go to prison and you are a piece of absolute garbage. Okay, Sherry D, thank you for the time update. Georgia has 35 minutes left. Yeah, so we'll see what, how I feel like she's kind of reaching the end of this anyway. She's doing a great job, honestly. I feel like she's had a little bit of a cold though. This trial. Does anybody else feel like she's maybe a little bit sick? Okay. Hi, Tracy in Vegas. Okay, so probably not for Wendy's indictment. I do believe this is going to be over today, though. I do not see this going any further than today. Okay, so back to Jackie Fulmer. All right. So, yes, one, Stephen Webster, which was Dan's attorney at the time that Dan was killed, he went on STS and he just started going off. He's like, she was a close friend of mine. We all trusted her. We all believed her. And she had us all believing that she had cancer. And this is even mentioned in, because I pulled all of the Supreme Court filings the other day. So this is all mentioned in the Supreme Court, that she has taken, like, for the past 6 months, she's had, what, baby? You need water? Okay, is your cup right there? Oh, your cup's right in the bathroom, baby. Your little water cup. So, all right. I don't have a picture of the sheriff cutout, but I do have a picture of the sheriff. Please hold. So she's I can't look and talk at the same time. Yeah, so they're like, she has spent the past, 6 months having, going on medical leave. Okay, so this is the sheriff, which, all TL shade. Why would you have a cardboard cutout of this guy? But I mean, we're talking about Jackie. I'm going to call her Jackie Fulford because she is a horse. Okay. Guys. Oh, kitty, I love that kitty. Does the kitty want to ride the fishy like a horsey? Okay. So she's got a cardboard cutout of this guy in her office, life size. So then it gets even more scandalous because, no, I didn't catch my Mentor Lawyers live. I was watching them the day before that. But then, so somebody, obviously, sheriff is like voted on, it's like a public thing. People vote on sheriffs. So there's another guy going up against this guy, and I don't remember anybody's name. This doesn't matter. But the guy that was going up against this guy, apparently, like, the bailiff was saying, like, I might vote for the other guy, the non-cardboard cutout in Jackie's frickin' chambers. And she says, anybody that votes for the other guy does not have a job for me. And then the frickin' sheriff, the cardboard cutout sheriff, fires the bailiff. Hi, Stargazer. Okay. So, he fires the bailiff. Then, she's got, and then, so her boyfriend's son gets arrested for, like, I don't remember if it was domestic violence or just like some sort of battery charge. But she goes to the jail, not during normal hours. She, like, sneaks in like a little slithery snake at night, takes him into like some private place, like, has all these conversations with him. She's basically getting him out of this trouble. She has like a psychologist come in. She's trying to get him, like, evaluated. Like, obviously he's sick in the head if he's punching somebody in the face, whatever. But she ends up getting him off, and then she, like, personally escorts him somewhere, which is, like, obviously, I get it that it's your boyfriend's son, whatever. Hi, Colleen. But, like, this is so unprofessional. You're a judge. You can't be doing this stuff. Okay. So, I don't know, Lady Locks. I don't know how she became a lawyer. I don't know. Oh my God, I'll go into the funeral business in a minute. So also, there was, like, this case where this woman was, she had to pay restitution. She had to pay like $15,000 in restitutions. And Jackie sets the restitution up for, it was a $15,000 restitution. She sets it up for like $1 a month, meaning that the lady's final payment is going to be in the year like $32.97 or something, like, absolutely obscene. Like, I cannot believe it. All right, so she gets all these things charged. I mean, the Supreme Court is like, they brought charges against her. Like, there are files. Okay. Because I pulled these all like a week ago. So, there are all of these charges, like actual real charges brought against this lunatic, okay? Here's just 10 of the many. I'm holding this up like you can read this or something. So, this is what it says. Okay, so basically they forced her to retire. But let me read the initial, because it went on for a little while. This wasn't just like, hey, we're going to bring charges against you. No, no, no. This was actually filed on a docket from the Supreme Court against Jackie. They had witness lists all set. They had like, here's the commission witness list. Here's the first amended witness list. Here's the answer to the charges. So she says, okay. So yeah, she had a close personal friendship with this sheriff. His name is David Harvey. And then because of this close relationship, she had this impropriety. The guy who was running against him was named Charlie Creel. She says, anybody who votes for Charlie Creel will not work for me. Then the bailiff who said he was going to gets fired by the sheriff scandal. And then I can't believe this is even like, I can't even believe this is written in real life in the court. While assigned to in Wakulla County, where freaking Donna was sent to the jail, while assigned to the Wakulla County courthouse for a period of at least several months, you kept a life-size cutout of former Sheriff Harvey in your chambers. The cutout was visible to not only anybody who went into the chambers, but visible at times to people seated in the courtroom. So can you imagine Judge Everett opens up his chambers and everybody sees that there's a life-size cardboard cutout of me, like, in there? I can't even. Okay. So, okay, so then there's another one. It says, in February 2012, you presided over the case, State versus Robert Payano. I don't know. But the defendant was charged with possession of a firearm and by a convicted felon, which you can't have a gun if you have a felony charge. Okay. So, or a felony conviction. So, that attorney filed, this guy's attorney was a former friend of Jackie's. So, the attorney filed a motion to suppress the firearms that were obtained without a warrant. She conducted a hearing on the matter. At the conclusion of the hearing, and it literally says, not like she, it says you in this, like they're writing this directly towards her. At the conclusion of the hearing, you did not make an immediate ruling on the motion to suppress and took the matter under advisement. While the ruling on the motion was still pending, you solicited that attorney to undertake representation of a client by preparing legal documents. You further requested the attorney to perform these services pro bono at no cost to the client. The attorney feared that if he did not accept the pro bono representation, that it might result in an adverse ruling on the pending motion. Your solicitation of the attorney to perform these services was an inappropriate use of your position and a violation of the canons. And then they talk about, this is the kid that had the domestic battery. It was domestic battery charge that he was charged with. And basically, she got the charges dropped against him. It says, while he was still incarcerated, this cracks me up that they're saying you visited him at the Wakulla County Jail, often during non-visiting hours and often meeting with him in private in the office of the jail's commanding officer. Also, while he was incarcerated, you sent numerous texts to the jail's commanding officer inquiring about Mr. Young and trying to make arrangements for him or for him to be evaluated by a psychologist. You met with the psychologist at the jail before he was evaluated. And then you were present when he was released from jail, and you escorted him to the pretrial service office in Wakulla County Courthouse to meet with his pretrial officer. And then she attended a meeting at the Leon County State Attorney's Office with the prosecutor, his attorney, and the kid, the defendant. And she admitted that she was advocating for him, not as a judge, but as a friend. And during the terms of the, whatever, when he was being held, or his, like, when they had charges against him, she continued to be in contact with the prosecutor while the prosecutor's office investigated several allegations of violations of the DPA. What's a DPA? I must have missed that. It doesn't matter. She's just violating after violating after violating. The foregoing conduct individually constitutes inappropriate conduct that violates canons 1, 2, 4A2, 4A3, and 7 of the Code of Judicial Conduct, taken collectively. And this is just some of the things. Like, there's other things that they didn't file former charges, but have also been alleged, like Stephen Webster, who was Dan's attorney when he was getting, during his divorce and when he was murdered. He goes on STS and he says, she lied to all of us. He said, we had an actual friend who was actually dealing with cancer. And here Jackie is just trying to get sympathy. Basically, she got these charges and then played sick to, like, distract from the charges that were being held against her. Like, yeah, okay, I might be, like, in violation of every code and ethics conduct that I have signed up for and, said that I will uphold as a judge, but I have cancer. No, you don't. You're a piece of crap. I cannot believe it. Then Tracy in Vegas, they're coming back. Then she allegedly snuck her Apple Watch into the jail so Donna could call Harvey in secret, and that's why they got the secret wire. That's that.
You can be seated.
This lady is scandal on top of scandal.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
Donna, you are so... Okay, bye. See you later.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer. And it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare, like, the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad, too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. It's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanua instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanua a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanua at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant and call F and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanua is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled, there's nothing to worry about, don't freak out. Magbanua does not want to make that phone call though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back, over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanua that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's going to buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, I'm out of the loop. How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanua wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera. She didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. Stops. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money, so what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, "Hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny." Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, "Did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny?" And she responds, "I've got to go," and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, "Oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty," and Donna says, "Just like all your girlfriends." Well, why isn't she saying, "What do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us." All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness, and they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay, it needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text, at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe. Okay. On that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her? Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit. Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principle, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence, and it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. We had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, "Will, you don't know anything anyway." That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine Magbanua admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast-track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly. Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds, Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're going to need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not going to stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits?
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
Look it's a whole
All
dress, that lady.
demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these will be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. Defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
Covered from head to toe in powdered donuts. That was amazing. That was an absolute masterclass. Oh, I like this angle of the whole gallery. Ruth, bless her soul. Harvey's not moving. That was amazing. What do you guys think? Because I've been out of the chat for a minute. I've been trying to clean up. Amy says, if I was there, I'd want to hug Georgia. I know, I was saying this on Judy's channel, AA Legal Focus, last night, that I probably wouldn't even be allowed to be in the gallery because I'm just too expressive. My face can't help itself. Like, I'm the type of person that I would never be able to be a defendant either, because I'd be like, oh my gosh, that was amazing. Well, they pay for them every day to have lunch, then, Jen. So they get paid to get lunch. So, all right. Oh, don't hate on homeschool kids. My kids are homeschooled. Okay. Christina says, I believe it was as succinct as possible while including the huge volume of details required. Agreed. I feel like, especially like the last 5 minutes of it, amazing. Just brings it, ties it up in a neat little bow and gives it to the jury as a little gift box of deliciousness. I know, Tracy, the powdered sugar had me on the floor as well. I know, Sherry. I couldn't be a juror either, because I'd be sitting there like just eating my sandwich and being like, I would not be able to handle myself. Oh my God. Now, Sherry, I agree that it's my hair. It's a lot to take in, but I also think that the jury has been taking notes. Charlie couldn't be here because he was giving the closing arguments. He's secretly Georgia. Yes, agree, yeah, Club. It's 11 years of evidence, hard to sum up in under 2 hours. 100%. Yeah, and I don't care if you have a different opinion. Like, everybody's opinions, we got to remember, we don't all live the same life. We don't all have the same set of life experiences, and that's really what guides your perception. I mean, there's that phrase, perception is reality, is a thing for a reason, because based on what you've been through, the things that, you've experienced in your life, the people that you've met, all the issues that you've gone through or not, that's going to affect the way you see things. That's why I think, YouTube is so great, because everybody is going to have, based on just their own thoughts and beliefs, everybody's going to have a little bit of a different take on things. I mean, there's been some things that you guys notice that, I miss, and vice versa. So I love it. The powdered sugar thing was great. I'm going to kill this vlog. Okay. What beats chilling like cocaine? Then Charlie was covered in powdered donuts too. Yes, home office, powdered donuts and chicken nuggets. Oh no, Tracy was enjoying Georgia while doing yard work until a wasp got her. The audacity. Yes, heavenly pause. That was amazing when Georgia says, oh, she's just a nice, normal Jewish grandma. One that's a murderer. A murderer. Yeah, I had to get caught up on some housework. And my baby is here, my 19-year-old baby. She's here. She's on leave from the Army. So she ran to the store real quick to get the kids some snacks. Yeah, tab 31, Donna and Charlie doing nose beers in the bathroom. Did you guys remember during, I think it's Jeff's redacted interview, where he talks about when they all went out to dinner and how like hyper Wendy was after it? Why so hyper, Wendy? Why so hyper? I agree. Positive vibes, so much overwhelming indirect and direct evidence convict on and go get Wendy. And she said it like she said it out loud with her real entire mouth. I could not. When she said, when she's reading the text about Wendy. Sorry, my kids are kind of being loud. She's reading the text about Wendy. Your brother protected you for years. Your brother protected you for years, Wendy. And now you're not guilty. I don't think that's the same text. But anyway, she said both of those things. And she says, protect her from what? Protect her from the hitmen? Because they certainly didn't do that. They didn't even tell her about it. And obviously, they protected her because they did this murder for her. Dead. I died and I've been resurrected, thankfully. I cannot. I know. The judge is like 7 minutes, 6 seconds. I'm sorry. Has the defense not gotten enough extra time for everything? And he even said, you can request some extra time if you need it. She's going to need it. She's going to request and she's going to get it. Granted, 1 for Georgia. Actually, 1 trillion for Georgia. I love her. I love her. He can think what he wants. It doesn't matter. Him thinking that Donna's going to get off doesn't mean she is. She's still going to be found guilty. She's guilty as sin. If you look at nothing else. Okay, so let's play devil's advocate for a second. Let's say Donna, this poor Jewish grandmother, I did nothing. It's not me. I know it's not me. That was the weirdest thing to say when she called the bump guy. And she's like, I know it's not me. I know that I'm not the murderer. It's like, Donna. Like, and I don't remember what. Maybe this was in my part 7 Wendy series video when I talk about, like, remember when Notorious B.I.G. died? Did you have to talk about, maybe somebody thinks that I killed, that I killed Big Papa because I've got a gun in my waist. Please don't shoot up the place. Why? Because I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. Baby. Because you would never say that. Like, obviously, we've more than likely all had somebody pass away that we've known or, known of, or even like a celebrity. When my grandma died, I wasn't like, get the dog out of here. Do you want to say hi to the live? This is my baby. Hi. My little mini me.
That's she's staying in my room. Look at how happy he is.
I know. Here, scrub him out of here.
Come on,
But yeah, that's my little darling. When my grandma died, was I like, oh my God, I wonder if I can be framed for this. I wonder if they think that I'm a suspect. No, because I had nothing to do with it. It's crazy. Yes, Charlie's Chicken Nuggets. If you're a juror foreman, you've already filled out the form. Exactly. No, but if you didn't do anything, you're not going to think that, oh, maybe they think I did something. That's called a guilty conscience. Okay. So Tracy says one of Wendy's earlier versions of her trip to the crime scene, she states, yes, 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 yes. I have that in, I don't know which video of the Wendy series, but yes. First of all, she's trying to avoid saying bourbon or bullet, like, as much as she can. She's like, Boulay. It's fucking ridiculous. But and then to boot, she didn't even buy bourbon. But yeah, she says at first, she says to Isom that she asked him what kind it was. She has a few different, get the pupper out of here. I don't want him jumping on me. So she asks Isom, or she tells Isom, like, oh, well, they told me, I called them and they told me, like what kind of bourbon that they wanted. And so, and then she says, like, the friend wrote it down that they wanted a specific type of bourbon. And then I think this time around, she said that did she not say that the invitation was in the shape of the bourbon bottle? But yes, in either, I don't know if it's Sigfredo and Katie's first trial or her retrial. But yes, she says there was a list of things that we could choose from. So there was a list now. There was a list. You were told directly. It was in the shape of it. I mean, come on. Yes, Posy Vibes and Direct Evidence, 100. I'll add it to the list, Heavenly Pause, a video on nice, normal Jewish grandmas. Completely guilty. Let's go home. I agree, tab 31. Oh, hi, CJ and PA. I got kicked out of court one time because of my face check. It was decades ago, and I didn't know better. I was just in the gallery. See, I do know better, but my face does not. I can't help what she does. She's her own lady. Yeah. Why is the defense not ever ready? Oh, well, we've got to do setup. And who did he say was coming? Like the legal aid? Guys. Jackie's making us a funny video. We're just going to show the Donna song video. All right. Betsy B says, preach, sister. I'm going to go get Okay. All right. Love you. Tell Jamber I says hi.
I will.
All right. Love you, baby.
Love
Okay. CJ and PA says, since then I've sat in a jury for a double homicide and I was even the foreperson. Oh, that's cool. See, I've always gotten off of jury duty because I've like, I've had like a kid under 5 years old that I'm, taking care of for like the past 2 decades. Oh, Sherry has to go pick up her mom by 1:25. The audacity of your mother. I'm just kidding. Zenjen, I never knew that that it's the first time I heard they said it would be provided. I don't know. I don't think they've provided them lunch, but they do get they give them money for lunch every day. They're paid daily for the jury. What? Why is a puppy? Yeah. Ava's trying to get him right now.
Yeah.
I know, William. That was hilarious. She's like, and actually, they said that they were extorted. Like anybody believes that. What, baby?
Guess what?
What?
Dasher was on
I know, and he's got a pink collar. Cornbread, if we were all thinking alike, no one is thinking. Yeah. Gila says, excellent. Tracy in Vegas says, Sherry, it's that, but it's also the fact that there was a list of liquors on the paper, and we are expected to believe this is another coincidence. I think the likelihood, okay, so from everything, all right, let me tell you something. Let me tell you how much time I spent personally trying to find this exact invitation. And apparently Fancy Fiction has it because I don't know, she's like a magician and she has all the things. So I need to go over to her channel and find that. But I spent like many hours trying to find this. I'm like zooming in on it because they didn't show it because they wouldn't, because it was hearsay and they didn't have anybody to introduce this evidence. Plus, I mean, potentially it maybe had like Wendy's handwriting on it. But yeah, I'm like zooming in on it, I'm flipping it around, I like literally search and, have the search to only show me things that were even like in existence in 2014. And I can't. I think I missed Graham's comment that you are replying to. Something about Gmail. I don't know. Maybe you guys can update me in the chat what that's about. Jerry. Hi, Jerry. How can I do this? I have 9 mammals too, because most of my mammals are not small mammals anymore. They are large mammals. What?
My mister just has you on the house.
Well, because she's being silly.
No. I was done.
Hmm?
It was done.
Yeah, she's going to go to lunch with Jamber, but she'll be back, okay? She'll come back.
Deal with her.
All right. Well, we're gonna go do something special all together tomorrow.
What is it? No, we're not.
Okay. Then we're not. We'll go to the park though tomorrow, okay?
No.
So this is
going to do it.
okay, we will. So this is our little small mammal, the smammaliest of the smammals. She will be 3 the day before Halloween. Now Milky's right now. Hey, listen. Can you do me a favor? Can you go downstairs? Shh, will you go get Mommy a cookie? Can you go get me a cookie from the... Did you see the new cookies that Ava got? The coconut ones? Will you get me one? I'm really hungry for a cookie. It's in the black pantry, okay?
Black pantry.
Yeah, where we keep the cookies.
No.
You can ask Hunter if you need help, okay?
No, the caramel.
Yes, the caramel ones. Yes. Can you give me one?
No, I can't.
You're scared? Hunter, can you come help Juicy? She's scared. Can you help Juicy? So anyway, my husband and I had 3 kids each when we first got together. And all of our kids were like nearly identical in age. Yeah, Hunter's gonna come get you. Hey, Hunter, Mav, can you come get Juicy? She's scared. Boys. Hold on. Okay, so we each had 3 kids. Oh, let me put the cord on. It's on a break. Thank you, Juicy. You're nice. We each had 3 kids when we first got together. So we had 6 kids between the ages of 1 and 4 when we first got together. And then we ended up having 3 more kids. And I always joked with my husband. I said, that right there is like probably the peak, like Common Core math question. Like, Jackie and her husband each have 6 kids. How many kids do they have together? The answer is 9. Okay. Yes, in Tracy in Vegas, and that Wendy selected that one brand of liquor by chance and didn't even. So everything that I have seen about a Stock the Bar party, and I mean, granted, there can be variations, obviously, like whatever. But usually it's just like bring something that's bar or bar related. I could see if they were like, assigning a couple people what?
Get out of teddy.
They ate them all. Do you want to have this one then?
No, I bought it.
You brought this for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're so nice. You want a bite of it? You want to just lick me? Yeah, and I could see if they were like, I need, like, we're assigning, hold on, we're assigning 2 people to get, hold on, I'll give you Milkies. I can see if they're like, we'll assign 2 people to get, like bourbon and 2 people to get tequila. And I mean, I could even see, them doing the brand, but she admits herself that it was a list. I'll find that. Hold on. Let me write it down because I've got a couple of things that I want to. So bourbon, and I don't remember what else I told myself that I was going to play. Yeah, so the defense has 2 hours. So if they come back, when did they say they're going to come back? At 1:30? So if they come back at 1:30, let's just assume, yes, that they'll start at 4, and then I'm not 100%. We could probably go, look at somebody's live that like actually knows what they're talking about, but I don't feel like they would send them home. They would probably stay here. And I heard that Judge Everett had the jury stay until like midnight. I mean, excuse me, they haven't been sequestered. So meaning they've been able to go home every day. Like sometimes the jury is sequestered and they can't even go home after the trial. So, I don't think that it would be out of line if, he asked them to stay, a little bit later tonight. Tab 31 says she can see Wendy snorting. I agree. Okay, so once deliberations start, CJ says that you don't get to leave for lunch. You choose what you want from where they're ordering it. Nice to know. Yes, yeah, we know that Charlie was doing coke. Well, Jeff says that she was all like hyped up on the day that they went down there, the day that they were in the hot tub, basically like right after dinner, whatever. Maybe she, got slipped a little, another type of bump. Yes, Betsy Beebe says there are no coincidences in murder. I agree. Okay, so Frog says, I actually retired when I was 53. I made megabucks in retail and owned my own home and several acres in rural East Texas, and all with no college. And my family is set for life, all with no college. Yeah, I mean, my husband didn't, finish college. He was going for pre-med and ended up just not wanting to be a doctor. And, he's had successful businesses. So it's not what Wendy went, magnum cum laude, focus on the cum, and she's an idiot. So, and she went to a great school, Brandeis. So many hints, yeah, club, that Wendy is guilty. I think it's more than hints. Georgia straight up just said it. Yeah, I don't believe there's not coincidences. Everything is, for a reason. Betsy agrees college isn't necessary. Her dad is a self-made man. USMC was his training. So, all right. Not guilty from what? Protected from what exactly? 100% Posy vibes. Could I please sing the song Mexico by James Taylor and dedicate it to Wendy? I'll have to remind myself how that goes. Donna is guilty as fuck. The state isn't going to decide to arrest me. Yeah, Donna is not guilty of being not guilty. A poor person committing the crime to gain money makes more sense to me than rich people like this. This is beyond bizarre and sad. And okay, so this is what I think. Thank you. She is gorgeous. I love her. So I think that, and Watercolor by McCraw was talking about this in a live a few times ago and said that, that, that she thinks basically like Jeff was selected just to be a patsy. And that is some stuff that you burn. It's like sage. You want to hold a leaf of it? But yeah, Jeff is, from everything we know about Wendy, not her type. You can get one. Go ahead. Not her type. He not super wealthy, which we know that's very important to Wendy.
And a leaf.
I think it was.
This is a leaf.
Yeah, it's a leaf. Smell it. It smells good. Yeah, and I think Katie was kind of picked for the same reason. You can have that cookie. Like Charlie goes on and on and on about how, he would never date a single mom. He wouldn't even date a 37-year-old, Victoria's Secret model. And here he's dating a single mom. And Katie McManaman. Why? Because she had what he needed. These people are all about, every single relationship that they have is completely transactionary. Like, it's just, what can I get from this person? Wendy was with Jeff because, well, he was going to be the fall guy. Charlie was with Katie because, it's just all like, how does this look for me? And even Wendy marrying Dan, she's like, and she says it on her writing writing podcast, whatever, I married in my mid-20s and I thought that I could cheat the system marrying a man that I lacked passionate love for, because doesn't that go away anyway in marriage? Which is really funny that she says that, because then she says in her police interview, which was so bizarre, the victim advocate's like, what are your parents' names? And she says, who cares? And then she's like, they've been married for 50 years. They're very much in love and super happy. And I just think that's such a weird thing, because if they actually were, I don't feel like you would need to advertise that. And it does not seem like they were. Oh, and somebody, and I don't, remind me who you are, because I don't remember. But somebody had a really good point the other day saying that, probably one of the reasons why probably one of the reasons why Donna, gained so much power in the family was likely after Harvey had that, whatever scheme that he lost all that money from, that she would basically, likely like throw that in his face anytime, he tried to bring up anything, which I thought was very plausible and probably a great point. Yes, William, Wendy does not look innocent by Donna's text at all. And I am certain, beyond certain, that that Georgia has much. You gotta sit down because you don't got pants on.
Yeah.
No, you don't got pants on. Sit down. We'll put pants on, then you can stand on my lap. Nobody wants to see your peeper and your booty. But yeah, I am sure she has more. There's no. Do not try to stand up again. Go grab yourself some pants out of your bottom drawer, okay? Look, all your pants are in your bottom drawer, okay? Okay, well, you can sit here without pants, but you just can't stand up and show everybody your peeps. Georgia has asked Wendy in every single trial, did you have WhatsApp at the time of the murder? And did you communicate through Katie? She asked her if she has WhatsApp. And Wendy says no. So if it was just like a genuine question that she was pondering about, which Georgia's not wasting any of the court's time asking her about stuff that, she doesn't have the information for. It's like if you're a parent and you're asking your kid something, you're asking them to see if they're going to tell you the truth, not because you genuinely need to know. But yeah, so she says, she's like, I don't think so. And she's like, well, did you communicate with Katie McManaman on WhatsApp? And she's like, I don't believe that I would. No, you can't show your booty. You can't show your booty. Here, go get yourself. Oh, you got a little tutu skirt. You can put that on. Your blue, your blue little tutu skirt. It's in the bottom of your drawer. Go grab that, and we'll put that on you. And you look lovely. And your booty will, huh?
Where is it?
Right there. In your dresser.
Where?
In the bottom drawer.
Where?
In the bottom drawer. Open it up and pull it out, and then you'll have it, okay?
I didn't see it.
Well, you got to open your drawer first, and then you will. It's right on the left-hand side.
No, hurry, find it.
Okay, hold on. Let me get some pants on this little gerbil. Hold on. I'll let you look at the seal. Actually, I'll play a short while I'm getting pants on this pantless gerbil. Or what was I gonna play? Okay, no. Let's watch this. Let's watch the smooth. I'll help you. It's right there. You're holding it in your hand, silly goose. The smooth jazz of Donna's fever dream perp walk. Oh, here, come here. I'll help you. And then, even better after that. Come here. Here. And then when they're going down the elevator, I think it's like one of the cops. No, not on your noggin. You don't need. Okay, that's fine, but you can't be standing here. You're silly. I'm pretty sure it's like one of the cops' phone. It starts ringing as they're going down the elevator. Oh, you look like a little clown. Look at Mittens wants a pet. So then you've got the, the smooth jazz, and then his phone is going, and the smooth jazz, and the thing is like, the body camera footage is like all crooked, and it's just the funniest thing. Okay, let's watch. I see you, you silly goblin.
Now, I cannot tell you what I advised her, what I knew, or what I didn't know. But what I can tell you for certain is that I acted within my ethical obligations. And what I can tell you for certain is that no crimes were committed by her going to the airport. And that's why she wasn't charged with any sort of crime.
Why can't Dan Rashbaum say his T sounds? He says Latin Kings. He says certain. I'll stop.
Is related to that. That's what I can tell you at this point in time.
If you mention it to Wendy, Wendy going to tell somebody?
Well, you tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk and has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring her up and show her where everything is. It's a plane crash. No one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she could see it. I don't think that's asking too much.
Transporting a white female. 6 seat on 1 port. How you doing, boss? Hold on for me.
While you're going through all this, they have 15 days to pick you up. The reset date's November 29th, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to you. That's it.
Yes, I see the butterfly. The eye roll to your booking, Judge, is just, I mean, it's peak Donna Adelson, just entitled to the core. You know, the audacity of the lady to say, "What did she tell her? Like to have a good day or something?" Or and this lady is like looking at her like, "You're an old lady. Like, why are you here on a murder charge? What is going on? What is going on?" Yes, posy vibes. She's talking to Aladdin King and then says, "I'm going to call you back." That was so funny. It's not me. I know it's not me. This is causing me so much stress and grief. Okay, let's talk about this. And Georgia should have said this. Not Georgia spectacular perfection. I have no notes. But somebody walks up to you on the street and says, "Hey, are you Jackie St. Germain?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they say, "You know, I know about your little problem that my friend Tuto took care of for you. And I know you're helping out Katie and Garcia. So we want you to help Tuto like you're helping Tato and Katie or, you know, I think Luis is Tato, excuse. I know them better than Jackie Fulford at the very least. But, you know, and I would not even stand there to listen to somebody just start talking nonsense if I had no idea what the yell down to your brothers. Maybe they know what it is. Would you even stand there and listen to this guy? Especially like you're on. Oh, careful. You're on your way to go pick up your grandkids. What? Okay, I'll come in a minute. Hold on, I gotta come and check out what it is. Let me put on. Okay, shh. I'll be quiet. All right, let me just put on one part about the bourbon and then we'll go together, okay? Hold on one second. Don't push on me. Hold on. No. Don't pull on this. Hold on, baby. Let me find it. Let me find where this is. Let me play a short for you while I'm trying to find this. This is the one that I made. I posted this last night.
Were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food, and so I use that account to buy food. But
okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Aramark, yes.
Okay, and what kind of items are you buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and
substitute meals, if you will?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this chicken what I have, or is this fish? I know it's tuna, but it says chicken by the sea. Is that stupid? What? Why is it called chicken by the sea or in the sea?
Chicken of the Sea is the brand.
Oh.
You know, because a lot of people eat tuna, it's like a lot of people eat chicken, so it's like the chicken of the sea.
Okay, I understand now. I read it wrong.
Is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
Yeah, I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody on the outside to place the order.
Okay. And these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
$40 and then $10 for packaging or shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages. And
what type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay. I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
Help me. Okay, and are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right, and you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes, is that right?
20 minutes.
Okay, and on the weekends, you don't get to come out?
Not at all.
Okay, during your hour 3 days a week and your 20 minutes 2 days a week, is that when you're given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the end of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other
There
situations?
have been other times, like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, "What did you want?" And she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you, just go back to your room." I said, "Okay." So I turned around and went back.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the part about the bourbon, and I haven't updated to show the most recent story about the bourbon, but that's one of the things that I'm working on. Okay.
So told you a type of car.
Okay, here we go.
You just expect everything to be like that.
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
Oh my god. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
it was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And I
blocked.
just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something, because sometimes
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
when I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my god, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon.
Okay.
So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys, and I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1. And then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party?
Yeah.
Okay, you went down which road you said?
I went down Trescott.
Okay.
I saw a police car there, and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so it's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah.
And that was sometime after 12?
Probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and my eyes, like,
your eyes?
He just said, your eyes are really blue, and
you have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Wendy, you're a murderer. No one cares how blue your contacts are.
Didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other receipts.
No, it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot. I lost the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt, so I can give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car, so it should be in there.
Okay.
And I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement, so I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it. I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like, I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now, so let me tell Linda. God, the person throwing it works at Beavis Funeral Home.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met. What did we say I should tell people?
Just say
can't make it tonight.
Yeah, just like, I'm very sorry, I can't make it tonight. I'll be in contact soon. And so they're doing a Stock the Bar party.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Is that a thing?
I think it's newer for newer people getting married and don't have as much money to spend on weddings, so you do a Stock the Bar party, so at least you get all your liquor and... Or maybe just stock a bar at your house. I don't know. But that was my interpretation when I've heard of the Stock the Bar
I'll
parties.
be drinking that bourbon for dinner.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. I asked her Okay, so that was tonight's plan.
So she starts by saying, should I? Then switches to past tense, saying, asked her, and then never finishes her sentence. But based on what they were discussing a second beforehand, we can assume that she was going to say that she's going to ask her what kind of bourbon. Which she tries to blame this purchase on the prettiest mortician she's ever seen. But we will discuss this more in a little bit.
On the way to the liquor store.
Joe Davis was the one at 1227.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store, I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes, connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch, I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get Bulleit bourbon, and so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me, and I found it. And it was on
Okay,
sale.
so you just went, he pointed out where the bourbon was?
Yeah.
And you go there and you just grab the brand that's familiar by the name?
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk, was this good, was
No.
it bad?
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, can I see your ID? And I was like, oh, why are you laughing? I could be 18.
Okay.
I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as dirt. Here you go. And so I handed it to him and he's like, you're not old.
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter and he was like, your eyes are so blue. And I was like, thank you. And then I left. That's it.
The way she avoids saying bullet is comically insane.
The store to get Bulleit bourbon.
Going back to Exhibit 20. Can I put Exhibit 20 on the screen? Show me what button. This is a picture that you took?
Yes.
And it's a picture of Bullet whiskey. Is that right?
Bullet rye whiskey, yes.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I was requested to take a photo of it.
Who requested you to take it?
Investigators that were there with me. And I would have also photographed everything in the vehicle.
Because that's literally her job.
This came out of Wendy Adelson's car?
Yes.
Are you aware that Wendy Adelson was invited to a party where she was asked to bring Bullet whiskey?
No, I was not.
You didn't try to do investigation into that?
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
And that, Daddy Rashy Dum Dum, is not her job. The way she glances and smiles at the jury like, I bet you all were paying attention when I introduced myself.
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
Here's Dan just rifling through some pictures as Joanne comes into the courtroom. George is returning the pile of crap that he left on their table from the prior witness.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Ma'am, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Joanne Maltese, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
How are you employed, ma'am?
Retired Tallahassee Police Forensics Specialist. I now have some businesses in Thomasville, Georgia.
How long were you with TPD?
It's TPD for 26 years.
And were you with them back in 2014?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties back in 2014?
2014, I was a forensic specialist, and my primary duties were the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
And what training and education did you receive to do that type of duty?
At the time, I had over 1,500 hours of specific crime scene training to include photography, collection, DNA fingerprints, as well as I taught at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy in crime scene, as well as teaching at the police department.
Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I did.
And is that the scene that's shown in the photograph, states 10, that's up on the screen right now?
Yes, it is, inside the garage.
If you don't understand this reference, we can't be friends. While we're waiting for Dan to get his shit together, I did a little experiment the other day to see how much dead time he actually has in court when speaking to witnesses. And on average, out of a 3-minute time period, he is silent for 2.
I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a body.
She had to pick up what?
But you had to pick up a body. But you had to pick up a body. But you had to pick up a body.
Jesus, Dan. That's one hell of a Freudian slip to say to Wendy in the murder trial of her ex-husband while she's up there desperate to prove her innocence. You're one silly little critter.
I had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having us stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception?
State of mind.
You can provide me with the exhibit. The objection is sustained. You may testify as to remember.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. She was spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so.
Close to your old house?
Close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Leave it to Dan to point out how absurd it was of Wendy to go to this liquor store specifically, and also how far away it was from her house. And then bring direct attention to the fact that there were many liquor stores way closer to where she was living at the time.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is that fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Okay. And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the bullet bourbon, right?
Yeah.
Dan later gets all upset and tells the jury that the piece of evidence about the bullet bourbon was only brought in to stir up the court.
You know, like the landline, I want you to think about the bullet bourbon. Agent Maltese was told to take a picture of that bullet bourbon. Done to incite. Thank God Wendy Adelson kept the invitation to the party. Not the simplest explanation, but the truth.
Dan, Joanne Maltese is a forensic examiner. Her literal job is to document any and all evidence. And seeing that Wendy is a suspect and her van was being searched, anything inside the van would have been documented for future examination. But yeah, no, it's a huge conspiracy by the state. And you say, thank God she had the invitation. What she had was a picture of the invitation with a handwritten note on it to specifically buy bullet bourbon, which is why it wasn't allowed into evidence. There's no way to even prove who wrote bullet bourbon on the invitation. But I'd put my money on Wendy. She even says it in the police station.
When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went and.
So this isn't completely clear, but let's try to make this make sense. Wendy says that because of her lack of bourbon knowledge, she asked her friend, and her friend wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. Now, from the way Dan Rashbaum makes it seem, this was written on the invitation itself, meaning this entire argument that the invitation came like that, asking for bullet bourbon, is completely false and misleading. And also, this means that Wendy had to not only be speaking with said friend in person, but also had to have the physical copy of the invitation with her. And when exactly was she inquiring this of her friend? Because from the way she makes it sound to Detective Isom, this was just prior to her going to pick it up. And let me tell you the amount of effort that I put into trying to see this invitation. I'm screenshotting it. I'm zooming in. I'm flipping the image over. I'm trying to clean up the image. I'm going frame by frame when the judge is handing it back to Dan to try to get a clear picture. And then I Google search stock the bar invitations for the year 2014 only, trying to find a match with no luck. But out of the hundreds of invitations that I've gone through, the one thing that I have not seen is a specific brand name of alcohol being requested. Now, I do think it's plausible that different types of alcohol may be suggested. I think it's reasonable to assume that Wendy was asked maybe to get bourbon specifically, which she herself admits to. But never in a million years will I think that Bullet brand bourbon was the implicit instruction.
When you left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence?
Okay. So that's the whole bourbon, which she says over and over and over and over. Like, they asked me to get bourbon. They asked me to get bourbon. And you didn't even. The picture. Aw, thank you, Cornbread, for gifting memberships. They didn't even. She didn't even get bourbon. She got friggin' whiskey. Hi, Erica Pomerantz. Pomegranate Pomerantz. I can't. She is so too much. Too much. And yes, Yakla, very classist. Very classist. and they're like, oh, they'll never suspect us. I mean, Charlie even says it in the Dolce Vita tapes. He says, what do you think's going to happen if the cops roll up and it's me, the oral surgeon, standing next to a dead gang member? They're not going to come down too hard on me. Why? Because you are worth more than this person? Because you just, you are a bigger criminal than Luis. Luis was born into the Latin King gangs. His, uncle or whatever was he's been the head of it since he was 15 years old. You, Charlie Adelson, literally were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, and you chose to be a piece of shit. I don't like it. Seems like we're ready to come back. Hi, summa cum loudmouth. I've missed some of the chat. Yes, that's so
The ones that are in evidence, yes.
It's not just the ones that are in evidence, Your Honors. It's also the other ones that we had requested to be put in evidence and submitted as court exhibits.
Well, if these are items that are not in evidence, I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
Someone looks like he got no sleep last night.
Or anything that is not admitted at this time, it cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the two calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense. And just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
They say right in the beginning, what the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are allowed to use demonstrative.
You can bring in the jurors.
I agree, Yak Club. And I was watching SPS, I think last night, and hey, Fairy Pesto. Georgia had a beautiful closing argument. It's worth going back and watching.
Your Honor, since we don't have a beautiful presentation as a state, while Ms. Fulford is giving the closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on display.
That's fine.
Fulford is doing the closing argument. What is she going to show us? How high she can count with her hoof?
I can count.
I know you can. Yeah, I boosted. I'm surprised that Fulford is doing the closing. Yes. That's how they should start. Hi, Denise. So, y'all, I told you weren't going to see any evidence. Unfortunately, I was wrong. But if you're like me, you weren't paying attention and you didn't see any evidence. Hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. What's a horsey say, Juicy? I Steve Sullivan. Steve Sullivan. Weird. He should have been there before so he could watch everybody else's testimony before he testified. What's a chicken say? You tell me. Cock-a-doodle-doo. That is what a rooster says. What's a chicken say? The chicken says squawk, squawk. What's a what? What's a carrot say? I don't know.
Tell me.
A carrot says, I'm a carrot.
All right, jury, enter the courtroom.
Well, apparently Ruth has been giving some interviews, and she says they've been able to see the kids.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing. Defense, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully none, because it's super
Been a long day. You've heard a lot, but I hope you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay? So, it's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us, and you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markell, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markell. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case and things that had been filed in it. That was not to attack Danny Markell. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markell had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they've put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client, and what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years, and they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case.
Wendy literally said that the day that he was murdered. Even the day that she knew he was going to be killed, she still couldn't say, yeah, you can take the boys swimming. She fights with him the day they kill him. Fulford, sit down.
For Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you asked for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markell's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and
This is not a good tone to talk to the jury with at all.
text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented. Not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares?
The whole time. Your whole
Some
case.
of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did.
So aggressive,
Now,
American Psycho. Who hurt you?
I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about.
I just read something on Court TV that Jackie Fulford opened YouTube this morning, and the first thing she saw was my ventriloquist picture of her. And she thought that I was really praising her, but then she realized that it was satire, and now she's mad like this. We hurt her feelings.
How this event transpired, this brutal killing of Danny Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was, he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Danny Markel in a car with his children from his home.
That they had the license plate number from, look at this mouth right here, by the way. They had the license plate number from my client and her 2014 planner that she got from her daughter with the express purpose of giving that to the hitman so they could kill Danny Markel. A wonderful man. God, guys, are you paying attention, jury? I'm gonna kick all your asses.
Watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center. Followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife Wendy about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education.
I love all the new angles that we're getting. This is a lovely one. And you know what this shows us? This shows us that in jail, Donna is more aware of the back of her hair than Wendy is, and Wendy's on the outside.
Of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten, and Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him no. You know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get.
She is literally punching the podium, guys. Look at this face. Look at this face. I get you want to look passionate, and I get all riled up. But do I ever punch my desk? Am I yelling at you guys? I'm passionate, but there's a difference between being passionate and being like, George is a fucking liar. You heard her. Lies. She says all lies. Did she tell you that I took an Ambien at 4 a.m? I snorted it and I put one up my butt. How about that? I've slept through 90% of this trial, and I know this is all lies still.
And rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Danny Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die.
Not only was the divorce Danny's idea, Charlie's chicken nuggets, but the murder was Danny's idea. He came up with the whole idea to kill himself. He's the one who hired Luis and Sigfredo. He's the one. Golly gee, don't you guys see the evidence in this case? Case closed. Donna's innocent.
Those are the people that killed Danny Markel. Those two people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said,
the level of aggression is unreal. Nothing says we are losing so badly than getting up there and punching the podium in its face. I'm surprised she hasn't hauled up and elbowed the freaking stenographer who literally she's tried to have beef with this whole time. In the opening statement, she's like, this court reporter's gonna scream at me if I talk too fast. And now she's talking a mile a minute. And then she said, what? And then she said that the court reporter's gonna shoot her if they talk over each other.
and this is his signature on this document dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where are my numbers? That Catherine Magbanawa, that's right, Catherine Magbanawa is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Danny Markel. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied first time, second time, third time, fourth time, maybe the fifth time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Danny Markel. Number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Danny Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit? Who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document, and he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth, according to the state.
Guys, you can't even see her little hand. You can't even see her hand outside of her sleeve. Do they not have a stapler in the courtroom or in the courthouse? pull the hems up for the love of God? You can't even see it.
That's who you're supposed to believe, and he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, 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 that's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Danny Markel killed, because relocation was lost. Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year, and they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation.
You stole fizzy lifting drink. You broke the rules. Good day, sir.
The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, I said, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing, and she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markell. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between, where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markell. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. And they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Danny Markell. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Danny is doing, she said some really bad names.
Did they really just print off an entire list of the things so the jury can actually read this? I can't even with this. And I am sorry that I am interrupting, but let's think about this for a second. How many hours of our time, of my time, of your time has the defense wasted? So if I'm going to interject here and there and give everybody hilarious commentary, which is why the majority of you guys are here in the first place, I shall. But this is ridiculous. Like, what the? Major fucker, gibbers, religious zealot. Is she going to read them all off? I bet you she will. I bet you she will.
Names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. Stop. He was killed in 2014. They introduced...
Not only am I hilarious, but I'm also a psychic. You're welcome. You come here first for the very best.
This email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A, and inside that email, they claim, shows the hatred for Danny Markell. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markell's parents. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, gibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Danny Markell murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed, she was planning to have him killed, she was going to find somebody to kill him, she was going to pay somebody to kill him, she was going to kill him, that she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad, because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed, and that's it.
Is that the end? Is that the end? And we're literally...
Besides
we're a
the
minute behind.
relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that.
I have no idea who any of their witnesses are. I don't know if it was a man or a woman or a cow or a chicken.
Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge? One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it, because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, and point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What? We're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them.
You're helping get her sent to prison also. You're helping a lot with that, Jackie. Come on, give yourself some credit. You're doing things.
That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson. Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator-size safe that he has at his house, with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his safe and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it. But now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one.
We can only charge one person for this murder that over 7 people were involved in. Pick one, and the one's already in prison. Actually, we got 4 of them in prison. How many more people need to go down for the murder of the wonderful man, Danny Markell? What do you want to do? Send everybody who was involved in this to prison? Ridiculous.
One. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 stapled just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kid someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Miss Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Luis Rivera testify?
We all know money can't get wet. What is she even talking about? Katie's a murderer, clearly, and a lying one.
About his money that he got. He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've...
Case closed. His was dry, hers was wet. Case closed. Donna's innocent.
Already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanawa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the Evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the Evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an Evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream at everybody. Oh my God. Then Wendy did it. And there's more evidence she's about to say. Oh my God, please do tell Fulford.
Real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Danny Markell, that Catherine Magbanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed. Catherine Magbanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness.
Great point, Jackie Fulford. Got him there, didn't you? You got him. Case closed. Just sit down.
There was
You
some
won this.
argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023 around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation, notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead? What? Where is the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not could it be. And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're going to have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What? There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody, but that's what Charlie decided to give. But you got to read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you gotta ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to him on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to him. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her. You're smarter than that. So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in, they proved that those 2 men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McDonowall was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. And Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me.
I'm a caveman.
These are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids. kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city, we can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60
Seriously.
JJ.
Explain that one. Why she's being paid in paychecks when she's never worked there. Is that not evidence that we want to talk about? You are not in prison. You are not here for a murder. You are on lovely Vietnam. Hear the waves.
The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA, which is Marriage Settlement Agreement, on Parenting Issues, and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3 and 4 year old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping. Refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3 and 4 year old. And
Yeah, sorry that Rob didn't want to hang out with the murderers. Like, what does that even mean? That he wanted to distance himself from the people who are terrible? Yeah, I turned down
do this, but I'll try.
I turned down the audio a little bit.
Number 6. This is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it and your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal. And safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports 2 things? 1, that my client did not know it had been filed, and 2, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is, from Wendy's testimony, that he continued himself because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was, for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July.
Okay, so, and it's, it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of.
I want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion. Is he got killed around 11 o'clock? But State's Exhibit 64 FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna, they say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available if you've got a homicide planned? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you, like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You got to read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. That's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news, but my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot. Excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear.
Yeah,
Donna says, what?
Want to hear?
I need to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. No. Danny has been shot. to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Alan pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Alan right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, and obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police station, and I'm gonna leave soon and be with the boys before they go to bed. They're with Alan and Lynn, and they're totally fine. Yeah, the boys are fine, but they don't know anything yet. In his house, I know. So I just need you to calm down before you get in the car, okay? Okay, so, and it's evening, so if you want to come here tomorrow, I have a lot of people that'll, be here with me, and, we'll have a lot of support. So I want you to take your time and just be safe in getting here, but I'd like you to come when you can, okay? Okay, alright. I love you. I think Jane might, I have the car here, but Jane might take me. I'm not going to be alone, so I have a lot of support, and I'll be fine. Yeah, if you could just come here, that would be great. He's in the ICU in the hospital. Okay, but be careful, okay? Okay. Okay. Okay, love you too. Bye. Mom.
I haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing. But like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call, let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that this 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off. But they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route, he did a segment, because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news, and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed, because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas or to use the restroom or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc., and they have a whole map that they're showing you of where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them. They got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, if Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the garage door code to get in, but she's outside the house? They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records. She had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection? I didn't do it for Miss Adelson. My co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman. But he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is? When he thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson, the path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson, calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself. He wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Byrd. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts, and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there was an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, right. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markell was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markell, and now they're demanding money, and so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited, if I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her, right around $1,000 a month to Katie McBanawa, it'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator, and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever, that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawah. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
Black shorts. What is it? Okay, bud.
Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen, no, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Lugo for quite some time after your problem up north that was resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. And we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says, from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder. Because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's going to call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made-up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on. And you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone. But he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, so she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Could I have just 1 second, please?
what a disaster this is so far. I texted Judy because Judy's in the courtroom, and I'm like, what are they even thinking about this? And she's like, they look bored. The jury looks bored and pissed.
Who the fuck's Judy?
She's from AA Legal Focus. She's another YouTuber.
Members of the jury will take a brief break at this time. If you need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument.
Didn't she
She's a
die?
lawyer.
I commented.
I did. I posted on the. I put it up on the.
Everyone can be seated. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
Heavenly Paw, watercolor by McCraw.
Yeah. Oh my God. She seems like she is high. Go back and watch part of this because it's insane.
I watched the part of me bringing the dog in.
Yeah, it's about. They're not even. I think they really thought that Donna was going to get up there, and now she hasn't, and now they have to scramble to see, what they're going to say. Yeah, I really hope Georgia gets up there and she's like, someone seems upset. Oh my gosh.
What the fuck is this?
That's Charlie as a smooth criminal. Oh my God.
Like the Adelsons, Jackie is running a family affair. And she said, just kidding, Jackie. Ah! Oh my God, my freaking service went out while I was driving.
Yeah, I know. There's terrible service.
Okay, yeah, but my map's turned off.
Oh, that's sad.
And I don't know my way around here. I literally had to fucking zoom in on my maps and be like,
Find
that,
it.
That looks
you had to,
like it's
read a
gonna
map,
bring
like a
me
map.
home. Yeah, it's really troublesome.
They're saying hello to you. Yeah, she's out of hay and she's getting all ornery.
What the fuck does that even mean?
So the defense lawyer looks like a horse. So we talk about. See, here's our picture of her. This is her with a feed bag.
Oh my God! Speaking of horses, did you see that documentary on Netflix about the mom that was cyberbullying her daughter, telling her to kill herself for over a year?
No.
Oh my God! She made her and her boyfriend break up and was like, "Your boyfriend, that's in my he wants my cream. He wants me to sit on his face." She was just being gross.
That's gross.
And it was the mom the whole time.
That's
and
terrible.
the daughter's like, "I love my mom more than everything." I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with you? She cyberbullied you for 3 years.
That's sad. Yeah, so she must have a thorn in her hoof. And
is this Ava? It's Ava Christina.
Yes, this is Ava. Yeah.
She feels bad. What do you mean you feel bad? I feel so bad for her. You feel bad?
She said her daughter's 17 and she's got all of her attitude, so she feels bad for her daughter, not for you.
I was gonna say, why you feel bad for me? No GPS or phone. If you want a map, you have to buy it.
Yes, I know. That's or we just looked at the road signs.
There was no fucking road signs. It was literally just
in the
straight.
Middle of nowhere.
And I'm over here going 80 down these freaking back roads.
Why are you going 80?
That's just how my car wanted to drive today. It told me.
Oh my God. Yes, she is. No, somebody needs to brush Jackie's mane. Maybe we need to give her the My Little Ponies, how they have the little tattoo on their butt. Maybe Jackie does. Maybe she has a tattoo of that sheriff. A big life-size cutout of his face. Okay, this woman has a Hummer. So she's literally 2 feet tall. She's wearing suits that are
Isn't a Hummer like a blowjob?
That's also a Hummer, but that's also a car.
Like, what do you mean this lady got
She
a
has
Homer?
a channel. She
I
has
do have a channel, guys, but
Go
it's
ahead.
like, no, it's boring. Don't watch it. It's like vlogs. Y'all aren't gonna like that shit. I don't do like. I actually have to edit a vlog. I have to edit like 3 of them. I'm just too lazy. It takes too much effort.
She has a burner saddle, and then somebody put Wendy's old dress on her to be underneath her her saddle as well. Great brows, she says.
I did them myself.
They look good. No, she has this suit on, and it's literally she's hitting the entire time she's up there. She's just punching the podium, and then I stopped the we could catch up now, guys. We're a few minutes behind. Everybody's making it seem like I got us an hour behind on the trial. We were literally 2 minutes behind. But she's like hitting the podium, and her sleeve for her jacket is so long you can't even see her hand. She's just like it would be like if like Juicy Baby like wore a blazer of mine. Her name is Ava.
We can give you subs. Guys, I've got 70 subscribers. I'm real big in the community.
Go promote your channel.
My channel sucks. It's like if you gave a high school girl a GoPro. Except she graduated high school and it's not anything about being in high school anymore. 19. I feel like Christina's low-key like a dude.
She's not low-key like a dude.
How old are you, Ava? What? Guys, my YouTube's literally Ava Neno. Go follow. N-E-N-N-O if you're wondering. It's not a promo, dear. Oh!
Sorry. I'm typing it.
Guys, there's gonna be new content here to come.
New content.
Yeah, in like a month.
See it first here. Who's complaining?
I have 74 subscribers. In the last video I posted, somebody called me a mean name.
People are mean. It's easy to be mean when you're not face to face with somebody.
It's not a promo, dear. What does that even mean?
She wanted you to really hype your channel.
Oh. Yeah, let's go.
Too loud clapping.
Loud clap.
Yeah, let's hope your boyfriend doesn't see this.
I don't have a boyfriend.
What is Logan then? Yeah, so she's
That's a
literally
great
like in this
question.
giant suit. She looks like, when you're like a kid and you dress up in your parents' clothes. That's what she's giving. And she's punching the podium the whole time. She yelled at the jurors let me see if Judy wrote anything back. She yelled, like screamed at the jurors. You know why? Because they're losing. And it's a freaking...
Excuse me.
It's an absolute massacre. I have 9. Now you have 76 subs.
How many kids does Jackie have? At least one.
There's literally everybody's doing a live. And guess what? Now we're caught up.
Pick another one.
So what was that? Now we have to watch less of the seal.
Wait, why is he beefing? Why is there beef in your comments?
People were mad that I was pausing
To talk
Jackie's
about
wonderful closing. I mean, it was everything. Hi. No, they didn't rest. They're on a break right now. Yeah.
Narcan.
She doesn't need a Narcan. She just needs to take like maybe a half of Ambien. We'll get her back to where she's supposed to be. Oh, you scratched your little face.
Oh, that's at least 2 now.
Yes, they have a great little art program in the Leon County Jail too. Stop, Juicy.
Juicy, Mommy's live.
All right.
They have nice arts and craft classes in prison.
Yeah, I don't know. Are those just the binders from the trial attorney that they tried to bring out yesterday and introduce these 10,000 pages of a more contentious divorce than Georgia's? I hear
All
rustling.
right, let me get the timer back in the correct position.
she's got to have about, I don't know, maybe like a half an hour.
No, we don't.
Yeah, this woman used to be a judge. This one right here. She used to be a judge. She literally was told.
Oh wait, this
yeah,
one.
Yeah. She was told to step down. She had all these charges brought against her. She had a cardboard cutout of the sheriff in her chambers that you could see when you opened the door.
That's so real.
And then she faked cancer to try to distract from the charges that were being brought against her.
Is that the mom? The one in the bob? Which one's the mom?
This is the mom. That's
Ew.
Donna. I know. Juicy calls her the witch. Okay, so that's Donna. Donna had another defense team, okay, or a defense lawyer. His name was Daniel Rashbaum. He was the same guy that defended his son, Charlie, who got sent to prison in 2023. Then Charlie said, okay, I'm going to sign off on a waiver that you can also represent my mom. And the day of Donna's trial, he comes in and he pulls that. So Rashbaum has to step down as her lawyer. And now she's got this absolute shit show. Which when everybody saw these two at like the first hearing, they're like, oh wow, it seems like she's got better lawyers. Nope. Jackie Fulford literally spent like a full 45 minutes just screaming at the jury. Like screaming. Pissed. Punching the podium.
Hateful like that shit is just like safe space.
Oh yeah, and she owns a funeral home. It's called Young and Fulford. And she has on there, you know how they have like sections of a website? She has a section called merchandise. I'm like, what does she do? Sell like
Do you have
freaking
more
t-shirts?
headphones so I can listen in?
Right. I'm like, what does she have? Like t-shirts?
Well, they're not even saying. I can't even hear them.
Isn't her not talking?
She's whispering right there.
Yeah, she's whispering. But yeah, she's got no, she calls coffins merchandise.
It is merchandise. You buy it.
You don't say it's merchandise though.
Shit.
It's like, here, buy my merch.
Oh, merch? Well, it's merchandise. That's
yeah,
what it is.
It's not. You would call it not merchandise.
You would call. What would you call it? If you were trying to sell coffins, you're like, get your coffin merchandise here.
I mean, I think it's assumed that the funeral home would have coffins for sale.
No.
But it's ridiculous.
I feel like it's like in concerts where like somebody performs, they sell merch.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like,
yeah, it's giving that.
Have...
It's kind of a sleigh.
Yeah.
You know, if I had a funeral home, I'd sell merch, like sweatshirts and shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that I could. I'll make my own.
Make your own what?
Merch for her funeral home.
Gone missing at the funeral home? Yeah, all the dead people.
We were saying, does she yell at people at the funeral home? I'm like, yeah, she's probably like punching the casket.
Who are we talking about? Donna or the bitch in the bob?
They're the same person practically, but yes, this is Jackie Fulford. Her name is Jackie. How dare she?
Don't worry, guys. I'm taking over this live stream. I'm in Rocky Mountain. Guys, can we get a W in the chat? I want to know, like... Oh, they stood up.
Yeah, they're bringing it.
Should I turn the microphone off? How do I do that?
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had it was after the bump, right? Do you have that? There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript. that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, you're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're going to get your checks. That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll, and the checks from him will keep coming. After the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, so my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you. Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about. Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So, threatening. I'm going to go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone. We're still here, and you're going to do something about it. That happens on May the 4th. As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markell being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously, if you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this Sandy? Sandy. Okay. My grandchildren had my phone before, so
Senora Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail.
Right, you did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me. I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what it is. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to ask who this person looks like, or what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I will help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of. And has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing. And he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
all I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
You're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like. It's not me. I don't know who caused it. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know.
I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away. Because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Spend 5K. That's all we were asking for. Don't do that.
I don't know who Tato is. You don't understand.
We know you know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has, and she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows stuff. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
but we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
You know what?
So I can give you you want to send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and...
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
You're looking for money. Get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said ask your friends.
You're Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know. We know who's involved in all this.
Yes, this is not making sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good. I think you should talk to Katie. Talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm...
You can tell me. You know that you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard when I was locked up in Broward with my brother Cecil, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking food.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
To talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah.
Leave it right there so it's not rolling around.
Sorry, Judge. 5 times they tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this, and 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything, I know everybody, I know what happened, and she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words, and one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted, he has to pay this money, he has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markell being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street, she's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me, so I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters, it's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the first degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markell be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First degree murder is killing with premeditation, is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markell is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he's shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markell. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markell occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. It says you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life. And now Donna Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, solicitation of the people to kill, and their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory, but a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Would you put it on? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says, good for single/multiple entries. That it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that, so he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted. And it's worse. And here's the thing. The state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. She's going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on. This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, I'm not criticizing. I think you gotta hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed, and the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie, never happened, couldn't happen, wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented, and just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with the 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges, and they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee. Danny Markell was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation. And still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22. Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is, they think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not. But maybe they're going to. So he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. You know, I'm gonna sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Danny Markell killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. State, you may give your rebuttal.
Oh, George is beyond ready for this.
Well, y'all tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the timer yet. Okay. It does not matter what Miss Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing, I say it means something else, only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house, but apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions, but she did make mistakes, and that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Can I see the other side? And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Circles. Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing. Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3 and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, there's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. He's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around Grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder.
Oh,
Do I
they,
get to talk now?
yeah, they're. I think that was the end of their time, and so she asked for 5 more minutes. I heard that right before they went to sidebar. Let's see, Jackie Fulford has been like, if they get 5 more minutes, I want to get up there and scream at the jury for 5 more minutes. I'm gonna kick the podium over. I'm gonna roundhouse kick a jury right in the face, a jury member. I'm gonna go punch Harvey in the gullet. That's what I'm going to do. I love this lady right here behind Harvey, though. She's fantastic. Oh, there's Judy. All right, here we go.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection. What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover, but what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got two emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her, and she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markell was the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markell, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom." She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markell, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markell, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signator, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another, and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates. Please let the bailiffs know. I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats.
Sure you leave those on your seats, please.
Only the jury instructions and your notes.
We're going to take care of the headphones and all that.
Aw, thanks, Heavenly Paws. I didn't realize I was in India and it's 2 a.m.
I'll send you a bill. Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay. Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect then. Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point.
Nothing from the defense that I'm aware of.
That I'm aware of. There's the instructions.
And the verdict form is in here?
Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
Yeah, so Donna, I could read Donna's lips what she just said to Jackie. She was like, "Is there any chance I'm going to get off?" And Jackie said, "Don't worry." I yelled at the jury for a full 2 hours. You're done. So, from what I've heard,
Oh, we're supposed to burn the flag.
it was the older black lady, and then the other like older white woman. So,
Did you just learn about this? And, like, you wanted to quiz me?
oh my gosh, I need to make they should be back any minute now. The judge walks right back in. We have a verdict. All right, guys, we're back with the verdict. It just came in.
Did you know where the freaking the truck bullshit is?
Ava. Okay, so let's look at the poll. What does everybody think about how long this will take? All right, 1 to 2 hours. Agreed. I thought the defense's closing was excellent, personally. I loved it. I thought it was, really mind-blowing, jaw-dropping, life-shattering, life-changing, earth-shattering. It was great. I feel like it was a great decision to have Jackie Fulford doing it. I think she probably swayed a lot of jurors, honestly. What can we say? She's a masterpiece. It was like watching, Da Vinci paint the Sistine Chapel. We might never see anything that delicious ever again. Oh my gosh. Okay, so
I'm back.
Okay, Ava's back.
I sit in my chair.
This is her chair now. So Victoria, here, let's scooch over so we can both be on camera. Ow! It doesn't scoot sideways; it only scoots forward and backwards. Okay, careful! I don't want to squish your toes. Who knows? Who knows? Our poll, our people think it's going to be an hour or two. So Charlie was just under 3 hours, I think, for him. Hold on, Juicy Bean. Juicy.
I can take over, guys, if you need to go.
Hold on, Juicy. Ow, baby, stop. All right, you just got me out of this. Juliana Francesca. All right. So yeah,
They said you can leave them. We'll behave.
That was awful. I can't believe. Hi, Tracy. That email that Donna writes to Wendy saying, "Oh, the boys don't even have a memory before 5 years old," and
basically saying that there's no way that they could have been sad about the death of their dad because it happened 2 years ago. That is
bullshit.
It's disgusting.
Guys, I have a great memory from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I remember everything, basically.
No, Donna says you have no memory before 5 years old.
Well, that's a
which
lie,
is
because
bullshit.
I remember a lot.
So do I.
I used to lock my brother in his crib. Like the right age of 3.
Yeah. I think we are going to have a verdict today. I need to make a little verdict watch here. Do you want to wear the headphones?
The headphones aren't saying anything, though.
Well, we're going to play a video while we're on for verdict watch.
I got a video that we can watch.
What are we going to...
What the fuck?
You can't just play random stuff.
Yeah, I can.
My kid Ava. Oh,
That's
are you doing the makeup thing?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's my video, that's
Here,
fine.
you gotta just search
It's
it up.
down in
Nope, no, but if you do this, and you go to popular, guys, I'm popular. I'm like up here. See, look. See that?
Play it.
This is me in my prime.
Hey, it's Jackie. Okay, so it's early
don't know what
on a
happened to
Sunday
me.
morning. I'm actually in some feedy jammies. This is my little baby, little Smooch. All right, this is my little girl. This is, what's your name?
Ava.
And what's your nickname?
Smooth.
And you're about to lose a tooth right here in the front. It's like super wiggly.
Yuck.
I hate wiggly teeth. Yuck. Alright, so Ava's gonna do my makeup today, and what look are you going for, Smooch?
I don't know.
She doesn't know. She's gonna just go with the flow, I guess. You picked some stuff out, and are you all ready then?
Yes.
Okie doke. Alright, so what are you starting with?
Too much.
Oh!
From my makeup days.
What happened?
Too much.
Hey guys, basically I'm the shit.
These wipes are
We're
great.
gonna skip through all the hidgy haji. Final look. Guys,
It's pretty much like the makeup that I'm wearing today.
I do it all the time.
I think you're the only kid that put glue on the eyelashes.
I'm smart.
Look at all the makeup that you pulled out.
Oh. I'm just baking her, guys.
You just blow it off a little.
Yeah, that's how you do that.
Just rub it in. Foundation's a little dark. We'll fix that.
That's what Jackie looks like in the courtroom.
I am losing my will to live.
I think you want to murder me.
So much lip gloss.
I think
Look at
I put like 13 layers.
Alright, so Ava did my makeup today.
Yeah, I get that.
And you get the award for the kid with the most makeup on you at the end. Do you like it? What do you call this look?
Date night.
Date night.
Date
I would-
night?
This is pretty much.
I'm
the
ready.
makeup that I'm wearing.
Give me a kiss.
Aw.
So,
That's so cute.
okay. So let's talk about Donna.
A mess.
She looks like she's gonna shit herself the entire video. Her
She
diarrhea.
did. Nervous diarrhea, just like in the middle of the night. Yes, I think they come back today. I think the fact that, yeah, you look great. I think the fact that Jackie stood up there and started screaming at them doesn't bode well for the defense. At all.
Gatekeep parent gets away with this love. What? Click that.
What?
This level of destruction. I agree, Tracy in Vegas.
Yeah. No, and I mean, not only do you kill their dad, but then you're, denying the fact that they could even be sad. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know this whole memory after 5 or before 5. I remember a lot of things from my childhood.
Yeah, that was insane.
I don't know if I can raise my other eyebrow.
can't. I guess I can. Maybe I can't.
Only there was one like this.
Well, it's messing me up because this is backwards. Well, Wendy asks her ex-boyfriend, who was she was trying to set up for this murder, if like when kids develop memory, basically. And he was telling her. And she says, "What are you doing, Ava?"
Stop. I'm seeing if I can invert it.
Oh.
Yeah. Continue talking.
Probably on video, maybe. I don't know. Ava's trying to flip the. Yeah. Just leave it.
Ugh.
Maybe it's in advance. Yeah, but there's a phone call between Donna, and I still haven't gone to look for it, but there's a phone call between Donna, because when Charlie gets convicted, he has a 5-year-old, and they didn't tell him where Charlie was. He just keeps saying, "I'll see you soon, buddy. I'll see you soon," which is awful. Ava Nana.
Nanon? It's okay, I already made you subscribe to me. Joke's on you.
I was already subscribed to you.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said I already made you subscribe to me. Guys, I gained 5 subscribers. Oh, you made a compilation video?
Thank the chat.
Thanks, Queens. I made a compilation video of Alexa. Oh, what did I do? Of Alexa just saying she needs a shit. I'm just going to upload that video.
Delightful. Oh, the Donatella video.
Daughter looks exactly like you. Hold on. I need a side part going on.
Milky.
I'll give you Milky's in a minute.
It's like hurting my brain.
We need to turn the tab off. Okay, then you need to watch it if we're not going to turn it off. Okay. Yeah, they could come back in 5 minutes. So obviously we'll keep this up. I'm going to make a little thing called for verdict watch so we can put it up.
So are we just like chilling here for like 3 hours while they do their jury shit?
No, we're gonna play a video. I mean, yeah, we gotta wait till.
Can I pick the videos?
Sure.
Oh, it's gotta be off of your channel?
Well, yeah, we can't just play random other people's content.
No, we can play.
Yeah, we can play your content.
Because my content's great. You're gonna love it. It's like a bunch of. Pick a number 1 through. 19.
Go ahead, chat. 1 through 19. We're rolling the dice. Here's the roulette.
12. 18. We'll do 18. 3. What the hell is wrong with you guys? 2, 7. Okay, y'all just want to watch the whole video. Okay, so we've got 17, 18. 6. There's 6 people. Here, I got it, guys. Pick a number 1 through 6. Oh, 1. So we're just watching 12. Because I don't even want to watch that.
So why don't you just pick the number?
Yeah, we're doing 19.
Good morning. It's Monday.
Guys,
It's like.
Hold on, we've got to change them over so they can see it.
Oh. Okay, guys, this is my
7 right now. I've been up since like 4 because I had to like clean my room and everything. We're on the way to the airport because I'm going to New York this week, and everybody's gonna shoot me. But I'm wearing my
bunch of paraphernalia
because that's the only shoes that I want to wear because I left my red Converse up there last time, so I'm just gonna grab them.
Acne.
Dad's super stoked, right?
Dad was not super stoked.
Yeah. He's thrilled. I'm editing Monday's vlog because I couldn't last night because I was too tired. But this should be out by like 5 p.m. tonight because I'm going to do it on the flight because I'm bored and I've got nothing better to do tonight. Okay, we're about to board the flight. It's like almost 12. It's like 11:50 right now. But we're about to board the flight.
Cornbread. I'm not eating.
And then I have an hour or so layover in Charlotte. Okay, we're landed in North Carolina or Charlotte right now. I'm still editing the vlog. It is 2:30. My flight takes off at 4:40. So we shall see. I'm sitting on like this thing. I don't even know what this is, but I'm sitting on it. I look like I just woke up. I look like but it's okay. Because we live and we learn.
Because I didn't want to get demonetized, even though I'm not even monetized. Because I've got 50.
We landed. We are in Syracuse. The little girl just fell down. But we're here.
Is this video?
If
I'm running
a single person say
taking
something
over. This is Grayson.
Got pink
Oh, here's
fuzzy.
Mom.
Go looking for the green side of the lawn. Thought it was drowning whiskey.
You be singing, guys. That's how I feel.
We're at Texas Roadhouse.
Texas
Mom's
Roadhouse
doing
is
my
like-
hair. And Jammer's hair.
Mom.
It's Thursday.
I don't even know. She took a shit.
Does my face card go crazy or what?
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. I know it doesn't. It's fine. It's fine. Toilet paper! Woo! Hello. Is that Eva?
The baby. Pumpkin patch.
Huh? Did you get car sick? No, I haven't.
My sisters. Guys, we all look alike. Hold on. Let's just go back and let's just compare how much alike we look.
Hello.
Everybody.
I like the noise this
Like copy and paste.
Anyways,
on
all the
every
activities are
single
closed,
person.
so it's literally
like
animals and
white girls
pumpkin guys
just
here.
popped out that takes me.
How are you feeling? Huh? How are you feeling? Like I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my god!
Did you get
Oh
car
my
sick?
god!
Huh? Did you get car sick?
Mom!
No, I haven't felt that all bad.
Her lip gloss is
We're all
chili
the same.
pepper.
Hunter, you want to say hi?
Oh my god. Your mom.
Oh
my god. Why would
we're looking at these weird things. They make like pumpkin things here. It's so
her lip gloss
cute.
has
No more monkeys jumping on the bed.
pepper?
My mommy's.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Spooky! Come here. Go back. We're talking to Mom. You just skipped half the video, god dang it. Where's Mommy? We were just talking to Mom.
Stop me.
My cat.
Come on, Mom, your phone fell. Happy's not even in it. Let's take a picture of the sky. He's holding the hands of that gingerbread man. Oh wait. We lost our family. So we're alone in this park right now because we had to go pee and we didn't want to use the porta potties.
I peed in a parking lot.
It's a donkey. It's a donkey. You're rich. Thank you. Just
Okay, guys, this video is pretty boring. Let's be back home. What can we do? I can't get over the fact that her freaking lip gloss has chili in it. 11. I'm eating. You have a farm. Can the horse come to rest? We don't. This isn't acceptable here. Like how Care Bears is on her suggested. Guys, what can we do? How do we view my channel? An entire bag of jalapeno chips during feed bags closing. Guys, I would just like to say I have no idea what's going on in this case. She summarized for me. I feel like an evil villain with my cat, in its chair. Just even evil villain thing. So nobody wants to watch the Wendy Part 2 video, Mom. We're talking about me being an evil villain with a cat in my lap. But basically,
You'd be more of an evil villain if you had Mew Mew.
But Mew's dead. But basically, okay, what the hell is this?
It's spicy.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you. I choked on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What, baby?
I got 3 on my in 1 year.
Come.
angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred.
That video's boring.
It's not.
The day of the homicide, Officer Brannon was given a description of Wendy's vehicle by Detective Isom. I believe this was done mostly to be able to easily identify her, should she learn about the shooting and come to his house to ask what was going on. I believe Officer Brannon was told to keep an eye out for this reason only.
We're gonna look up.
So when she drove up, I'm sure he was expecting her to get out and inquire on what had happened.
Oh, my Instagram.
He likely was even on his radio as he spotted her, alerting Isom of her arrival.
That's not me.
But instead of throwing the car in park, swinging her door wide open, and rushing to the edge of the crime scene tape,
Didn't she, hold on, guys. She reversed her car.
she, without hesitation, threw her car into reverse.
Yeah.
I would have made the kind of turn, like a K-turn.
And sped away. I think this was the precise moment that she went from being next of kin to suspect number one. Her trip to the crime scene was one of the main points Wendy herself on fake accounts fans tout as a mark of her innocence. And as much as I hate to admit it, it makes sense. No one would willingly show up to a crime that they committed just for the cops at the scene to easily identify them. That is, unless
Okay, Mom, your voice is so monotone.
she had planned on being the first one there.
You were telling me before.
Okay, so basically to sum up this whole thing, right? Wendy was married to somebody. What's the dude's name? Danny. So Danny and Wendy were married. And Danny was a teacher, or he was a professor for something at FSU, and he was a lawyer. Harvard educated. And then Wendy was like, I want to move to Miami. And then he was like, no, dude, what are you guys even talking about? Is the jury deliberating now? Yeah, they're deliberating right now, Evo. Anyways, so Wendy and Donna conspired to get hitmen and murder Danny boy, for no reason, because they were brats, selfish. Now what? Guys, I have cat hair on my face. Anyways, so that's basically all I know. I don't pay attention to, true crime. I pay attention to, serial killer. Not even serial killers. It's I don't know. Casey Anthony. Let's talk about that. Okay, I'll play the video.
When we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you're all going to have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly. Just that we needed to have the talk at some point before. We have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's going to go to school. And he said, "I'm going to be done." I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, "I'm going to be out of," he went to a workout class at the gym.
At Premier.
At Premier. He said, "I'm going to be out of it by such and such a time. You could call me then." And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Thank God.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of.
Here, stop a second. I need to put up the verdict watch thing.
What's the verdict watch?
I need to put up a banner so people know when they come to the channel what's going on. You can go ahead and talk, because I gotta email this to myself.
Okay, guys. So
you can talk about how much we hate Donna and Wendy, and how Wendy is next.
Yeah.
Because they dropped. I can't believe
it's
the amount of stuff that they said. I know it's pouring. I can't believe the amount of stuff that Fulford. implicates Wendy more than the state does. I love it.
Guys.
You're burning out the microphone.
Headphones. Guys, this is where's the camera? That's what's their names? Donna and Jackie. Mom, Betsy B's complaining. She wants you back. Okay, guys. I never claimed to be a boxer. I also want to play outside anyways. I'm just babysitting. I'm sorry, Betsy BB. I've been betrayed. Once again. All I know is nothing of this trial. Sorry for interrupting. I'm just gonna go cry myself to sleep right now. It's okay. Mom, I got you guys. You ask, I shall deliver. Wendy was the mastermind, spelled out her dream like in 2011. Book manipulated Donna and Charlie to kill him so her dream would come true. And her dream got crushed. Because now they're all in court. And going to jail. What's it called? I need like the freaking doo-doo-doo sound going on right now, waiting for Mom. Donna and Wendy.
Good morning.
Okay.
What the hell is this?
This is Charlie eating Wendy's. I told you. Tanika's 2 cents got this, and it was so good. Okay.
Mom's back, guys.
I made a banner so I can put it up for the verdict. Watch.
I don't know what that is. It just says verdict watch right there.
I know.
That's a boring banner.
I'll let you make the next one. All right, type in verdict.
Oops. I feel like a bumblebee. There's one sting thing. Or no, more like a wasp.
What, baby? Okay, hold on.
I have to sneeze.
Nobody wants to hear you sneeze.
I wasn't gonna sneeze. I just said I had to sneeze.
Set it up right here. Where is it? Oh, it's huge.
That's what she said.
The time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today, when I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just didn't happen.
Right. Okay.
That was our, that's what we were supposed to talk about this morning, is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
So you had arranged to talk today, coincidentally minutes after he was murdered. And you yourself admit that it was weird that he didn't get back to you.
Him. So I Googled Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here. So you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
About 11 a.m. this morning, TPD was called to the 2100 block of Trescott Street for a neighbor had heard that there was a loud bang in the neighborhood. TPD officers got on scene, and they did locate a person who was suffering from a gunshot wound. They were taken by EMS to a local hospital. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unattended incident, so we are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. If you have any information about this call, we are asking that you call us at 606-5800 with any information about.
Okay, Ava said that we requested to talk to the trial.
Specifically,
Betsy.
Betsy BB. See, look, we need you back. She wants you to chat.
I know, because they didn't want you screaming about the lip gloss.
Don't look like you're burning lip gloss on the table.
I'm sorry. I say by 6:30 we're gonna have a verdict. That's my prediction. 6:30 verdict, guilty on all counts, and I can't wait. I really hope that she does the same thing that Charlie does. So Charlie, when he gets convicted, he goes, no, and just sinks down like this. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Is this supposed to plump your lips? It just burns mine.
Yeah, it burns, but it plumps while it burns.
Doesn't make any sense. I look like I have no top lip. I promise I have a top lip. It's the angle.
That's okay. You're allowed to cheat on me.
Who's he cheating on?
Okay. What time did it start? I think about 4:30. Let me go ahead and back up and just double check on that.
He said, "Where's your timer?" He's clocking your shit.
Oh, I need a timer. I don't know.
Here, guys.
All right. They left at
Oh,
left
it's fine.
32 minutes ago.
Sherry D says 4:18.
Yeah, you might be right.
Sherry. Oh, and so did Joe Snowman.
Okay, good. See, the chat knows.
They left at 16:18.
Leave Horsey alone.
Who's Horsey?
No. From what I've heard, the Everett has had people stay until very late to get a verdict. I don't think it's going to take them that long. Yes, the Adelson head drop. It's so good.
What's that? What's the Adelson head drop?
Because Charlie went, no, and he put his head down, and Wendy does the same thing at the police station. Yeah. So they've been out for like a half an hour.
The jury going home at 5 p.m.?
No. Nope. They will likely stay. I think it was STS that said that Everett kept a jury there till like midnight one time. But I don't know. I don't think we're gonna.
The eyebrow raises, guys. It's just my tick. My stem of the week.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to take long. I don't think it's going to take long at all. I think they're going to be back pretty soon. Likely another hour and a half max. I thought it was great. I think for me the most impactful part was when she read that email, because they took out Jeff's testimony. They said strike, what he said about the the memory of the kids, and then she basically brings it back just by putting in that email that talks about, oh, they have no memory before five years old, which is ridiculous.
I have so many ways to spell cat. Cab, tab.
She is a little head.
Guys, I don't know who would say that. Like, that's really rude.
I don't think so. I would be very, very surprised.
Are we talking about me as a handful or Juicy?
Probably Juicy, but you're a handful as well.
Sherry D says we have the same eyebrow ticks.
Yes. Yeah, they're just taking Donna straight to prison right now.
What does that even mean? I hope some of you know we have potty mouths here.
Yes.
I have potty mouth.
Yeah, I know.
What?
She said her mom was a sailor.
Oh. My mom's a sailor.
Yeah.
She played soccer in high school, and I just found that out yesterday.
Yeah, I think the closing was great. And she was, she showed the difference between actually being sad about what happened and Jackie Fulford's bullshit. Jackie Fulford, she goes up there. First of all, she pretends to have a Southern accent for like 13 seconds. And then she pretends to start to cry when she's talking about Dan.
Yippee!
Oh my God.
See, they're saying you swear a lot.
Yeah, I do. Nobody's denying that that's the case. The poll is still at 1 to 2 hours, so we will see. What was the time? 4:18.
I'm just trolling on my end, guys. Who the fuck would write that? That's so disrespectful.
We're gonna kick that person out of the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4:18, so be done by 6:18. So by the time they get everything done, 6:30. All right, let's watch this video. We'll be back, guys.
Ugh!
About this case.
This is Sean Rossman reporting for the Tallahassee Democrat in Tallahassee.
Just that, police investigate shooting on Trescott Drive.
And it's on the news.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places, and they can't really stop them from being outside.
How often is there a shooting in northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Trescott Drive?
On
Not so
Trescott?
often.
This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Did he call 911?
No, a neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
Original story. Police have roped off a small portion of Trescott Drive about a half-mile north of Benton Road. Investigators have gathered in front of the house of the 2100 block. A neighbor called police around 11 a.m. after hearing a loud bang. Police arrived to find one person shot. That person was taken to a local hospital, according to Officer David Northway, spokesman for the Tallahassee Police Department. Police don't know whether the shooting occurred in a home or outside. We just got on the scene and we're doing everything we can to solve the case. Those with information on this case should call the police at 606-5800. The little details available thus far doesn't paint a clear picture of the incident. Northway could only say police were called to the 2100 block of Trescott Drive and couldn't clarify whether they were called to a specific address. Investigators are scouring the yard and garage of a brick house on the west side of the street. Northway did not say whether the house was the focus of investigators. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unintended incident, Northway said. We are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. Police don't have enough information this early in the investigation to determine whether neighbors should be alarmed, Northway said. Update, 2:57 p.m. Tallahassee police investigators have blocked off a portion of quiet Truscott Drive in Benton Hills, the scene of a shooting this morning that sent one person to the hospital. A neighbor called police around 11 a.m. upon hearing a loud bang in the 2100 block of Truscott Drive, about a half a mile north of Benton Drive. Police showed up shortly after and found the person with a gunshot wound. That person was rushed to the local hospital, said Officer David Northway, spokesman for the Tallahassee Police Department.
Eyewitness News at 5. Coverage you can count on.
Police respond to the sound of gunfire in a quiet Tallahassee neighborhood.
I'm standing outside of the home that police had taped off early this morning. We're going to go through the timeline of events of the little information that we do have. Around 11 a.m., a neighbor called police hearing a loud bang noise. First responders found a person with a gunshot wound. That was the loud bang that neighbors heard. They were taken to a local hospital. Now, we don't have the identity of the victim or where that person was shot.
TPD is going to do and look at everything. So we're going to start our search out wide, and it could be anything that occurred, and narrow it down to where the evidence directs us.
There was an ambulance at the residence and did see someone being brought out. Can't really describe who or what was being brought out, but they were bringing somebody out on a stretcher.
TPD says if you have any information on this case, you're asked to call them, and as soon as we get any more details, we'll pass them along to you.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
the family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car.
Oh my God! You can see the car. The car. Not his car. The car. Why would Wendy emphasize the car more than the house? Why does she sound almost horrified that there is a picture of the car? Almost like the car had some special significance to her. Tell her where Danny was shot. Never once says in the head or in the car. Yet somehow she seems to know both.
Or you can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house.
Yeah. And they say the 2100 block of Truscott Drive. It must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked off for a while.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough. I mean, a lot of people use that as like a drive-through.
Now, people obviously know about this. Danny did show up places today.
I don't know that he had anywhere to show up today. Did he? Like, did you know? Because like it's summertime, he works from home, right?
First off, why does she say that like a mom in public trying to warn their kid that they're going to get an ass whooping when they get home?
Right.
But there are people, but imagine if any of us fall off the grid from 11 o'clock this morning, any colleagues
that had a meeting or whatever.
Right, all of the stuff he does over the phone.
Right. Well, he and I were supposed to talk about where Ben was going to school, and it was very unlike him that I was the one who had to call him. So like he called early this morning. I had a repair guy at the house. And he called early this morning, and I left a message, and then I called him back. I have the phone record. He called at like 9, and he told me he went to Premiere. So he says, I don't know, like I think he went straight from dropping off the boys to go to Premiere, and then he said, I'm going to do an exercise class that gets out at 10:15 or 10:30, and then we can talk after that. You remember how I had a voice thing? Like, I hadn't talked to him. He was like, I know your voice is bad. Like, does today work? And he said we could go for a walk at the law school, or we could talk, like, and I have this message on my phone from him, which is why I said to the officer, there's no way he did this to himself. Like, zero chance that he shot himself. You know Danny.
I think there's zero chance
Zero
that
chance.
Danny would kill himself.
Yes, zero chance. Like, someone did this to him. So he had plans that we would, like, I mean, he said this at 9, like, we'll take a walk, we'll figure this out, we'll talk about school. And then I called him at like 11:45 or so and left a message. And that was, I thought weird, but I thought whatever, like,
and you probably thought, oh good, I don't have to talk to him. But
I was really anxious about speaking with him and having this be a contentious issue about where our kid is going to go to school.
Oh my God.
And I didn't hear from him, and I didn't think too much of it. I just thought, like, well, they'll just call me later.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So you have plans with Danny today, and according to you, him not calling you back is weird and not like him. And now you expect everyone to believe that still after another hour of not hearing from him, you drive right up to his house, a crime scene, complete with 4 to 5 marked patrol cars, forensic vans, and crime scene tape, and you don't suspect anything is wrong?
That's suspicious.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's weird.
But Wendy never expected to roll up to a cop-covered crime scene, because Wendy never expected Danny to be found. Danny didn't have anywhere to show up today, did he? It's summertime. He works from home, right? Right? He lived in a quiet residential neighborhood. Wendy even said it herself. How often is there a shooting in Northeast Tallahassee? On Trescott. And that's what she was banking on. She figured even if somebody did hear the shot, they would never think it was gunfire. They'd assume it was a car backfiring. Or maybe just think a tree fell. Or figure it was an electrical storm or something. She underestimated Mr. Geiger, and you, sir, are a hero. Here's my theory on what her initial plan was. Wendy could barely contain her excitement when Dan's voicemail picked up when she called him. After sending out the paper she was working on to the school library to secure her alibi, to check her citations, she glanced in the mirror. No need for makeup. I'm just going to cry that all off anyway. And she grabbed her keys and headed off to give the performance of a lifetime. We were supposed to talk this afternoon. I left him a message, but he never called me back. I had plans to meet up with a couple of my girlfriends for lunch, but it wasn't like Dan not to get back to me. So I decided to go to his house to see if it was okay. I figured maybe he got caught up working on his blog or something. Then I pulled up to the house, his garage door was open, and the car was running. But I just assumed that maybe he was getting ready to go somewhere, but I thought that maybe we could talk just like we had planned. So I got out and I walked into the garage. I was only a few steps in when I realized I was stepping on something. When I looked down, I noticed that it was glass. Then I realized that the car window was completely shattered and I could see Dan in the car. His face was covered in blood and I started to yell his name. Danny, Danny, oh my God, what happened, Danny? It looked like Sigfredo and Luis had made good on their end of the deal. I couldn't tell what had happened, but it looked like a bullet hole in the glass. So I called 911 and told them to hurry, that my ex-husband was finally gone, had been attacked. I can't believe this is happening. Who would do such a thing? I mean, my brother's been shopping around for a hitman, but he would never. And my parents, they offered to pay for a third of the cost of the hitman, but they would never. My mom even washed the money, so there's no way this could even come back to us. Oh my God. Thank God I decided to drive over there. I knew something was wrong when he didn't call me back. I'm so glad that I got to see this for myself, that I listened to my instincts. Wendy ends up equal parts victim and hero. She bravely sits shivering in the police station, trying to recount all the details for the detectives. As she's escorted out, all the cops line up in the hallway and begin to clap. Wendy Adelson, a true American hero. Honored for her bravery. We salute you. But instead, she had to come up with some harebrained excuse for why the F she was at Danny's house an hour after he was murdered. Too bad she wasn't quicker on her toes. She could have gotten out and tried to feign some sort of concern. But fear only works in one of three ways: fight, flight, or flee. And Wendy flew, highlighting herself as the #1 suspect.
Okay, I don't
Do you
think.
know who it is?
No, and I don't
What if
think.
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't. I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
Did you catch that? Because I must have watched this interrogation 11 times. And I just heard this for the first time ever.
You're not going back over to Trescott.
Because you were just there. And please watch how her stupid head moves when she says this. I know she's going for innocent and vulnerable, but this makes my skin crawl.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
Ugh. Ugh. Wait, that actually reminds me of something.
The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Twinsies.
But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay. And they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this. Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking.
Who would do this? I don't know. That's why you're here. And that's why we, the suspect and the lead detective, are talking. The subtle jabs that he is giving to Wendy are chef's kiss.
Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
37 seconds earlier.
And I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something like this?
Who would do this?
I don't know. What good does it serve?
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear that.
Once upon a time, there was a bad little girl named Wendy. She told many lies and did many fake cries, so they locked her right up with real tears in her eyes. The end.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason. I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay.
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no.
Hold up. You couldn't tell from the way he was talking to you in the car if you were a suspect? In the car? A suspect for what, babe? The murder you hadn't been told about yet?
Right.
Also, this is easily one of the most strained responses from Isom.
Well, no, and the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he still in the hospital?
Wendy, baby, sweetheart. You're doing too much. Is he still at the hospital? Pumpkin, you just got told about this, 30 minutes ago?
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay, 24 minutes ago. My bad.
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right, they live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
We all do.
Now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
We just have to eliminate everything. Okay, you know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't
No, you're not a suspect. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I've not read you Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now. Okay? You are.
I'm so sad. I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand, and I'm very scared because if this can happen, like, what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like, who did this, and why would they do this?
And from what they're missing, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but the idea that we were divorced, but the idea that I would ever do anything is like, I understand why they need to check, but I don't know who would though. I don't know who would do this. I can see why they would think it would be me.
Well, and I don't think, and did Investigator Isom talk to you at all about like what your role is?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And a lot of times they do stuff just to kind of cancel you out too.
It's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I just can't believe this is happening. I feel like I'm in the middle of a nightmare.
This isn't something that anyone plans on going through. To go through.
We were divorced. It wasn't good, but like, this is never something you would ever want to happen. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but...
Right.
And it's
So
gonna,
I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but
well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fine. I want to figure out who this is because
Right.
I'm honestly worried.
Well, let me ask you, if you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person
About what should happen to that person?
for prosecution purposes?
No.
Is there
if
any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
regardless of who it is?
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one.
Okay.
But I don't think my immediate family did this, so if it's anybody else, yeah.
I know we went over this in the last video, but to hear her pick and choose who should be held accountable and who should not be is just beyond comprehension and food for thought. If our little Wendy decides that her family shouldn't be held accountable for Dan's murder, what do you think she expects to happen to the poor little rich girl herself? Probably not much.
And you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you
But
think
I-
I'm
but-
the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard whether you were or you're not.
Okay,
Okay.
I understand.
To show what your activities were.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person, and I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me,
Okay.
and you haven't.
Well, well, well. We're going to watch this one more time, and then we're going to dissect it.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person, and I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me,
Okay.
and you haven't.
And she never will. You really put her on the spot there. And my God, did she ever choke.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person, and I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me,
Okay.
and you haven't.
Isom completely sets her up here. He starts by praising her on her moral character, putting so much emphasis on how trustworthy of a person she is. That'll put her in an incredibly high-tension situation should she be lying. You can tell what an immediate effect that this has on her. Her eyes become absolutely locked onto Isom. She knows that she was spotted.
All right, so I think I made a timer. Let me see if I can add it in here, guys. Please bear with me while I'm not as bad as Jackie Fulford with trying to figure stuff out, but give me just 1 second. All right, let's see if I did this right. We will soon find out. All right. Sorry, guys. All right. I don't know yet. I'll come back to you. Oh my gosh.
At the crime scene. She's also unclear about how much Isom buys her story. He's a seasoned detective, and while overall he has been relatively kind to her, she is still sitting in a police station, in an interrogation room, and was brought there in the back of a cop car after being hunted down at lunch, a move that Wendy still hasn't been able to understand. And so here he is sitting in front of her, challenging her to tell the truth, putting immense pressure on her. And when he says to her, I think if you had anything to do with this, you can almost see her choke on the air that she's breathing. Ugh, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She is in such an intense, fear-based freeze state that she actually stops breathing. When he gets to the part where he says, you would have told me, her mind is probably racing.
What does he know? Does he believe me? Did Dan say anything on the way to the hospital? Whoever call 911 see something? Oh my god, what if they already caught the killer? Something on my phone. Does he know it was me? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh shit, he's waiting for me to answer.
Okay.
Not a good look, Wendy. Not good at all.
So my thing is that let's let the
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like this.
I know. And it's
So
gonna.
I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but
Well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fun. And then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
I mean, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
Damn, Jane just going in for that motive link.
You know, but
they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should. I mean,
They asked me if
should.
I'd washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands. Oh, God.
Jane, no, not really.
You believe I didn't do this, right?
Something seems off about that clip.
Jane,
You believe I didn't do this, right?
no, not really.
Ah, much better.
I assume you didn't do this. You know,
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
well, you know, you'll
I
have.
sent it in, I sent edits to
You'll
someone.
have.
I hope they have the time log.
Of course they will. Of course they will. I mean, all of that is evident. You know, you will. You know, you don't.
I understand why they think it would be me, but
Of course it would be you. But if it's not you, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely. I agree with you.
It can't be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff,
I hope to body that.
I hope Jeff didn't do it, but I don't think Danny did.
Somebody shot Danny
To death. Holy shit.
I didn't.
All right, I think I might have figured it out now. Give me a second. All right. All right, still a no on that. I'll be back.
Even though they used to living, Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out. I was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay, or he's not, like, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him. Shouldn't somebody be with him? I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on. Like, just, I was like, is he with? Shouldn't somebody who loves him? Yes, yes. Should I go?
I'm sorry, but I am dying over here. Jane, you know, I did not really like you when I first watched this interview. The way you babied and hung on Wendy made me sick. But girl, you are
Hooray!
redeeming yourself in these clips. Wendy is going so hard for that reverse psychology victim role. And Jane is taking none of the bait. Jane, when Wendy says that obviously she's going to be looked at as one of the people who did this, she's expecting you to say, "Oh my God, no, not my precious little Wendy Pooh. You wouldn't hurt a fly." Now, Wendy, you show me who said that to you so I can set them straight. Was it that mean old man? Come on, Wendy. Mama Jane is getting you out of here. You don't deserve this kind of abuse. Let's go. But instead, she completely blows up her entire narrative. Well, of course you would have killed Dan. You hated him more than anyone. Good that they did a GSR test, but have they considered completely drenching you with luminol? They need to do all the tests on you, Wendy. Personally, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Jane's even got it down to just 2 suspects. Wendy, which she's 99.9% certain that it's her, and if, and only if, Wendy is by some miracle cleared, then she gives her vote to Jeff. But then less than 15 seconds after she says that, she says this. I hope Jeff didn't do it. So if it's not Wendy, you vote for Jeff, but you know Jeff didn't do it? And trust me, it is not lost on me that while Jane is certain Jeff couldn't have been capable of this, she continues to tell Wendy right to her face how guilty she thinks she is.
I understand why they think it would be me, but
Of course it would be you. If it's not you, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, likely.
But did you hear her change her sentence mid-course? She says, if it's not you, I would. And then Wendy looks right at her and she throws in the part about begrudgingly having to vote for Jeff. So what do we think she was going to say? I think my vote would be, well, if it's not you, I would be shocked. But as she's about to say it, Wendy whips her head around like, the fuck, Jane? At which time Jane's probably thinking, Jesus, I don't want you to kill me too. I vote Jeff. Her voice ends so sharply after that sentence. And then she tries to smooth things over by saying, again, just going by likely. Oh, we know, Jane. There's nobody more likely than this girl right here. Wendy Adelson, most likely to be likely, Wendy Adelson. Wendy, so likely, most likely to be likely, Wendy Adelson. Wow. But as much as that had me dying, this next comment leaves me absolutely cremated.
There, shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on. Like, I was like, is he with.
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
Oh, Jane. You are so savage. You inspire me to be more savage in my day-to-day life.
I think you better snap into a Slim Jim. Because a new level of savage just entered the building.
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
They're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, and then I was thinking, oh my god, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But I mean, you're not gonna get framed for a crime,
right?
And
Jane, you are really making Wendy regret her decision to bring you here. She figured since you used to be a victim advocate that you'd look at her like a victim and advocate for her. I think she kind of forgot about the fact that as a victim advocate, you'd probably have a pretty good pulse on who is really a victim. And please note what Jane says here. You're not going to get framed. ... Longest pause ever for a crime. Note that she never says a crime you didn't commit. Just, you're not going to get framed for a crime, which makes sense, seeing that when you are the one who commits the crime, there's no frame needed.
I don't want to be left alone in that house. I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to am I a suspect? Do you need to watch me?
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
And I don't know, what's wrong, but she might have inklings of what's going on, and she might be you need to contact an attorney. But again, you're not being, looked at as a suspect. They're just clearing.
Well, I'm trying to help. I mean,
and you have been, and I think you and Investigator Isom have been able to communicate well with each other and everything.
Can I text Ritu and just my friend who's a child psychiatrist and
absolutely
ask her? Because I think.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't work directly with children on
Do
a
you
regular
mind if
basis.
I talk to her? I'm sorry,
No.
I just keep feeling like I'm a suspect and I need to ask.
No.
Somebody did this on my behalf. Some crazy deranged person thought that this was a good way to support me. And that's why I feel responsible. Unless it was something to do with Amy, and then I don't feel responsible. But then I'm still responsible because I'm the one who left Danny. If I didn't leave him, he would never be with Amy. And now my kids don't have a father.
Yep, sounds about right. Guilty if you don't, guilty if you do. And guilty 'cause you did. Just my opinion. In the clips that we just watched, Wendy insinuates her own guilt over 25 times. And even as she is repeatedly reassured that she is not a suspect, she persists. And she's not being led to believe that she's not suspected because she's not. But because if she got any hint that she was there as anything but a helpful ally, she would have run out of there faster than she sped away from that crime scene. And we must remember, this is a very special circumstance, the way Wendy was brought in. When they watched her turn tail and sprint away from that crime scene, the red flags went up fast. Her behavior at Danny's house was anything but ordinary. Even if you just compare her to the other cars that drove up. She didn't even have a second of hesitation before slamming her car into reverse and doing a K-turn. And the K stands for killer. So they figured out that she was somehow involved. But they also knew that they didn't have enough to arrest her on. So they trailed her to Mosaic and waited for Isom to come and get her. And then they kept her ass at the station for over 6 hours while they extracted all of her phone data, pulled the GPS coordinates from her van, and then listened to her tell them how guilty she was, over and over and over.
I'm the primary suspect. I'm a suspect. I get why I would be a suspect. It would be me. But
Of course it would be you.
I would be the person you would think would do something, but I'm a suspect. I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect.
I would be one of the people that they would think did it. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but...
Right.
And that's why I feel responsible.
For comparison, let's watch somebody who actually had nothing to do with this and see how he behaves in the same situation.
All right, Mr. Lacoste, I appreciate you coming in and talking with me here. Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation.
Yeah.
Your name did come up,
Of course.
because you were associated at some point with Wendy,
Of course.
which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So I'm basically I appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
I want to ask you some questions, kind of figure out where you were, if you've heard anything, if you have any information that would be helpful to us.
Yeah.
Just kind of run that whole gamut. Do you happen to have your ID with you? I think.
So my wallet got ripped up, and I have a passport right now. I can show you that.
Okay. Is this you here, or is that a different?
No, that's me.
Look different.
Yeah,
You got the beard.
About 10 years ago. Yeah, that's my old ass.
Oh, okay.
I moved from Arizona at the beginning of the year. I haven't switched my license over, so it's Arizona. But that's me.
Yeah. And you said that you'd never been to Danny's house.
No, never.
Never been to his house.
Drove past it 100 times, but never stopped.
And you've never had any kind of physical contact with Danny.
No. I'm surprised you guys didn't call me earlier, though, because I probably said 100 times in public that I like to kick his ass, because that's really making Wendy suffer and things like that.
Right.
But no, I would never have a professor. I'm a pussy. I'm going to do anything like that.
Okay. I mean, let me ask you this. Would you be willing to give us a sample of your DNA on your consent?
100%.
For elimination purposes?
No problem.
I don't even know if the lead investigator wants it or not.
I'll do it. I'm not going to find it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing.
Print out of credit cards. I mean, I'm not involved. It's obvious, so I'll do whatever you want.
Initially,
415. But I did have a flight time outside Athens. I was stuck there for maybe.
He does have a. Can you show him a receipt
Yeah,
for the Miller's car shop there?
I didn't know credit cards wouldn't have times on it. That's interesting.
We already got his phone number.
Yes.
Is there anything else I can figure out? I just don't think there's
He did say he was willing to get buckle if you need it or want it. Is that something you want to do?
I can call him back. We have his phone number.
Yeah.
And the guy drives in from Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, and comes straight here from what I understand, what you told me.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I guess the head that keeps popping up on my head is don't write this down, but just so you know, if you're investigating, I've been shocked how easily Wendy lies to my face. I've been dating 25 years. I'm not an experienced man out there, but her and Charlie both have this sociopathic kind of thing where it doesn't seem to bug them at all. So if you had her in front of you for 9 hours.
Are her parents from the United States?
They are first generation. I think their parents were Holocaust kind of things. So yeah. And they're weird, but I don't have a time mention being involved, but they are strange people.
Right. And all we basically are doing is we're substantiating. We do this with everybody. You're not the first in this case. We're just substantiating. This was his whereabouts, according to his financial records. He was traveling. He was not in town.
Yeah.
Yes, he's her former boyfriend, but this is where he was at according to his financial records.
Of course.
So that's all we basically want to do. And it's basically we eliminate, and then we get down to who we're really looking at.
Yeah.
You understand. This is not brain surgery or anything, but I'm trying to think of anything else I could ask you at this time, and I
don't want to come back. I just don't want to spend more time with Wendy if there's anything.
Here's another thing that I typically ask people: is there anything that you didn't disclose that maybe we didn't ask that you think is of note or is important? Because a lot of times you've thought about this just as much as we have.
So
I mean, you got a whole trip to think about and analyze all this stuff.
It's a pretty screwed up family.
I mean, but I'm trying to, everybody's probably in the same brainwave. For murder?
Doesn't seem likely to me.
No, but I'm asking your opinion, not.
I can't see the parents being involved. I got the email and I thought of Charlie within a couple moments.
Okay.
That's what I thought of.
Charlie personally or Charlie hiring somebody?
No way, Charlie. No way.
Can't?
Wouldn't do it.
Could pull a trigger?
I don't know about that. I don't know him that well. I was telling him I used to work criminal justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me the creeps. But I could see you don't follow the rules, man. I mean, that's how it goes his life. Goes to South America, sees prostitutes. I mean, he does his own thing.
Is he married?
No, he's got 3 girlfriends at all times.
Okay.
Both date some, and they don't know each other exists, and that's not a crime.
Right.
But the ease with which he did it was no empathy for other people. That's
kind of a deceitful person to start with.
Sure. The whole family, really.
Do you have a credit card?
I do.
The one that you sent me the email
right here.
on? Can I just make a copy of that? I'm not going to charge anything to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I just got to show.
You can't trust the police to hold on to your credit card.
Well, here's the thing. Your account doesn't necessarily show that you are the account holder. There's nothing in that correspondence.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to make a copy of this. And really what this is doing is just working to exclude you as a suspect.
Absolutely. Yeah. I can also
you've pretty much done that.
Well, I thought so. I'm sure my cell phone records would show that too.
I kind of showed this to my boss, and they're like, well, let's just go ahead and verify that he has this account number.
Sure, gotcha.
And you weren't locking on to somebody else.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory stuff, I know.
Gotcha.
But,
well, no, you guys got to be careful.
Yeah, we got to check everything out. So I'll be right back. I'll make a copy of this, and then I'll come right back.
See how Jeff does his interview for cops? Very demure, very mindful. He doesn't come to the station with the green owl tee. He doesn't look like a clown when he talks to cops. He doesn't do too much. He's very mindful when he's at his interview. See how he looks very presentable? The way he came to the interview is the way he talks to the cops. A lot of you girls go to the interview looking like Jodi Arias and talk to the cops looking like Letitia Stout. Not demure. He's very modest. He's very mindful. You see his shirt? Only a little FSU, not an owl. Be mindful of why they found you. Here's your reality check, Diva. What's the name you'd like me to make it out to? Wendy certainly seems to have quite a guilty conscience. And as reprehensible as that makes her look, it pales in comparison to what she says next.
And I have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if I'm gonna have a hard time not being sad in front of the boys. I need to tell them today, don't I?
I think you do.
Have you done this before? Doesn't matter if you've done this before.
Have I told children? You know, I have not as young as your boys.
What do I tell them?
You know where your boys are at. You know kind of what you've talked to your boys, you know, and I know they're so young, you know, some parents have conversations about life and death and things like that, and some haven't at that age.
We had our first conversation about God.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Ever. And Ben was clipping into his car seat, and Ben out of nowhere says, "Mommy, I bet Abba knows a lot more about God than you do." And I said, well, different people have different beliefs about God. And so we get to the car, and Ben was like, "Is God a man or a woman?" I said, well, some people believe that he or she is an old white man with a long white beard. And Lincoln, who's 3.5, said, "God is dead."
And is Ben's your oldest then? And then who's your 3.5-year-old?
Lincoln.
Lincoln?
And I said, Lincoln, like, I was like, it's like Nietzsche in the back seat. Like, it's like Lincoln, who's still in diapers, but is having a sophisticated conversation about God. And I just was laughing and laughing, and they were asking such interesting questions, and I was answering them with, like, different people think different things. And, you know, but it was just our first time we ever had a conversation. Really, they talk about superheroes a lot, and so sometimes they'll joke, they'll fall over and be like, "I'm dead," and I say, "I really don't like it when you say that." And you know, they've talked about like animals being like he's dead, like on the ground, and they even quasi understand Lincoln's named after my grandmother, and whose initials are LJ, so his initials are LJ. And he would say to my mom, who's still very heartbroken over the loss of her mother, he'd say,
Just as a quick aside, I find this little anecdote that Wendy just shared both abhorrent and ironic. First, she says that Lincoln's name honors her maternal grandmother. And you can tell just by the inflection of her voice how meaningful this is for her to honor her grandmother in this way. Less than 1 year from this exact date, Wendy would change both of her boys' last names from Markel to Adelson. Dan was his parents' only son. The removal of the boy's last name not only erases any memory of their father, but also obliterated the patrilineal legacy of the Markel name. Wendy says this is done for safety reasons, claiming that the media coverage featuring the Markel name put the boys at risk. Explain then why she also chose to eradicate Ben's middle name, which was a tribute to Danny's grandmother. It's just so disgusting to hear her so fondly speak of the importance of namesake legacy, knowing that she will demolish Danny's the very next year. And then she mentions that her mother, who was in her 60s at this time, was still not over the death of her own mother. All while sitting in the police station after commissioning the death of her own kid's father. Allegedly. It makes me sick.
To her mom, like, "Is your mommy dead?" And she'd say, "Yes, you know, you're named after him." And he'd say something like, "Well, is she in heaven then?" You know, like, so they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I don't know.
And let me just kind of back. I'm not sure what investigator Isom kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's.
Is he possibly gonna make it?
I don't know the answer to that. I know.
He made it sound like he was gone. Okay. So does that mean that he might be okay? You don't know.
I don't think, from what it sounds like, I don't think he'll be
the same. Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and that's why I was kind of asking you.
I didn't know that. He made it sound like he was gone.
I don't think it's good though.
I know that's sort of what he said, but I assumed he was saying that like euphemistically.
And that's why I'm kind of because I don't want to be misleading in this conversation.
Is there any way to find out if because if he might be okay, like I want to bring the kids to him so they can.
And that's kind of stuff we'll talk about in a little, but let me ask him.
I just think that's different, right? Like if he's not going to make it and he can see the kids one more time, then he should see them. So is there are we getting updates from the hospital?
They have been, they were at the hospital. Obviously, when, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this, so when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, I'm going to let, when Investigator Ison comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then...
Right, and that's what...
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Because I think that would be more traumatizing for the kids to see something horrible. Right. I don't want them to.
And I will say, from a victim advocate perspective, I always recommend people not to, especially young children.
They're so little. I mean, they could I want them to have. If it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good. Mm-hmm. Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning. Mm-hmm. This morning.
I find all of this so problematic. First off, let's look at the change in her demeanor from when she was sure she was going to have to tell her kids that their father was dead to when she realized that he might make it.
And he'd say something like, well, is she in heaven then? So they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I mean...
Smiling, relaxed. She looks like she's having coffee with an old friend.
I mean, I don't know.
And let me just...
And here comes the switch.
I'm not sure what Investigator Ison kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's...
Is he possibly going to make it?
Anguish, disgust, dismay. This entire time, Wendy has acted absolutely horrified by the news of Dan's situation. Yet the moment that she hears that he hadn't died yet, she starts to lose it. When she says...
He made it sound like he was gone.
She sounds betrayed. She reacts as if she has been misled. The disappointment in her voice when she says,
I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and that's why
is palpable. And any person who had been agonizing over the fact that they were about to have to tell their kids that their father was dead would be so relieved and hopeful to learn that the prognosis was not as grim as they had initially thought. And I think referring to it as a game changer is an absolutely psychotic thing to say. You could say, oh, thank God, or what a relief. To call the potential for his survival a game changer insinuates that him remaining alive would significantly alter either your current situation or your future plans. His survival would be anything but a game changer. You wouldn't have to destroy your kids by telling them that their father had been killed. Everyone's schedule and lives would remain relatively unchanged. And not yet knowing the severity of Dan's injuries or the impact that it might have on his future, there could be no determination on what accommodations may need to be made. For someone who has been conveying the level of trauma that her kids will feel after learning about the death of their father, her irritation and upset about the possibility of his survival makes absolutely no sense.
Like, how would they know to, like, did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital? I don't.
When have you ever heard someone ask such a thing? No one asks how someone got to the hospital. They would say, thank goodness someone heard the shot. They would be so thankful that someone was around to alert the authorities, to potentially save Danny's life. The idea of this horrifies her. Because to her, the person who called 911 is more than just a good citizen. They're a witness. And the only person who would be worried about a witness would be someone involved with the crime.
I'm trying to keep you informed as much as possible.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be in a bunch of places at once.
My grandmother once said you can't have your tuchus in two places at once. So it's hard
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true.
I'm losing my mind over here.
Okay, this is the thing. All right, I'm my understanding. Okay, I'm going to give you the. Let me do it backwards because this will be easier, or not backwards, but the other way.
Is he still alive?
Clinically, he's not going to live.
What does that mean?
He has a severe he has a severe brain injury.
Someone shot him in the head.
Without knowing any details as to what happened to Dan, blurting out someone shot him in the head is a pretty bold move. He could have fallen after being shot and hit his head. This could have been a robbery gone wrong. He could have gotten beaten, causing brain injury. And it's not like she asked him if he had been shot in the head. She announces it.
Someone shot him in the head.
Like she already knew.
It's apparently there's too much damage to recover from it. Okay, that's why we need to get a hold of his
family.
parents. Right.
I don't know what his I don't know if he has an advance directive or what he would have wanted. He once told me that he would want we joked, I said I would want to be like, if I was ever, I have an advance directive, I do this kind of work, I run a medical legal partnership, like if I once said if I ever was like brain dead, I would want to be like, I'd want the plug pulled, and he said,
I'm sorry. But I love this visual. I love this visual of Wendy. Yes. Agree. She is guilty. Hi, Marcus and Hotshot and Sherry D and Warflare and Jackson Rip Holmes. I appreciate everybody still being here. I have it on the computer as well, but I'm also listening on my headphones because my daughter, which she commandeered the live earlier, she's on leave, so she's here. She's in the Army, and so she's here for a few days. Thank you, Sherry. I couldn't hate her anymore. Well, I thought I couldn't, and then now I do. Like this trial, the back and forth. You can't hear me. Is that better? The back and forth between her and Donna, those last emails that Georgia read about basically the kids not having any memory were disgusting. Were disgusting. I hold on, I was getting a text. And I was listening to like all, and I'll actually find that video because I keep telling you, yes. So we know that Jeff started to testify and then they objected and then they came back and they said, okay, it's sustained. You can't testify this, which every time they're like, strike this, pretend like you never heard it. Like, I always think that's so weird. Like the jury heard it. They were there. They're gonna, they're gonna remember that. And then Georgia at the very end of her rebuttal, you probably only have to back it up like maybe 5 or so minutes. She reads out this. We'll just watch it together real quick. And I have an earbud in my ear. Okay, so, oh my God, guys. Figuring out, I should probably put the timer on here too. Hold on. Figuring out that timer, my God. I felt like Jackie Fulford. Like, I don't know. I don't know technology. I can't. Good. Yeah, I try not to be too loud because I'm a loud talker normally, so I feel like I'm screaming half the time. My husband always like, "Babe, shh." Like, I'm sorry, I get hyped. All right, what were we doing? Yeah, so now I have the countdown. 1:49. So let's back it up. Maybe to like
based
here.
on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? Trouble at
Here.
school, crying.
Oh my God. When I tell
Say
you,
the bump
like,
failed, I say the bump succeeded. She said it.
this broke my heart. This broke my absolute heart. She's talking like, how could he still be sad? This happened 2 years ago. They don't even have memory before they're 5 years old. Disgusting. And I will find the stupid, I don't know how many, things I'm going to have to go through, but I will find that call where her and Charlie are talking, and they're not telling Roman where Charlie is. He's 5 at the time, and Georgia's like, not Georgia, excuse me, I was just looking at Georgia. Donna's like, he'll never know. He's too young to know. No, he's not.
Got 2 emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed, right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant,
She watches my
did
videos.
believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they.
Did you hear her call it collateral damage? I'm so full of myself. I'm sure Georgia does not watch my videos. But we have two pieces of evidence that she does. Collateral damage, which is not my invention of a word, but still I'm going to say that this is one piece of evidence. And then she marked off how many times Wendy said she was a suspect in the police thing. Okay.
They would be better off with her, and she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markell is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markell, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom." She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markell, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But
that, to me, that got me more than anything else. And I think her entire closing was an absolute masterpiece. But that part right there, and I think that's going to touch a lot of jurors, that was horrific. And it ties Wendy right to this whole thing. Because Wendy is asking Jeff, "Oh, when do kids develop memory? I just want to know. I'm just kind of curious right before we kill their dad. Will they remember it?" And then here's Donna's like, "They don't even have a memory that young." Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's disgusting. I have clear memories from when I was 3.5 years old. Clear. And especially if it's something like this, which is a trauma, for God's sake. Guys, I can't. Okay, so I have to go do a few things. I am watching this. I'm watching this. Fuck her pillow. Fuck her neck. I hope she gets sciatica again. I hope she gets her arm twisted behind her back. And I hope she cuts her arm off on the washing machine next time. Fuck Donna. Fuck Wendy. Fuck them all. And Charlie's probably getting a little prison loving right now as we speak. So I will sign you off with that.
I'd want the plug pulled, and he said he would want all efforts made, like he would be cryogenically frozen, like he wanted every single effort that could be made to keep him alive. I know that much.
This is a complete fishing expedition. She doesn't actually care if Dan's wishes are met. She's just trying to see if he's beyond saving.
My understanding, and that's what we'll have to get a hold of the family as soon as possible, but my understanding is there's irreparable damage. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm not there, I wasn't there, but I understand from previous cases that the brain, his brain is damaged beyond repair. There's nothing that can be done for that.
Is he still alive? Should I bring the kids to see him?
No. He has severe facial injury. I'm sorry, and I know this is tough, but I would not want my children to see.
Okay, I just thought I got this inkling that maybe he was like still somewhat conscious,
And I wanted to make sure he's not sitting with police officers right now, divulging details that could implicate me.
No.
wanted him to get to be with them. If that, okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but that's
Okay.
that's the way it is. They, like I said,
Okay.
there's severe injury, trauma.
Okay.
All right.
Is there someone is there a doctor working on him or?
Because again, I want to have total assurance he's not coming out of this. I would be so screwed if he were to recover.
There's doctors at the trauma bay, the ER. I think he's been transferred to ICU.
Okay.
All right, and they'll have to make a determination about organs.
Oh my God.
And so forth.
Oh.
Great, because organ donation equals no chance of survival. Phew.
So, hence, hopefully we can.
Okay, the kids. Yeah, the kids.
All right, now let's talk about the kids. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. I don't know who the contact person was. Was it one of the ladies that you were eating with?
No.
Miss McPherson.
I thought I wasn't supposed to contact them, so I didn't ask about those two because I thought it seemed. Anyway, I asked.
Huh? What? You thought you weren't supposed to contact them? Why? Because they were an integral piece of your alibi?
Two other women I'm friends with.
Okay, that are familiar with the
I think
children.
Jane is who they got.
Does the daycare place have to be contacted to allow her?
So what do you mean he's not good? What do you know about this?
I don't think he's gonna make it.
Oh my God.
Really? I don't know how I'm gonna tell the kids.
I know.
Let's put that on.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks.
You really know that? You know that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
You know that they don't think he's gonna make it through this? Oh,
You're not gonna make it.
really? He's a TMH right now?
And I was asking because I thought maybe he would, and I wanted
Right.
I wanted the kids to be
Yes.
with him if he was okay.
Okay. And he has family and stuff at the hospital or something?
We don't have any family here in Canada.
Right, I know, but I mean,
There's no family here.
girlfriend, anybody come down? Nothing?
Amy, I don't know if Amy knows yet. I don't have Amy's phone number.
Amy's on Facebook.
I'll contact her later.
She's on Facebook. I mean, she can be found.
Yeah. I was thinking of one more thing. This is really tangential, but his friend I told you about, Matt Price, his wife's brother was killed. So if you're going to call someone first, Matt's going to lose it. So
Isam's job is not to spread the word around about Danny's death. He needs to tell his parents because, obviously... Please note how quickly she was healed from being so distraught that Jane had to hold her for 2 minutes straight to talking completely normally.
I don't intend on calling Matt. I just need to have the background on different associates and friends and so forth. You know, my objective is to find out who did this. So, based on what you've told me, I'm going to take that information, compile it with other information that other investigators have worked on, and we'll see where it leads.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying anybody that you told me about is any way involved.
Is there
I
any
don't
sign
know.
of stuff being stolen from the house?
I can't discuss that.
Okay.
So,
But you are discussing that you don't think he's going to live. I mean,
I'm telling you a fact that I know he's not going to live. He's not going to live. Okay. So.
is he dead? No.
Well, I already discussed that with her. He has enough injury that's traumatic enough that he's not going to be able to recover from it.
Oh God. Oh
God. Did Lynn already go get the boys?
What's happening right now is Lynn's on her way here. She doesn't have car seats.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out.
Cool. I meant to say cool, and then I started to say great.
Right. Well, cool.
I was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, like, I want to...
He's not gonna make it, but he's okay. What the fuck does that even mean? If he's not gonna make it, I'd wager a guess that he's not okay, Wendy. And who the fuck says I didn't even know that he was still living?
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out.
Still living is the standard. It would be finding out if he didn't make it. That would be the shock.
Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know that his family knows yet. Did they get that information?
We're working on that now. What we do usually as a law enforcement agency, we don't like to tell people that over the phone if we can try to avoid it, just because it's kind of shocking news. And we usually
So can you tell law enforcement there to go to the house?
Correct. That's what we're trying to do now.
Is that better?
Oh my God! Shut up, Wendy.
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't know, especially people's conditions and how they're going to react. So if someone gets so upset that they have a heart attack or something, we want, not just be on the phone.
It's better to have a human. But they're working on that now.
Yes.
So it's an actual fact that he's not going to survive these injuries.
That's what General Isom?
Yes, Investigator Isom. Yeah, that's what he.
He's not General.
Investigator.
Whatever. I call him Reg sometimes. That's okay.
I was just in the car with him. I'm like, what is your name? What do I do? I saw that one from Kara. If you need to call her, you can. You're not being held hostage here.
Just tell her.
So we're in the process right now, and to do that, generally we have to. It's almost like a telegraph that we send to the other agency, kind of giving the information on who to make contact. It's very old school as we started working here.
I know that it's not like. Well, I don't know what's happening right now, but as of a little bit ago, it wasn't definitive. Do they want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to
Wendy, what are you even saying here? Don't they want to wait until it's definitive? Until what's definitive? His death?
They want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to
Do they want him to what? Get rolled into the morgue before they tell his parents? This entire stream of consciousness completely proves everything you said about wanting your boys to see him in the hospital was a load of bullshit. So you want everybody to believe that you think it's important for a 3-year-old and barely 5-year-old to get one last chance to see Dan one last time. Yet you think the authorities should wait until Dan is definitively dead before even telling his parents?
You disgust me. How can you live with yourself?
They want to get in contact with them because I think some decisions need to be made, and because they're his parents, they would be his next of kin. Yeah.
So he's still alive, but he's maybe on life support or some such thing.
I don't know the medical terms around it, but it's from what Investigator Isom was telling her, it does not look.
He was shot in the head?
From what was he necessary? So
I said that and he didn't answer it.
So
it's so much shorter in the head.
This is one of the things police look for when interviewing or interrogating a suspect. Details of the crime scene that haven't been revealed yet.
It's just he was very badly shot multiple times, maybe badly.
When I think he did say that there was trauma to his face. And that's when you were asking about showing the boy.
I wanted the kids
you
to be with him, but not if he looks scary.
And not if he's, I mean, there's nothing to be.
I know, I just thought he might be like,
no, I know.
I got the feeling he might be a little bit alive.
Right.
And if he was a little bit alive, I wanted him to like touch
be
the
able to
kids
see
one
the
more
children,
time.
right? But he's apparently.
I have such a visceral reaction to hearing her say the phrase "a little bit alive." It actually makes my stomach hurt. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. She says a ton of horrific things in this 6-hour period, yet somehow this is the worst for me. I've actually avoided editing this part because I knew that just the act of typing it out would make my blood run cold.
Beyond that, like he probably hasn't regained
From what Investor said.
Yeah, that's what Wendy is banking on.
Correct. Yes. From what he was saying, I wouldn't.
He was found in a really dreadful state, and he has not come out of any kind of. He ended that phase. Oh, Wendy, good Lord! Have you called your parents, darling?
No, after we were just going.
Did she call her parents?
They have
I don't see. They have her phone.
But
I know
their number.
I do know my family's number.
I don't.
Okay, no hard feelings, but I hate you. Not joking. Bye.
Because an update on what's going on medically, like
I didn't even ask because I know somebody else is dealing with that, and my understanding is he's in ICU. Last I heard was he was probably not going to survive. But they are trying to work out the organ donor aspect of.
She's about to sink her head into her hands as if hearing about him donating organs is just too much for her to handle. But forgets to modify her voice to match the anguish that she's trying to convey with her body language.
That whole thing.
And you told his dad this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like they had to do an automated dialogue replacement in post-production, but just gave the actor the lines and forgot to tell them what the scene was about.
So they are.
And is he coming? Is he?
Well, and Melanie spoke with him, and I hadn't had a chance to sit down and talk with her since, because I was on the phone. I was trying to give the nurse a heads up to say, hey, just so you know, we've talked to the dad. He's going to be calling, so that random person didn't call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
did Alan say the kids needed clothes? They can just sleep in their closet.
Well, and he didn't know how long you were going to be, and stuff like that. And Jane called.
She's just so clearly unaffected by any of this.
Trying to get in touch with you. Please call back to design.
They're probably kind of hearing.
Thank you.
So they're probably hearing, and they're looking for you for confirmation.
Hearing on the news, so you heard that,
What I will tell you, the police station hasn't released his name.
Yeah.
But obviously, this Dean person knows, has an inkling, whatever the case may be.
How did he know? Something must be going on. How would all of these people know?
Well, if someone like the Dean, and if they're trying to get hold of you and they can't, they're going to start going to other. I will say the news does have the block. They do have the street,
and then people are figuring it out. Well, Tracy knew that it was him, and she's calling the hospital. So how did Tracy know?
Wendy, how is Sarah supposed to know how Tracy knows?
And I will say that the police...
Facebook. They're all probably talking to each other on Facebook.
I mean, people communicate.
No, I know, but Danny's very, very public.
And then they're all probably trying to call him and say, hey, where you at? What are you doing? And
And so he's not responding, and he's always very responsive. They must have each other's contact on Facebook and then be connecting with each other.
And then what'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. The hospital's like, no.
Here comes Chelsea.
Whoa, Wendy. Why would Wendy be worked up into such a frenzy over how people are learning about Danny? The method of how information is traveling is such an immaterial concept in a situation this dire. I can't imagine anyone even wasting the headspace to think about it, let alone obsess over it like Wendy is. The only time that I've ever in my entire life wondered how someone knew something is when the information was secretive or private and should not have yet been shared. This only further corroborates my theory that Wendy was not expecting anyone to find out about this for a while.
Okay, I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
I'm sorry, what?
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
Yeah, okay, no, that's what I thought you said, but at the same time, surely nobody could be that disconnected from reality to say that out loud in a police station.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
Yeah, no, Wendy, I heard you. My mind is just blown that that's what just came out of your mouth. So let me just try to unpack this. You don't know what to tell your parents because you don't even know that he's dead? Call me crazy, but it almost sounds like your parents are expecting a call from you. One in which you tell them that Danny is dead. Okay, Wendy.
I just know that he has been shot.
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation.
I know that's not really.
He's kind of.
Okay, so I just want to tell them what happened and that I need them here,
and they're gonna come up here.
The kids are fine.
We just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this.
I don't want to go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the clothing, the computer, and then we can get you on to the other, I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
They live really close to me.
Okay.
You look like you've had a long day.
I have.
Her saying that is such a disingenuous, manipulative thing to say. She's trying so hard to take the focus off of her as a monster. I feel like somebody who's really going through all the emotions and hardships that she would be facing would not even have the headspace to think about the investigator having a long day.
Okay, so we'll be getting ready to go in just a minute, okay?
Okay, well, I don't have a lot of stuff to take with me.
I know.
Can I throw out the tissues in the trash can?
Yeah, but we're not there yet. I just wanted to.
I'll get a trash can for you before you go. Don't worry.
Okay, because I'm thinking.
It's okay. Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
I mean, I'm gonna call you to check.
I'm most definitely not okay. But
I'm on call this weekend.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my cell phone, and I'm available. Okay.
I just I have friends, and I don't really.
That's good. And friends will know more than I will. But you might have questions that come up.
No, I mean, there's a lot that you can answer, and I'm sorry. I can't believe this is happening.
And I'm sorry this is happening.
God, everyone's sorry this is happening. It's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. He hurt their daughter, but listening to my mom just cry and be horrified on the phone and be like, "Of course," she sounded like.
Well, it's horrible. And normal, good-hearted people don't wish.
Nobody wishes
things like this to happen.
Look who it's not. Normal, good-hearted people.
You might say I get frustrated. You might be like, I hate someone, but you don't ever. saying stuff out of emotion isn't something you really want sometimes to happen.
It's really messed up that people are worried when they hear gunshots on Trescott that they think like something happened to me. I guess it makes sense. It's divorce and people do crazy things. I just am not okay.
Well, this is a traumatic experience, and your brain's gonna kind of process the stuff differently, so.
As he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, I wonder if I could be like framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
Right. Are we getting a sneak peek into what your defense is going to be at your trial? That someone set you up, framed you? That's fun. Note her glancing up at Sarah for approval. Or rather, trying to read her to see if she's buying the bullshit that Wendy's trying to sell her.
I wonder if I could be like framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
And Sarah just laughs. You're not gonna get framed for a crime.
I mean, that's your attorney mind probably thinking, but...
No, that's her criminal mind thinking. That's the mind of a murderer silently freaking out when they're picked up by the cops directly after the death of their ex. The death that they planned and arranged, paid for, and thought was so sweet. Allegedly. And listen, Wendy, if you turn out not to be implicated in this murder that you definitely had a hand in, I will personally issue a public apology and send you a bouquet of flowers. But more than likely, I'll be sending you a bouquet of ramen noodles in jail. What? It's not my fault that you're guilty. I would have definitely suggested that you didn't do this had I had known you. And furthermore, I definitely would have suggested that you not be such a horrible, lying piece of human garbage if you didn't want the entire world to think that you were guilty. What a concept. But, I mean, you do you, boo.
You've been more than forthcoming with information, and you're doing everything you can to help.
I can't imagine who would do this.
I can. But, again, that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Well, I tell him I can't see it. I don't want to. Okay, so we think like Danny's not waking up. Like, is that? That's the thing. Is like I don't want to tell my kids that their father is gone if he's not. Like, I don't want to have that.
Do you think you can be around them tonight without maybe disclosing to them?
I do.
Then maybe it's something you could just wait till the morning till you know a little bit more certainty.
Again, this is so telling that to Wendy, the only option, the correct outcome, is that of Danny's death. She keeps hemming and hawing that she's going to have to traumatize her kids by telling them that their father died. Yet, all the while is viscerally affected at the concept of his survival. It's so transparent. And you can tell that she's never even considered the fact that he might have survived this. That was never part of the plan. And it's so apparent with the absolutely off-the-wall shit she says through this entire interview.
Somebody going to tell me, like, if he doesn't make it and it's like official, is someone going to...
What?
A normal person would just ask for updates on his status. Not ask if she will be told when he's officially dead. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'll know because they'll notify me, because then when incidents like this happen, they'll have to do an autopsy and things like that. So I can ask the investigator to let me know when they get, because they'll have to notify the police.
They'll figure this out, right? They'll figure out who did this.
How awesome would it have been if Sarah just said, well, actually, you'll be happy to hear we're interrogating the number one suspect right now. And then just deadpanned Wendy until Detective Isom came in and cuffed her ass.
That will be their goal, and that they figure it out.
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there?
I mean, there's always unsolved crimes, but I would say these guys that work here are really good. They're going to be working really hard, probably throughout tonight. If you think you'd be comfortable tonight, just kind of waiting to see. I do.
You think that makes sense? Like, not just because I am still not.
Well, you know, because this is. I would say maybe yes, it would make a little bit of sense, and talk it over with your family and friends. But the thing is, because then if not, you're gonna have to tell them something along the lines that he's seriously hurt. No, you can't see him, and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And then you're gonna have to come back and be like, oh, well, actually,
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered?
What do you tell your children when their mother was the murderer?
It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, I don't work with children very often. But I would tell them, just that, he was really hurt and he had to either, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I said, I don't know how much they get this. But, he was fine, he was healthy, he was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick.
Well, and that's why you said he was hurt, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
I have questions, though, and I don't want to lie to them.
And you don't.
I don't want to say he was hurt. How was he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to. I
don't
don't
want to
expose
them
something,
to that?
but
well,
they're going to be so scared. What if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
Well,
The very bad person is in the room with us. Wendy, for as much as you play the victim, you'd think you would be better at it. Because you were such a transparent mess through this entire interrogation, and everyone sees right through you. But we've only begun to unravel your tangled mess of lies, and trust me, it becomes even clearer as we go deeper.
Angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred.
As kids.
All right, you mentioned you learned along the way that
You're doing fine.
What's happening?
You're doing fine. I know it's all of a shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay?
I don't know who would do this.
Okay, well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't
Do you
think.
know who it is?
No, and I don't
What if
think.
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't. I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
So, a few things happen here. This is the first of many times that Wendy conveys her fear over the boys being injured or killed. Isom lays things out pretty clearly. He assures her that there is no indication that the boys are in any harm, and then immediately calls her out for just being at Trescott, making it very clear who he thinks the perpetrator of this crime might be. Wendy also mentions that she doesn't know who would do this. A very bizarre thing to say, since not knowing who committed the crime is a given. Of course you wouldn't know. The entire purpose of the investigation is finding out who did this. The only person who would need to emphasize that they don't know is someone who definitely does.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened.
And you know what,
they're so little.
And you know, it is difficult sometimes for little kids because their perception of realities.
They love their dad.
Of course they do.
Please make note that Wendy is crying so hard here, she's having to pull out multiple tissues from the pack. And the time is 4:02:08.
I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No, you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
And less than 4 seconds later is recovered enough to be talking completely normally.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you
No, you're good though. I want to be here for you too. I can say very shocking.
I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand, and I'm very scared because if this can happen, like, what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like, who did this, and why would they do this?
And from what they're missing, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears. Okay.
Here we are again. She's afraid someone is going to come after the boys and is in disbelief that this is happening.
I don't think that's good for the kids. Like, I don't want people... I don't know what to do about, like, the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's, like, some maniac out there, and I would like for you to find whoever that is, so I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Now there's a maniac out there, and she's concerned for the kids. Not to fear, Wendy. The maniac is in here.
I'm just worried about the kids, and I'm so sorry for his family.
His family. Okay, appropriate.
And for his children.
His children? Not my children or our children. His children. That's some pretty major distancing language. Both with his and children.
Who are now going to grow up without a father. And I have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Danny, then why wouldn't they hate his children?
If they hate Danny, why wouldn't they hate his children? Pour it on real thick, Wendy.
And you know, they're doing this investigation now to kind of figure out what happened.
He didn't do it to himself. There's no way he did it. He never really got depressed. He never got that sad. You know, like, he was a really positive guy. It wasn't him.
I love how she's acting as if a self-unaliving is even an option. She's been told how many times now that this was a targeted attack against Danny.
Is the police officer still at school? Like, are the boys safe there right now?
I don't know the for sure answer to that, but I do know that they checked on them. And
I know they checked on them, but like, the kids, I just want to make sure they're okay.
Let me go talk and let me ask them that for you. Wendy, look at me.
I've always wondered how much the victim advocate knew beforehand. Because I've always been curious if she tells her to look at her during this part to see if she has any real tears.
There's no reason for them to think that anything's going to happen to the boys right now, okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to know that there's no indications that...
But why would someone do this? Like, why wouldn't they just come after my whole family?
Here she is told yet again that there is no indication that the boys are in danger. Yet she insists that essentially the killer should have probably killed her whole family, i.e. the kids as well.
I do hear your concern. I do. I just want you to know, though, like, there's no... If there was an indication...
I mean, there's no indication some crazy person was gonna kill Danny, so why would they not think someone was gonna, like, anything could happen, right?
Like, anything could happen, right? Most mothers would never want to even fathom a circumstance in which their kids could be put in danger. And if they were really as worried as Wendy pretends to be, don't you think that they would insist on being with their children?
From what I understood, that there was someone that was at the school.
They didn't find anyone, like, running away at the scene, did they?
I don't know that answer, okay? I'm sorry. I know I'm giving you a lot of I don't know.
I know, I'd rather that than you make something up, but I just have no idea what's happening right now.
I'm sorry.
And God, is it killing her not to know what the cops do.
Sorry.
Oh my God, I hate this woman.
Do you think whoever did this is going to come after the kids?
I'm very worried about that. And I think...
I don't want to be, like, left alone in that house. Like, I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't...
Okay, well...
Again, making everyone aware that Wendy definitely, for sure, totally has no idea who could have done this. For realsies, though.
We just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this...
I don't want to go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the clothing, the computer, and then we can get you on to the other... I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
I mean, be scared, I guess. But how far can one get away from themselves before they feel safe?
Trace the call. It's coming from inside the house. You hear me? It's coming from inside the house.
Is it good, like, should I be taking the kids to school when Monday comes around? Like, is it good to have, like, a routine for them?
School? You mean daycare? Because it's mid-July and your eldest has not even started kindergarten. I don't know, Wendy. It's Friday night. You're about to have to tell your babies that their dad was killed. Maybe just spend some time with them on Monday. And for someone so concerned for their safety, you would think that she would not even want to let them out of her sight so soon. Or is that because you already know that the killers will be back in Miami by then?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep that. And that's
well,
okay,
I say it, and now I'm like, I don't want those kids away from me. Like, what if there's, like, a deranged gunman in town? Like,
Those kids? You don't want those kids out of your sight? That is some pretty serious distancing language there.
I feel like a fierce mama cat right now. Like, I just want to get to my boys. And I know they're fine with Alan and Lynn. Like, and I think
that you want to hold them and see that they're okay with your own eyes. And
yeah, I really need to be with them.
I rolled my eyes so hard when she said fierce mama cat that I'm pretty sure they're dislocated now.
And if
I'd rather be with
anything, have support.
Yeah.
And kind of a bit of a distraction.
Yeah. It'd be nice just not to worry about, like, I don't know, I'm just picturing, like, getting up and trying to, like, you know, the kids being like, they're 3.5 and 5, right? Like they'll wanna eat ice cream or do whatever, and like I don't have the energy to like impose any restrictions.
Right.
3 and 5-year-olds whose lives are about to change in such a fundamental and horrific way. Learning half of their world is gone forever. Just let them eat the damn ice cream for breakfast, Wendy.
I know.
And then, you know, it's difficult time. They might not need those restrictions, and
oh, those poor kids.
Those poor kids. Never in the history of ever have I referred to my children as those or the kids. Maybe if I'm talking about them while they're in a group of other kids who don't belong to me, I would say the kids. But referring to just the two of them together, always my boys or my babies. Especially in a situation like this, you'd think she would be using the closest, most protective language she could. You know, being a fierce mama cat and all.
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered? It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's, you know, he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, you know, I don't work with children very often. But I would tell them, you know, just that, you know, he was really hurt and he had to either, you know, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I mean, I said, like, I don't know how much they get this. But, like, he was fine. He was healthy. He was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick. Like,
well, and that's why you say he was hurt, you know, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
I have questions, though, and I don't want to lie to them.
Nope, not Wendy, pillar of truth and honesty Adelson.
I cannot tell a lie.
And you don't...
Like, I don't want to say he was hurt. How's he hurt? He felt like...
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, you know? Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to... I don't want to expose something, but, like... Well, they're going to be so scared. Like, what if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
Well, talk...
Cover, which you shouldn't, but we're going to find out...
And again,
This is an absolutely horrific thing to imagine, and that's why I've avoided talking about it until now. But my theory is that Wendy maybe wanted those kids to be killed as well.
In the summertime, we have a week on, week off schedule with the boys, so we have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
Right. Where did the children sleep the night before? Have they been staying with Danny right along?
Yeah, except week on, week off, but with Wednesday overnights. So Wednesday night they were with me.
When you say Wednesday overnight, Wednesday.
It means like if it's a mommy week, then
Right.
they're with you all week. Except Wednesday night they'd go to Danny.
Okay.
If it's a Danny week,
Right.
so they're with him all week. Except Wednesday night they came to me.
So in the summertime, Wendy and Danny would do a week on, week off time schedule, alternating custody of the kids every week, and then spending the night at the other parent's house each Wednesday.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markell continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markell was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning I think they were at Danny's house.
So the kids were with Danny at the time 2 hitmen were sent up to go murder him. But let's not forget, Garcia and Rivera did not go up only in July. They were also there the month before.
I want to ask you about the first trip. Do you know the date that you came to Tallahassee on the first trip?
The date. I can't remember, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. Does June 4th through June 5th sound correct?
Yeah, it was around June. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And that's of the year 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you know, are you familiar with a ticket, a traffic ticket that y'all got in the area of Gainesville on that first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. You recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the traffic ticket that y'all received on this first trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this was in the car that was rented by Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who got the ticket?
I got the ticket.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce into evidence State's 81.
Any objection?
Not at all, Judge. Not Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
What was the ticket for?
Speeding.
Okay, and so you were doing the driving, at least in the Gainesville area, is that right?
Yeah, we had switched for a minute, and he told me to drive.
All right. Do you know what time of day you arrived in Tallahassee on that first trip on June 4th?
In the morning, like around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning around there.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory to let you know this traffic ticket was received?
Let me see.
I'm going to draw your attention to the top right corner of this traffic ticket. Indicates that you received a ticket at 9:12 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
So, June 4th, Garcia and Rivera make the drive from Miami to Tallahassee. And according to the time on the ticket, they should have arrived in Tallahassee between 11:30 and noon. Here's June 4th of 2014, a Wednesday. That Wednesday would have been on a Danny week, and Wendy would have had the kids that night only. And it seems like she knew that the killers were in town.
I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall an event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Miss Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit. And she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that night?
Yeah, that night she was a nervous wreck to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville where there's no convenience stores or anything close, and I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck and had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very non-specific about it.
All right.
Prosecutor asked you about June 4th, 2014. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon?
Could have been as early as 12:30, sir. I mean,
12:30.
Yeah.
Okay. So
around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she I mean Wendy Adelson, that she was acting unusual?
That's correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very non-specific. That happened with Wendy quite a bit, with it, where she was upset and there was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall. That was not an average thing. I think that's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store, so it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there, and she was so nervous. I thought, no, I'm going. So
did she go with you?
No, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let's go to something you said on direct, talking about June 4th.
Yes.
And you appear to have a very good memory of all the instances. You said that Wendy had the kids on June 4th, the night of June 4th.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Wendy, spent a lot of time with the kids. You knew their daily schedule of the boys, right?
I knew not so much, because I usually got there in the evening. So at the time, I would know what days she had the kids. But as far as pickup times and things like that, I usually saw them at the end of the day. I accompanied her just a couple times to pick up the kids. So I don't want to sound like I'm an expert in that, because I'm not.
So June 4th, she has the kids. The next morning, June 5th, she would have taken them to Creative Preschool.
She would have, but I never stayed over there. So when the kids were there, so I wouldn't have known that, because I left at the end of the night if the kids were there every time.
That would have been consistent with the custody setup that she had with Dan Markel, correct?
Yeah, depending on what the days on the schedule were, which I don't recall. I used to know that. I don't anymore.
It wouldn't have been that he'd come and pick them up at her house and then bring them over to Creative Preschool.
I never saw that kind of scheduling anyway.
So it would have been consistent with, on June 5th, she would have dropped the kids off.
It would have been consistent, but I don't have any primary knowledge of what she did on June 5th.
So Wendy is so nervous the day the hitmen arrive. Jeffrey actually has to buy her Pepto-Bismol. And as we know, Katie was getting regular updates from Sigfredo as the day went on.
All right, so what was the purpose of the first trip?
We came to scope them out.
Okay, were you intending to commit the murder on the first trip?
It was supposed to, but we couldn't find them.
All right, so when y'all came to do the first trip, was any money exchanged?
Nah, he had money.
Who did?
Garcia.
How much money did he have?
He probably had, I think, from $2,000 to $5,000.
Between $2,000 and $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you know where he got the money from?
The money he got it from the people that hired him.
All right, and who is that? Did he tell you?
Nah, he didn't tell me yet.
Okay. Did he give you any money on this first trip?
Excuse me?
Did he give you any money for this first
he gave
trip?
me a couple of $100.
Okay. How many nights did you stay in Tallahassee on that first trip? If you remember.
I'll say like 2 nights.
All
2
right.
or 3 nights.
Where did y'all stay?
In a hotel.
Okay. And did you interact with a man by the name of Shadrach Nobles in the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came here to do the murder, but you couldn't find him. What did you mean by that?
We have followed him. And we
Followed who?
Markel.
All right. Where did you follow him to?
Followed him all the way to a daycare where we kept losing him.
Okay. Where did you follow him? When you say you followed him to the daycare, where did you start following him?
Like, we had stopped by a park and watched him come out of his house.
So you knew where his house was located?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where Mr. Markel's house was?
Garcia pointed his house to me.
Okay. Was that something that was written on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you pulled into a park and waited for him. Where was the park?
I was in the corner by a light.
I'll show you what I marked as safety unit 47. You recognize States 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate aerial map depicting where you parked that day waiting for Mr. Markel to follow him or scope him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce States 47.
Any objection?
One second, Judge. No objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted. You may.
Mr. Rivera, does this yellow dot here indicate where you and Mr. Garcia waited?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you had you already seen Mr. Markel's home before you parked here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when he pulled out, did he pull out down this road right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you're talking about the light, are you talking about this intersection?
Yes.
All right. Tell me where you followed him. If he came down this way, where did y'all go?
Pulled right behind him, and he went straight.
Straight down through this light?
Yes, ma'am.
Even after adjusting the picture to better show the map, it's still pretty hard to see. Here's a Google Map image. The arrow's pointing to Dan's house, and right there is the park that they were waiting at. You can see here, this is the intersection of Trescott and Benton, where they saw Dan drive out of.
And is that when you followed him to the area of the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you say you lost him, where and how did you lose him?
He had pulled up into the daycare. By the time we made a circle, I guess he had pulled down and left. So we kept losing him.
All right. And when you talk about following Mr. Markel to the daycare on this first trip, who was driving when you all followed him to the daycare?
Garcia.
All right. Did y'all, you mentioned going by Mr. Markel's residence. Can you tell the jury exactly what kind of scoping out y'all did of Mr. Markel's residence on this trip?
Just driving through to see if we see his car, to see if there was somebody in the house, but we never got to see his car.
Did you ever pull around behind the house or go anywhere besides other than driving right in front?
Yeah, we went around the house.
Okay. Did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
He got off, went behind the house, tried to see if somebody was in the house.
Who was supposed to be the shooter on this first trip?
I was going to be the shooter.
Did you make a suggestion to change the plan from shooting to something else?
Yeah, I found out for the kids. I ain't going to shoot nobody in front of no kids.
All right. When you saw Mr. Markel on the first trip, did he have his kids with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't the murder get done on the first trip? Is it because
we lost him?
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Markel on the first trip where he was, I guess, separated from his children?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see him where he was in his car in his home and the kids were not around that first trip?
Nah, he always had his kids.
All right. You mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
It's the first trip.
Okay. So you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay, and what did you do to scope the place out?
We stood near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Marquez.
Markel's?
Marquez.
Okay, and what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit, washed out, and then ended up renting a hotel, and then the next morning did the same thing, and then following him to see where he was going to.
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markel on that first trip, would y'all have done it on the first trip?
Yes.
All right. And why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a particular plan as far as who was going to actually do the murder?
I was supposed to do it.
Okay, and was it always going to be a shooting?
It was going to be a shooting.
What was the plan? Were you always going to do it in his car, or what? Was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really didn't plan nothing out.
So it was just going to be, if an opportunity arose, you were going to take it?
If there was opportunity, we do what we got to do and go.
What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
I was not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody instruct you on that, or that was just a given that you weren't going to do it?
I was not going to do it, period.
Okay.
You testified earlier that you didn't want to kill Markel during the first trip because he had his kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told Sigfredo that during the first trip.
Yeah.
You didn't want to do it in front of the kids.
I believe so.
Let's thank God that Luis was a decent enough person not to kill Dan while his kids were present. And please make note, he didn't refrain from that after being instructed not to. He was just thankfully a good enough person not to want to hurt the kids that way. But it's not like Wendy knew the difference, though. And honestly, one would have to assume if you're finding people who are willing to kill your ex-husband without even knowing him, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to assume that maybe they wouldn't give a damn about killing the kids as well. And it's not like they had special instructions to wait until he was home, wait until the kids weren't with him. They could have easily shot him with the kids in the car, and the kids could have been injured in several different ways. Mainly, they could have also been shot. Without knowing how many gunmen were going, what types of weapons they were using, etc., there would have been no way of preventing something like that from happening. Dan could have been shot while driving the car and gotten into an accident, which could have killed the children. He could have been stationary at a stoplight and gotten shot, which could have potentially taken his foot off the brake, rolled him into traffic, and could have also killed the children. The fact that there was zero precautions taken to prevent any harm coming to the kids, and the fact that the hitmen were sent up there not once, but twice on Danny's weeks with the kids is absolutely mind-blowing. I would never have my ex-husband killed, because I'm not some psychotic monster. But if I did, you can bet that my kids would be nowhere near there. Out of all the witnesses in this case, I find Luis Rivera's to not only be one of the most helpful, but also one of the most believable accounts of what happened that day. And hearing his concern and self-restraint for the sake of the kids was refreshingly wholesome. In fact, Luis seemed to be the only one who was actually bothered by the death of Dan Markel.
I even woke up one day, I was in my house drinking. I ain't tell you this though. I was in my house drinking one day and I was so mad I was thinking about the murder. And it was just hitting me. And then he came to my house. Jessica called him, yo, come over here and calm this nigga down. I don't know what's wrong with him. He came and told me, chill out, man. Stop thinking about that shit. I said, man, it ain't even that, man. Like, I ain't do it. How the fuck can you walk around here like that? Something that you did and you got here, like everything is all right. I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about that man and them kids. Like, it really hurted me, man. It really do.
Gave me just a little bit of solace knowing that someone involved in this crime felt some remorse. But there was something else he said that made my blood run cold.
Back up a little bit further. You said they gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from?
Oh, he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. But he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She gonna pay us. So, you know, all this driving around and talking to him about the money, I told him, we should just go rob her. That was my intention. Fuck this guy. I don't got nothing against that guy. I don't even know that guy. Especially after he told me about what was it for the 2 kids. Told me because I asked him, why you want to kill this guy? Because the lady wants her 2 kids back. She wants full custody of them kids. Because he had all the custody. That was the plan. That was the deal. That's what I went to go kill that man for.
And how did Tuda know all this?
Katie, I guess Katie told him everything. Ain't nobody questioning us. Ain't nobody gonna question me. Ain't nobody even. I think that they didn't even know I was going in the ride unless the only one that knew was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato, so I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in the car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady. Because, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendy, that's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he said, that's Wendy. I remember I clear as day with them 2 boys. Because we got there at 10 o'clock at night, 10 to 11 o'clock at night, went to the hotel, we're hanging out, we're just chilling. I said, man, I'm going to go to sleep, I got to get rest, because if you're going to have me watch this guy all day tomorrow, I got to get rest. So I tried to fall asleep. He was still awake doing coke. I went to sleep. The next day, it was Thursday. The next day we drove around there. I went around the block. I went around the block to the other park behind his house. He said, pull in here real quick. Let me go see if he's home. So we pulled in. He walked over there. He looked, came back. He's like, go around the house. He said he seen something, but he wasn't too sure if it was somebody. So when I go around the front of the house, that I come back like this. So I'm driving this way. Wendy's walking this way with the 2 kids. So I'm driving. Before I get to the bump, I'm looking to my rearview mirror and I ask Garcia, man, what's up with this lady? Why is she looking so much? She's like, oh, that's that lady. That's Wendy. I'm like, oh, no, that's her name. I said, well, so I'm like, okay, I seen the 2 kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, that she came to make sure that everything's alright because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's gotta get done tomorrow morning before he leaves. Like, alright, we leave. We go back to the hotel.
Let me interrupt you for a minute. Was there ever a phone call from anyone around the time that you saw who he described to be?
When she walked, as I'm looking at the rear mirror, I seen her walk a little bit further from her house, get on the phone. By the time we get to the hotel, he's talking to Katie. That's when he asked Katie, what's she doing up here? But I asked him in the car before Katie called, what is she doing up here? She came up here to see if everything's alright with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady's doing up here? And she knows that we're up here. She knows you're up here. So what's she doing up here? So when he calls Katie. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady over here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything is fine there. What time he's leaving tomorrow on the flight or where the fuck he was going. I said, so we gotta do this tomorrow, huh? He's like, yeah, cause he's leaving, and she came to see the kids. But I seen her face and everything. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, we drive. We're going back to the hotel. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down on the chair in the hotel, and he's like, you all right? Like, no, I'm just curious what the fuck this lady's doing up here. Yeah, don't worry about that shit. Everything good, man. She just made sure that everything was all right. I said, I don't really like the sound of this shit, but whatever. If you say everything's all right, I trust you because I just trust you. I trust you because you're my dog. You don't worry about it, man. Here, man, take a drink. Like, man, that was early in the morning. It was 12. Like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon?
Yeah, before 12.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says that's Wendy. She's making sure that we're going to do this or whatever.
That she wanted to make sure that we was up there. She thought that we were lying, that he was lying. Because they don't even know I'm in the car until she seen me that day.
Yeah, but your car's got tinted windows. Does she even know what kind of car you guys are in?
That car, ain't not even tinted. Like, you can see through it. It's like, you can see it. It's tinted, but not dark like people think.
Right, but she wouldn't know you from Adam's house. She wouldn't know you from anybody.
Yeah, she don't know me from anybody. But you can see, you got a little short guy in the car like this. I'm driving like this. And you see Garcia. Garcia's on the passenger side. You know, so she looked and then he looked. Like, you know, that's what caught my attention. Like, what's up with this lady looking at the car? She didn't know she wanted to make sure that we was up here. I guess Katie had told him everything. And then he called Katie. I remember leaving that day when we left. He called Katie. Yo, everything all right with this lady? She's like, yeah, everything's straight. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you get that shit done.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Or he tells you that?
No, I can hear her talking on the phone.
You're in the car or in the motel room?
No, I'm in the car. We're still in the car. We have pulled up. Every time before we go in the hotel, we'll sit in the car for like 10 minutes. We just don't go in because I'm sitting down like, yo, you see that camera right there? You know, it's facing that way. You see that one over there? Yeah, man, how you see all this shit? I said, because look at that camera over there, man. I tell them, yo, you gotta start drinking, man, before you can pay attention.
So you hear her voice saying that he recognizes her without question. He doesn't have to ask.
He don't even gotta ask. He didn't even have to call and ask none of this shit. He already knew who it was.
He's already saying, why is Wendy here?
Yeah. No, I asked him why she's up here.
And then he relays to her on the phone
what? He relays to her why she came up here for.
Okay.
That's the conversation.
So it's not a question of if it's Wendy. He already knows it's Wendy.
Oh, he already knows it's Wendy.
And he's telling Katie, why is Wendy here?
To make sure that he was up here, make sure he wasn't lying, that she was just paying him for nothing but.
So Tudo's met Wendy.
Yeah, I think he did. Matter of fact, I ain't even gonna answer that right there because I'm not 100%.
Okay.
Did you know Wendy?
No, not at all.
You ever seen her before?
Just that day. That day I seen her, that Thursday. I'm not upset. I never met her, I never seen her. I don't know if he met her or he knows, but I know he said that's Wendy. I'm like, alright.
Okay. Alright. And Katie says she wants to make sure that you guys are.
And we make sure that we was up there.
And you heard her voice say that?
Yes, sir.
You woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride towards Markel's house. It's that Thursday morning. And we went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Mm-hmm. Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house.
Towards whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or something else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, 2.
All right. What happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked dead at the car. I was driving, and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
what happened next?
I asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? What's she looking at the car? Yeah, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said that's the lady with the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
Well, I'm looking to the rearview mirror, and I seen her making a phone call. I seen her getting on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie.
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
Because she, like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen y'all.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Oh, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believed Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her, or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right now.
All right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He's like, we just got to go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told him.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You've talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendy Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house and we leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with two kids.
And that was on the road where Markel lived?
Yes, ma'am. A couple of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendy Adelson?
Let's ask her, see her, why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that to be Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So Rivera claims to have seen Wendy the day before the murder near Dan's house. And very shortly after he sees her, Sigfredo Garcia confirms with Katie that Wendy just saw them. They also learn from Katie that Wendy was just there to check to see if the job had been done yet, and provided them with a new piece of information, which was that Dan was leaving the following day on a trip, and the job had to be done by Friday the 18th, which they would have had no other way of finding out had it not been through Katie via Wendy. Now, there's a few parts that I want to touch on. The first being why Wendy may have been so paranoid that the job wasn't going to be actually done. We, of course, know that there were 2 trips by Rivera and Garcia up to Tallahassee, the first one in June being a failed attempt. But what is also highlighted in the TPD investigative reports is that there was a potential other failed attempt by hitmen who were hired prior to Garcia and Rivera. And in that instance, not only was Danny not killed, the hitmen never even went to do the job. I received a message via email on January 3rd, 2019, referencing an inmate, Nicholas Atteridge. I returned the call to Angela Frank, an attorney who is acquainted with Atteridge, Ms. Fink stated that Atteridge wanted to provide a statement regarding his conversation with fellow inmate Sigfredo Garcia while they were housed together in the L pod of the Leon County Jail. It should be noted that I attempted to interview Atteridge previously. During my interview with another inmate, Jason McNair, on December 20th, 2016, McNair had referred to a second inmate that had conversations with Garcia while in L pod. McNair said the second inmate was Nick and thought his last name was similar to Aldridge. I conducted a search of inmates and found Atteridge was possibly the person that McNair was referring to. On a subsequent jail visit, the last week of December 2016, I met with Atteridge in the D-Pod conference room. He appeared to be groggy and sleep-deprived. I asked about any conversations that he had with Garcia while they were together in L-Pod. Atteridge portrayed suspicion in my inquiry and asked if McNair had named him. I acknowledged that McNair had stated that Nick was present when Garcia made incriminating statements in the L pod. On January 25th, 2017, Sergeant Pat Sanford and I went to LCJ to contact Atteridge in the D-Pod conference room. I reminded Atteridge that I had previously attempted to interview him the last week of December 2016. He acknowledged the visit and said he had not slept for several days because his cases were pending plea agreements at that time, and he thought my inquiry was about other criminal activity that he was part of previously or while in custody at LCJ. He went on to say that he had just left a visit with his attorney before coming to the conference room to see us and had signed a sentencing agreement for his charges wherein he would eventually be transferred to a state prison. Atteridge expressed his willingness to provide information on his interaction with Sigfredo Garcia while they were in L-Pod at LCJ. After some conversation regarding his time spent in L-Pod and interaction with Garcia, it was apparent Atteridge was familiar with participants and events in the murder conspiracy. Atteridge agreed to have his statement audio recorded. And guys, I tried to get this audio, but they're not releasing it yet. During the interview, I reminded Atteridge, since his sentence had been determined prior to our interview, that there would be no consideration for his testimony, to which he agreed. In summary, Atteridge had two significant conversations with Garcia regarding the murder. The first was when Garcia learned co-defendant Luis Rivera had accepted a plea in exchange for testimony. After getting drunk on homemade alcohol, Atteridge referred to as toilet wine, Garcia began complaining to inmates by saying Rivera had waited in the car while Garcia shot Markel and Rivera had supplied the gun used in the murder. The second conversation
Guys, I'm in pajamas. Oh my God. 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 The verdict. The verdict. The verdict. The verdict. Ah. I'm trying to post something. Put a quick post up. Donna, I want to see you cry real tears. Donna, please cry real tears. Please, please, please. She's already crying because it's only been what are we at? What is our timer? 3 hours and 20 minutes. All right. Guys, it's here. It's here. It's here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Who's here? Is anybody here? Hello. Ground control to Major Scum. Donna, can you hear me? Ava. Guys, is the chat even here? Are you guys even here? Nothing is updating for me on my freaking thing. Just me and the fly and the spooky little baby. Yay. I know I want to see her cry as well. I can't wait to see her cry. Well, I've been in the courtroom with the horse with no name. It must be good to be out of the rain. Guys, I can't. Let me get this poll down. Yes, it was fast. They started at 4:18, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Done. She's done. She's in her room, I think. Hi, everybody.
Before the jurors are brought in and the verdict is published,
I gotta turn it up.
Everyone understands whatever the verdict will be in the case. There can be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that you either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand?
The fly is very excited. Ava put this on earlier and about died. She's like, I didn't know it was spicy. It has a picture of a pepper on the front. Tricked. Yay. Hi, Jessica and Zenjen and Yakla and Victoria.
Please bring in the jurors.
And Commissary Tuna. The good Donna. Amy Crew. Brog who thinks Donna is innocent. I'm not mad at you for her. Charlie's Chicken Nuggies. Hot Shot Bass.
Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time.
Get in. Where is Tracy? Oh, she's in her room. I hope she has diarrhea right at the table. What? Yeah, put on, you can either watch my feed, which is going to be a couple seconds behind, put on Tallahassee Democrat. Spooky baby, so excited. Right for you.
If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
Yeah.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Guilty.
Mrs. Adelson,
Guilty.
control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Guilty of first-degree
The
murder.
defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
She's not an old grandma. She's a fucking she wanted to put him in Hitler youth uniform because Dan was more Jewish. Donna cries real tears. We see real tears. I can't wait for Wendy now.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process.
Dan was shot twice in the face, and then it took the ambulance.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, sir. His parents lived in Canada. He was in Florida, and
Do you need a moment to collect yourself?
Collect yourself.
Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't deserve them. Wipe your hands. Wipe your eyes. Wipe your fucking eyes on your goddamn.
When the jurors are brought back into the room,
down.
does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Oh yes, arrested and killed immediately.
Very well.
She can just reuse Wendy's tissues. They're dry as a bone. Tissues for your issues. God, 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 God. Oh my God. That was the best reaction I've ever seen. Who's this person in the shorts in the court? Rot in hell. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Woohoo, says Victoria. You did this, DIY with Erica. You did this. Still no tears. Do you see one tear? I don't. She's not crying.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude their portion of the trial.
We need to turn this.
Conclude their portion of the trial.
There's not one fucking tear still. Wendy is on her way to the Mexico border in a white Bronco. Donna, will you shut that door so I don't wake up these babies? Yeah. Her emotional support pet is not helping much. No more gourmet dinners. This family is cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. I have a son that I don't speak
Members of the
to.
jury, before
My
I
other son
discharge
is
you
in
for
prison,
this
and my
evening,
daughter, who I love.
I am briefly going to poll you to concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties.
Oh, Harvey's
When you
so
hear your last
sad.
name, please appropriately
That's
respond.
my fucking husband. He was in on it too. The whole family was.
Is he not getting on trial?
No, they can only arrest one person at a time.
So what, he's next? Or is Wendy next?
Hey, 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 goodbye. Get your hand off of her, Zellman. Zellman's copping a feel. She's getting molested right in the courtroom. You know, you didn't like it. You didn't like it when the inmate. Oh, I hope she's enjoying that last feel of a man's touch. Wait, is Harvey going to get to hug her before she gets pulled up to do? Stop it, Donna. Stop your freaking face. Stop your theatrics. She doesn't even have one tear. Where are the tears? Are they anywhere? They're still inside of her body. Thank you, the good Donna. I'll go ahead and forward this I'll set this forward, and I will give this to Donna. She can buy some commissary tuna with it. Why can't we hear this?
Give to you before you are discharged. Please listen carefully.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone.
Oh,
a request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening.
My baby.
As to the jury's verdict, with the jury having found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges of the indictment, is the defense asking for a pre-sentence report on counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that the client is okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson wasn't sentenced right away. We're asking for the same courtesy.
Whoever.
Very well.
It's life. That's the only choice.
Court then will set a separate sentencing date.
May I inquire whether the family members that are present would like to give victim impact now or at the future date?
Go ahead.
Oh, there's one sentence that you can get for first-degree murder in Florida, and it's life. So what are we waiting for? Thank you, Tracy and David.
Damn, her whole coochie's out.
Your whole coochie was out.
No.
You should talk. It's Georgia giving the Markells. Did she give him a peace sign, or was she saying 2 minutes? She's gonna read a victim impact statement. I'm gonna cry now. Oh my God, Ruth. This is the 4th trial that the poor woman has.
Right there in front of the
lectern.
lectern.
She fell the other day. She fell. That's why she's been wearing sunglasses. Do you know that Mima broke? Oh my God.
If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark. Sorry?
I'm worried you're going to trip. Just
okay. I already did fall. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder, we have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father, Phil, and his sister, Shelley, share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, The Unveiling, a mother's reflection on murder, grief, and trial life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy, to feel purpose, and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family's story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about him and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendy. She rented the house, and Dan came home, and he found that Wendy and the boys were gone, with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendy to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendy could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family. And her younger child, Wendy, has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McBanowitz, Freda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markell name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markell family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markell Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave in his father's history and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelsons' involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who loved Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice, the justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markell.
Thank you, Ms. Markell. Are there any other victim impact statements this evening?
One more, Judge.
That was so good.
If you please could tell us your name for the record.
And she's
Good
still shaking
evening.
her
My name is
butt.
Phil Markell. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Oh my God, was it worth it? Oh.
Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman? With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to.
She's not crying.
As to the 3 counts that the jury has found the defendant guilty of,
everything.
I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date. She is remanded for sentencing at this time. Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm.
You're back on suicide watch, my friend. Get back into the turtle suit.
Case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I request tomorrow. It's light. What are we waiting for? I'm not mother, I didn't do anything. Oh, what is this? Oh, it was It was
Read
all
that is
Sigfredo.
10:14. Is that correct, Ms. Dugan? October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom, 3B. Patricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC so they are aware that the PSI needs to be completed as soon as possible. Thank you.
DOC,
We are in recess at
PSI,
this time.
FUB.
We will reconvene on October 14th.
That
Have a
stands
good
for
evening,
funky
everyone.
bitch. Bye-bye. Rip her out of the fucking courtroom. Drag her. Just drag her by her fucking hair. Take her. Get your hands off of her, Fulford. Come on, right this way, you fucking murderer. Bye-bye, Donna. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Oh, I'm shaking. I can barely move. Oh. Goodbye. Good riddance. Guys.
Yes.
Guys. Guys. Everett is like, ha ha ha, I'm so glad that shit is fucking done. Congratulations. Oh my god. Okay, is Georgia doing a press conference? What channel is the press conference going to be on? Is it going to be on this, or is Tallahassee Democrat going to be on? Can you say stay tuned again, Georgia, please? Please. There's Fancy. Does anybody know? Oh, Zellman.
I was going to say, I think it might be closer to 300.
All right, guys. Can anybody put in the chat? I'm trying to search it up. Do we know where they're going to put... Probably on the Democrat. Is it going to be on the same feed? Maybe not. Okay, guys, I'm literally dying. That was amazing. All right. Because last time... Okay. Yes, where is the press conference going to be? Does anybody know? Last time they had it on the Democrat, but I don't know if they're going to be able to pull this. The deliberation was 3 hours and 20 minutes. All right, guys. I need to know. Can anybody? Thank you guys all for being here. Oh my God. That was great. Not one fucking tear. Not a one. Guys, I don't want to miss the press conference, but I don't think they're taking it from this live feed. Is this the same one? Did they just change the thing of it? Yeah. Oh my God, guys. Yes, we can. All right. All right, if somebody wouldn't mind, yeah, can somebody check and I'll back this up a little bit. Because I want to, obviously I want to watch that.
Court then will set.
That was good.
We've.
Okay. Oh my God, I backed it up to this perfect, absolute perfect spot. Yes. Okay. We're gonna replay. This is a replay. Yes, guys, let me know. Yeah, it was 3 hours and 20 minutes when I came when I saw them coming back to the courtroom. So, all right, let's watch this, and then I'm just gonna keep my eye on the chat. If you guys know where they're gonna have this press conference, because I feel like George is gonna do one. Okay, guys, let's listen.
Jury find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself.
A missed opportunity.
Count
I don't know
2.
why I didn't have
We,
my
the
confetti
jury,
cannon.
find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Yeah, they have to be taken out because she's such a disaster. Get your hands off of her. Oh, Steinbeck is live right now. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. You guys are the fucking best. All right, I'll back up if we need to.
And Phil, one of the, I think it's safe to say, one of the star witnesses in this trial was Rob Adelson. What was it?
I will not be fully happy individual.
Okay, I'm just going to back up from the beginning.
Boss for all of us. And the gifts are all the people who've supported us, our allies from FSU University, the Tallahassee community, and all of you in the media, of which we've had tremendous support. Social media, podcasters, print, and all other aspects of helping us produce and deliver this very important communication. So thank you for this very important communication. So thank you. We are grateful.
Ruth, you mentioned the Markell Act in your comments, and I know so many people are wondering, will the Markell family be able to enjoy the protections of the Markell Act that is named for Dan?
Well, the Markell Act actually it's specific to, just to answer the question very specifically, it's part of having a civil or a criminal offense against the spouse of a person who has been deceased. We have had access because of the Markell Act. So as it was passed, it opened up. Wendy had invited us to the bar mitzvahs. We had a little bit of an opportunity to have communications in some cases, but they're highly choreographed. It's not a natural process. We're looking for when we can communicate via email, via phone. We have everything is done still through Wendy's devices, let's call it, and time frames. So we're looking for a more natural opportunity.
Mrs. Markell, do you believe that everyone who participated in this crime has been held accountable?
I'll let other people in my family talk about that.
Okay.
Well, first of all, just one little side thing. We were originally invited to the first bar mitzvah, and then we were disinvited from it. So just to clarify. My comments. First of all, I'm very, very grateful to the jury. They were very attentive. I watched them carefully. They listened. They obviously analyzed and came to a just decision. We're grateful to the judge for his patience and his guidance and that everybody followed the law, etc. We're grateful to all of you guys here. I can't begin to tell you. I always, to me, journalists were never, they're into just post stuff in the papers, TV or whatever, but you guys have really, it's been 11 years, you've supported us, and because of you, this case never went cold. And I can't believe people stop me when I'm in Dillard's or I'm in the wine store or at a restaurant. My claim to fame, unfortunately, is I'm Dan's dad. But it's so heartwarming to see this community, the people, and because of you around the world, there aren't enough words to tell you how grateful we all are. This is, even though it's joyful or I'm happy decision that's come out, it's still very, very difficult. And we still don't have the full access to the boys that we'd love to have. They're very, very controlled, very short, and very far and few between. And it's, we just want anybody and everybody who had anything to do with Dan's death brought to justice. And until that day happens, I will not be fully a happy individual.
And Phil, one of the, I think it's safe to say, one of the star witnesses in this trial was Rob Adelson. What was it like for you to watch him up there testifying for the government?
Rob Adelson and I we actually haven't seen each other for a long time, but we do communicate via text, telephone, etc. He is an incredible individual. How this guy happened to come out of this family is beyond my understanding.
I think we respect his bravery and his courage in doing what he did, and we really, will be very honored to see him and connect with him, but in particular, we really respect his courage.
And Phil or Shelley can answer this. Did this one feel different? You had the hitmen who were prosecuted, you had McVanowa, but now father to mother-in-law. There's a different kind of relationship between those two. To see her there getting found guilty, what was that like?
I have to think how to answer that question. It's hard. Each one is very gratifying, obviously, and we're happy with the results. This one hurts, I think, a little more because of who it is. I made a very short speech, but I think what I did differently this time is the harm to families, not just only ours, but to everybody involved in it. Not just only ours, but to everybody involved in this mess. And so many children without parents, without uncles, aunts, cousins, etc. It's so hard to understand. She was an educated individual. She was a kindergarten teacher. Where did this come from? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure this out.
I was just going to add that there is a certain satisfaction in this verdict, despite the fact that anyone going to jail is a hard thing to imagine, and obviously hard to, it's emotional, but I would say there's satisfaction in this verdict, and I would say that we're hopeful, really hopeful, that this will open the door for the future generations to, connect, for the cousins to connect, for, rebuilding a relationship with my nephews, their grandchildren, my children's cousins. This is, we hope that this will shed light. This will be the sort of element of truth that will be there for them to see. It'll be on the record for those kids to know in the future, and we would, welcome the opportunity to reconnect.
And Shelley, what do you think Dan would say today watching his parents up there giving such eloquent, amazing victim impact statements, particularly Phil's last question?
I think he'd be really proud. Daddy was one to do presentations. He was the, really amazing writer in our family, and I think his parents, would have made him very proud.
One question, what were the thoughts that went through your mind as you saw the defense strategy develop to kind of embrace the evidence against the daughter and the son? A mother, in essence, throwing their kids under the bus and acting as a prosecutor for the defense attorneys and calling them Raquel Danny and all this stuff that they try to embrace the evidence and pretend that they care so much about what happened to them, Raquel.
Maybe those are better questions for the state's attorney.
Yeah, but I think the defense had to do their job, and I think that we have really looked at all the sides of the story, and thank you again. Thank you
I'd say
all.
we're very lucky that state's attorneys and their team did such an amazing job and all of that. So thank you, everybody.
Police, just everybody. We're really great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Guys, we're happy to talk to y'all. We would like to talk privately with the family for a minute, and then George will answer questions. I know that's what you're going to want. If you all want to come on.
It was nothing like this for Charlie's trial. All these media folks here. This is like probably 10 times more media folks here than there were for Charlie.
Yeah. You always like to find the bigger spots.
It's like the #1 covered crime case now, I think, in America. So that's what it's turned out to be. Donna. So we're expecting this Georgia compliment here. It's going to be decided within a few hours. There's like 10 times the media here compared to last time. Good day for justice for Dan.
Birds in a little bit, but we all get to get our shots.
I know it's like a vertical.
A little bit, but maybe I'm going to try to tighten up. I'll see where I tighten up a little bit again.
Yeah, I just went to the we're live now lady class. I know the chat's like probably 10 or 15
One
seconds
question
behind.
people are asking in their minds and want to ask the state attorney's office is, when is Wendy going to be arrested next? So,
Did you guys know?
there was even more evidence that wasn't presented than they could have. They could have called folks in rebuttal, like Dan's attorney, Stephen Webster. He talked about how he thought about he thought he was going to maybe be called in rebuttal. I think it was a daytime decision made by the prosecution yesterday not to call him, but we're on the 3rd floor. We're outside the room that the Markells are being talked to by the prosecution. It says 301 there on the wall, 301 Northwest Judicial Chamber, so they're able to use the judicial chambers to meet with the victim's family. That's where the victim's family, past that double door there on the right is where the Markells are being talked to by the state attorney, Jack Campbell, along with Georgia Government Sarah Dugan. We're expecting them out momentarily. All major news media outlets here for true crime covering this case. Am I annoying people? There's Sarah, they're getting ready to come out. There's Jason Newland. There's Special Agent Pat Sanford. Special Agent Sanford, he's no doubt thrilled that all this work he's been doing all these years is paying off. There's still more dividends to be paid. Yeah. There's Tim coming out right now.
Ask you the question. Nobody's gonna do that. What's it like in this moment? What was it like to have this defendant be found guilty?
I think I just feel kind of honored to be able to deliver this win for the Markells. You know, we've heard so much about a win for the Adelsons, and everything that was lost in those efforts. So it's just been really cool to be a part of this win.
During one of the pre-trials, you said these trials that have become my life. It's a lot of trials at this point. Talk about what happens when you're a prosecutor and you have to continue to follow cases like this one.
Well, I mean, I do have other cases. People don't know that. There are other cases. And I care about, you know, all of them, but obviously this has become sort of part of my DNA after investing so much blood, sweat, and tears into this case and getting justice. So yeah, it's been an epic battle.
Was this one tougher than Charlie's trial?
I don't know. I mean, I'm older, so I think it is. I think everyone's tougher than the last. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, more time passes and there's more stuff. There's more phones. There's more records. There's more emails. So it's a lot to organize, and it's a lot of little pieces to try to put together and try to create something cognizable that a jury can follow and get their head around.
In Georgia, opening statements right out of the gate, Jackie Fulford appropriated Professor Markell's nickname, calling him Danny. A lot of people were upset about that. Did that bother you?
Not as much as it bothered some other folks. I understood what she was trying to do. It was not the classiest move, and I think she kind of realized that and seemed to correct that over the course of the trial. But yeah, probably not a great move.
And what about the amount of deliberations? It's roughly the same as Charlie, maybe a few minutes more, but not much. That surprised me because some people were predicting a longer deliberation.
A little bit. I actually lost. I thought it would be slightly shorter. I was being pretty ambitious. But yeah, it wouldn't have surprised me if it had been more difficult for them because it was a large puzzle that kind of had to be put together. But I guess they got what they needed and they knew what they had to do.
Will this be the last prosecution?
You are asking me a
question.
Why don't you know that?
Were you surprised by the defense strategy of throwing Wendy and Charlie under the bus? And was the adoptive admissions ruling something that you pre-planned or something that you all came up with at the last moment?
We had a few incarnations of how to deal with the fact that she had adopted Charlie's really ridiculous story previously, and we didn't want her to be able to distance herself from that and create a new, better defense, which she did seem to kind of try to be doing. So we did want to try to shove that on her